You're live here.
Right. Good morning and welcome to the Nevada. Getting some feedback.
Joe's gonna deal with it. It just needs to be turned down. It's kind of loud. Gotcha. Try again.
Test. Okay, we'll try it again. All right. Good morning and welcome to the Nevada State Board of Pharmacy October 2025 meeting. Today is Wednesday, October 15th, and our meeting will now come to order. My name is Helen Park and I'll be the presiding officer. We'll start with the Board of Pharmacy mission statement. In regulating the practice of pharmacy, the Nevada State Board of Pharmacy has a duty to carry out and enforce the provisions of Nevada law to protect the health, safety, and welfare of the public. Next, we'll do our roll call. Mr. Adam Porath,
Here.
Mr. Richard Tomaso,
Here.
Ms. Jade Jacobo,
Present.
Ms. Crystal Freitas,
Here.
Ms. Anna Carr,
Present.
Ms. Shanice Taylor. Okay, we have all members except for Board Member Taylor present. We have a quorum. Mr. Wiest, any announcements before we begin?
Yeah, Madam President, good morning to you. A couple things. The building's undergoing some construction. We've talked to management. The hope was that that won't interrupt our meeting, but we might need to take a break if it gets too loud. They promised me that it wouldn't affect it, but we've already heard it, so I'll just have to be sensitive to that. So just if there's any time that you want to stop, just let me know and I'll go talk to them the best I can. But it's heavy construction right now, as you well know. Secondarily, this board meeting will be held in conformance with Nevada open meeting law. It will take certain components of it will take place on Zoom. For the board members, as always, you'll be able to see anybody on testifying or appearing on Zoom in front of you. For the public, it'll be on the TV to the left of you. And then for the public that's on Zoom, you'll be able to manage your view however you choose to do your view. So I wish you a good meeting.
Great. Thank you, Mr. Wiest. Okay, as our next order of business, the board will open up the floor for any public comment. As a friendly reminder, public comment may be limited to 3 minutes per person. Do we have anyone in the room or online who wishes to make a public comment? If so, please come forward or raise your hand on Zoom or press *6 or *9 to have your line unmuted.
Not seeing anyone on Zoom for you, Madam President, at this time.
And it does not appear we have anyone in person. So seeing that there's no public comment at this time, the period for public comment is now closed and there will be another opportunity at the end of the day today. As our next order of business is the approval of the meeting minutes from our September 2025 meeting. Board members, any discussion on the minutes?
I would just like to recuse from this item since I was only partially present for the meeting.
Okay, we noted that. Thank you, Mr. Kobo.
Madam President, I had a chance to review the minutes. I didn't have any corrections, so I would move to approve.
So for a second.
Okay, same here. So we have a motion by Mr. Porath, a second by Ms. Freitas. Any further discussion? Okay, hearing none. All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, the September 2025 board meeting minutes are now approved, and next we'll move to the consent agenda. Board members, any discussion on the consent agenda?
Madam President, I would like to recuse myself from item 4GG for Omnicare of Spartanburg due to my current employment with CVS Health.
Or GG? Thank you. I did not have any concerns about the consent agenda. Everything looked to be in order.
I would move that we approve the consent agenda with exception to item 4GG.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion by Ms. Jacobo, second by Mr. Porath. Any further discussion? Okay, all those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, that motion carries.
And Crystal Freitas, I would move we approve consent agenda item 4GG.
Second.
Okay, motion by Ms. Freitas, second by Mr. Porath. Any further discussion? Okay, all those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Okay, that motion passes. All right, that completes the consent agenda, and we'll move on with our regular agenda. Okay, we'll first call for agenda item 5A and 5B. That's for Evergreen Pharmacy and Paula Lynn Santos. So if Evergreen Pharmacy representatives or representatives for Paula Lynn Santos, if you could please come forward. Hi, good morning.
Morning.
Morning, please have a seat. Okay, will there be anyone else joining you today?
No, my name's George Gorey, attorney at Paradise Law. We have a couple stipulations in place. I just wanted to.
Thank you. All right, with that, I'll turn it over to Mr. King.
Rick Camp, for the record, prosecuting this matter on behalf of the state. These are case numbers 23-007 PHS, RPHAS, and RPHBS. Respondents named so are Evergreen Pharmacy, pharmacy license number PH 04174, Paula Lynn Santos, RPH, certificate of registration number 2578, and Nizelkat Nigmatova, RPH, certificate of registration number 2601. The charging document appears beginning on page 1669 of the board book. The answer notice of defense filed by respondent Evergreen Pharmacy appears beginning on page 1680. And the answer notice of defense filed by respondent Santos appears beginning on page 1702. And finally, the answer notice of defense filed on behalf of respondent Nigmatova appears beginning on page 1722. We do have two proposed stipulations to present to you for your consideration and possible approval today, resolving the matter as to respondents Evergreen and Santos. The stipulation with respondent Evergreen appears beginning on page 1685 of the board book, and the proposed stipulation with regard to respondent Santos appears beginning on page 1706. And I will note that in connection with this proposed stipulated settlement of the matter, all causes of action against respondent Nigmatova would be dismissed on the record here today. By way of brief background, an inspection of the pharmacy at the time that Santos was employed as managing pharmacist, which occurred on January 5th, 2023, identified numerous violations of law, primarily related to record keeping violations. And so in order to resolve this matter without a hearing, respondent Evergreen proposes to pay a fine of $5,000 and $1,000 to partially reimburse the board for recoverable attorney's fees and costs, both due and payable by December 1st of this year. With regard to respondent Santos, the proposed resolution would require payment of a fine of $1,500 for the violations and $500 to partially reimburse the board for recoverable attorney's fees and costs. I do want to note that inadvertently in the proposed stipulation with Santos, the date that payment was to be made of the fines and fees was omitted. But in discussion with counsel, we agreed that should you be inclined to approve this proposed stipulation, we would stipulate and ask you to note for the record and include that payment would be due by January 2nd of 2026. With that, I'd be happy to answer any questions to the stipulations we're presenting to you for consideration this morning.
I'll turn it over first to Mr. Corey, if you had any additional comments or anything you wanted to add to the stipulations that Counselor walked us through?
No, I believe Mr. King covered everything. Stipulations are pretty clear. The claims are disputed, but just for efficiency, costs, my clients agreed to stipulate the penalties.
Great.
One question, it might be on the record, I'm lost. So who are you representing today? That both parties or just the pharmacy?
So Evergreen Pharmacy and both parties.
Okay, just to make sure that was good. Thank you.
Okay, but, I just had, just one quick follow-up question. In the documents that we received, there were things cited such as not having a sign-in sheet or not properly doing the exchange of the controlled substance inventory. Just wanted to make sure, have things since been remediated? Have those issues been addressed so that moving forward, these things would not reoccur?
So at the time of the inspection, there were mitigating circumstances. I was record keeper wasn't there. Just recently left. Voluntarily just walked out of the pharmacy. Within the week or so after the inspection, Evergreen and Paula got everything in order and submitted it to the board. Since then, Evergreen is now closed. And Paula is working for another pharmacy. I don't believe she's I think she's just that pharmacist looking.
Okay. Okay, great, thank you. Right, I don't have any further questions. I would feel comfortable with moving forward with the stipulations as presented.
I agree. I would move that we accept the proposed stipulation for Evergreen Pharmacy.
Crystal Freitas, second.
Okay, we have a motion by Ms. Jacobo, a second by Ms. Freitas. Any further discussion?
Just point of clarification, are we doing the two stipulations separately, or are we approving both?
It's a good question. I was thinking of doing it together, but we should probably state that more clearly for the record.
I'll amend my motion to read that to accept both stipulations as presented, please.
Does Brent want us to state the payment due date on Santos? Where?
Okay, so it's for both stipulations and the date for Santos is 1/2/2026.
Yeah.
Okay, so that's amended motion. Do we have a second?
Yes, second.
Second. So motion by Ms. Jacobo, second by Ms. Freitas. Any further discussion? Okay, hearing none. All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, that motion passes. Thank you for your time today. Yes.
I also confirm that maybe not Tobo's claims in full.
Brett did mention that on the record, but.
I'll reiterate, bracket for the record. So once again, in connection with the stipulated settlement with regard to case number 23-007 RPH-B-S, Nizokat Nigmatova, registered pharmacist, certificate of registration number 20601. All causes of action are hereby dismissed.
Great, thank you.
All right, thank you very much.
Okay, next we'll call for agenda item 5D, and that's for Annette Asbury. So Annette Asbury, or representatives, if you could please come forward. Hi, good morning.
Hi, good morning. Good morning.
Morning.
Pretty sure you're representing Annette Asbury today.
And Ms. Asbury, if you could state your full name for the record.
Annette Asbury?
Ms. Asbury, I'm going to swear you in. Do you swear that the testimony that you're about to provide will be both truthful and complete?
Yes.
Great, thank you so much. And then I'll turn it over to Mr. Can.
Once again. Go ahead, this one.
Okay.
Once again, Brett Cant prosecuting this matter on behalf of the state. This is case number 23-290-CS-S. The respondents, Annette Asbury, APRN certificate of registration number CS 25810. The charging document appears beginning on page 1727 of the board book. We do have a proposed stipulation to present to you for consideration this morning. It appears beginning on page 1737 of the board book. By way of brief background, the respondent was charged on the basis that she had served as medical director of metabolic restoration in Las Vegas, and she resigned from that position. And at the time she resigned, she failed to secure her inventory of drugs that were at the premises, and also had failed to properly segregate and or dispose of certain adulterated and or expired drugs in the stock. So what we are proposing by way of stipulated settlement is that the respondent will accept the stipulation as a public reprimand and shall pay a fine of $5,000 for the violations due and payable by December 1st of this year, and $1,000 to partially reimburse the board for recoverable attorney's fees and costs, also due and payable by December 1st. This is the stipulation we're presenting for your consideration this morning. Thank you.
Great, and then I'll turn it over to Mr. Perry for any additional comments.
Yes, the only thing I would comment on, agreeing with what has been represented, I thought we had a new date for when the payment was due. I thought we requested additional time since Ms. Asbury is yeah, it says on page 3, paragraph B, you feel like every first. Under 8. February 1st of 2026.
That is the date that Ms. Asbury prefers.
Yeah, that's the stipulation that signed and agreed to.
I don't have a problem with that, so we can make that
Thank you.
change. Okay. The only question I have, and my name is Helen Park, Ms. Asbury, is I noticed that in the document it looks like you resigned from Asbury and Associates Healthcare. Was that your own business?
No, I didn't.
Okay.
I resigned from.
Business. Okay, that makes more sense.
Huh?
Further questions?
She did have a statement she wanted to make. I'm not sure if she needs to make it now or after, because we're not disagreeing with the stipulation, but she did want to make a statement to the board about her and her background.
Sure. I think right now would be a great time.
Thank you. I do want to let the board know that I take total responsibility for my actions. Just to clarify that, unfortunately, I've been a nurse since 1985. I became a nurse practitioner in 2016. In all of those years, I had never, ever even encountered a chiropractor. So I really wasn't too sure about their scope of practice until I met Nicole and all of this happened. I knew that she had a doctorate degree, but I wasn't sure how that worked. I knew that she couldn't prescribe medications, but I wasn't aware that she wasn't able to even purchase some of these medications that were here, the supplements that were held in the office. She purchased all of that. And my part in that is that I didn't understand my part as far as it being her clinic. And she's purchasing all these things. She purchased the cabinets and everything, the refrigerators. And I didn't understand, my part in that, like I said. I wanted to also say that in that time that I was there, the reason that I left so abruptly on that day was because I found out that Nicole had done so many things using my NPI and my EIN that I was not aware of. It shocked me. It shocked me, and I've never encountered this, like I said. And it caused me to leave immediately that day because what she was doing was absolutely against the law. So I wanted to just bring that up because on, like I said, I agree with the stipulations. I just wanted to add that background to specifically number 6, paragraph 6A and B, just to take that into consideration that I've never worked with a chiropractor, never even met a chiropractor personally. So I was not fully aware of her scope of practice as far as, us working together. And I've never worked with one since then. I will not work with one. So.
Appreciate you sharing the context, and I think it's unfortunate that I think others, have found themselves in similar situations where they take on the additional role or medical director or the position without fully understanding the responsibilities that go with it. I guess moving forward, I'm sure this is not a situation you would encounter again, but if you do, how would you handle it differently?
So since leaving Nicole, I have gotten my own clinic. I did what the investigator had recommended. I have the keys. No one else has the keys. I will not hire another provider. I have students there who I mentor. I have the keys. If they need anything out of the cabinets, I take them out myself. So this is really educated me on my role. And, outside of the hospital setting, which I was used to before. I'm used to working with physicians and other nurse practitioners and physicians assistants and, other healthcare people and hospital situations and other clinics. Never a chiropractor. I would never be put in that situation ever again. And I've learned a lot. I was reprimanded when I returned to the clinic on 7/19. I left there. My last day was 7/14 of 2023. Came back and saw Ken on 7/19 of 2023. And Ken, he explained to me all these things. And there were things I had no idea. The other thing on, I'm sorry, I don't want to run out of my time, but on 6B, where it says that, I'm sorry, 6A, about, I'm sorry, 6B is where it says expired drugs. So where it says that, I kind of question this, even though I can't dispute it, the list of medications that's on here, and it looks like another nurse practitioner signed off on that. That was 8/2. I left on 7/14. So that's a 17-day period of time that I left there where, yeah, those drugs have expired. They're only good for 28 days. So I cannot dispute that on that day on 8/2 of 2023, that, those drugs that they mentioned were expired. They probably expired on 7/15 for all I know, the day after I left. I don't know that. So I cannot dispute that part of it. I can't, like I said, I can't,
And Ms. Asper, I don't want to cut you off. But
Mhm.
I don't, we're going into the details of
I
the
know, I'm
hearing,
sorry.
and we could engage in that, but then we have a stipulation that allows us to move forward without
okay.
diving into those details. But what I do appreciate is your comments in terms of the experience you had, and I think it was a hard way to learn about the law and what needs to be followed with prescription medications. So I appreciate your recognition of that and for taking accountability for your actions. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, with that, board members, I don't have any additional questions.
I have a comment,
Okay.
Madam President. My name is Dick Tomaso, I'm a public member of this board. I want to say, first of all, Ms. Asbury, thank you very much for your comments and thank you for accepting responsibility. I think this board has to take notice that many times a defendant will appear before us and say, listen, I'm refuting these charges, just like the last case. I'm refuting these charges. We didn't do it, but you know what? For the sake of the cost, for the cost that's involved in fighting it, we're going to accept it. To me, and they won't accept responsibility. To me, that's like saying that our inspectors, our investigators, our board staff, this board was wrong. We made mistakes. but we're kind of forcing them to accept something instead, that they really didn't want to accept because they're innocent. And the case just before us, when he said, we're refuting this, but we're gonna accept it because of the cost. I'm not happy with that, and this board should start considering that when people will not accept responsibility. Ms. Asbury had a lot of mitigating circumstances, which they made sense. But again, you would have gone into a hearing if we had to listen to, had no other, but she began by saying, I accept responsibility. That makes our attorneys look like they're doing the right thing, that this board staff is doing the right thing, that this board is doing the right thing, and that our investigators are doing the right thing. I'm just tired of hearing a defendant come before us and say, we didn't do it, but we're gonna take what the attorney said we did. And I want this board to start considering that when people come before us. Ms. Asbury, the very first thing out of her mouth was that she accepted responsibility. And that's what I think we should be hearing from now on. Not that they didn't do it, but we're wrong, but they're gonna do it, accept it because of the cost. It makes us look like we're like this is Nazi Germany or something. This isn't. This is the pharmacy board, and they're doing what is right. And if the defendant doesn't believe it, then they could go to a hearing. It doesn't matter what it costs. Anyway, I just wanted to vent that because I'm just tired of hearing it over and over again. Oh, we didn't do it, but we'll go ahead and plead.
No, thank you, Board Member Tomaso. I think it's, I always give credit to those who acknowledge that, we sometimes make mistakes and sometimes we make mistakes, and I think the part of that is taking the accountability, learning, and then moving on. So appreciate your approach and your statements today. All right, I don't have any other questions, board members. Anything before we make a motion? All right.
Oh, Adam Forth, for the record, I would move that we approve the stipulation order in case number 23-290-CS-S for Annette Asbury
We need to note the amended date.
with the amended payment date of February
First.
1st of.
It is in the written agreement, so.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion by Ms. Porath, a second by Mr. Kobo. Any further discussion? Okay, hearing none, all those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, the motion passes. All right, we thank you for your time today.
Thank you.
Madam President, I have an item 4T, if we could call it out of order. It's another case I represent. It's number 24-384. Green Bay Specialty Pharmacy.
Okay,
5T for the.
5T for us, yes.
5T, excuse me.
Okay, so we'll call for 5T Green Bay Specialty Pharmacy. Mr. Perry, will anyone else be joining you today?
No, ma'am.
We'll turn it over to Mr. Can.
Oh, Madam President,
Oh, is it?
I was gonna say, I'm familiar with the pick in this case, Joe Fran, but I feel I can participate fairly without bias.
Okay, great. And I will correct the record. I will turn it over to Ms. Tucker.
Thank you, Madam President. Laura Tucker for the record. This is on page 2116 of the board book. This is case number 24-384-PH-S. And the respondent is Green Bay Specialty Pharmacy, license number PH04393. The accusation is also found, on 2116 of the board book. And the answer can be found at 2125, and our proposed stipulation can be found on page 2133 of the board book. By way of background, the respondent was charged with unprofessional conduct for failure to verify that a wholesaler was licensed in Nevada, also for aiding and abetting unlicensed activity in Nevada, and party to a deceitful transaction for selling potentially counterfeit drugs in Nevada. The stipulation that we have proposed for you today is that the respondent agrees, a public reprimand, and that the respondent agrees to pay an administrative fine of $10,000 and pay fees and costs for $1,000 to partially reimburse the board for its expenses, with payment due November 14th, 2025. And we present this proposed stipulation to the board today for approval with an effective date of today, October 15th, 2025.
Mr. Perry?
That's an accurate statement, just maybe some issues that occurred in this case that might be of interest is they were purchasing potentially counterfeit drugs they thought were legit from a company they thought were legit, licensed in 2 other places, but they didn't check here to see if they were licensed. And as a result of that, turns out this was a sham company that was selling to them. So they're taking responsibility for having done that. They should have checked. When your investigator got involved, that's when things kicked in and this was uncovered. So they're facing the music and understanding that this was a mistake that they're going to definitely avoid in the future.
What policies or procedures or protocols have they implemented since to prevent this from reoccurring?
Well, I haven't had any long discussions with them about this, but certainly before making a purchase, they need to verify the information of that entity and not rely upon what another state may have allowed or another company. There was another company that checked out was not a state entity. So they need to check. They need to check with every company that they're doing business with in Nevada to make sure that they are licensed, because this information is readily available. Had they done that, they would have caught it. Instead, they relied on other information, and that information turned out to be unreliable. So
Yeah, I think for this one, it struck me particularly because of the counterfeit HIV medications and the patient population and our current emphasis right now with the DSCSA to prevent these very things from happening. So it was somewhat of alarming situation that took place. Board members, any questions for Mr. Perry? I have some thoughts on the
Yeah.
stipulation. Okay.
Adam Port for the record. Do we know how many patients were potentially impacted by these counterfeit drugs?
they do have a number. It was under 30. And we're not sure that the medications were counterfeit. The packaging looked perfect, but they may have been. So they've followed with everybody. Nobody was impacted or harmed in any way. This is based on my discussions with them. And by the way, if you have any suggestions or comments, I'll be happy to take it back to my client, but they did.
That was my concern. It's just that the patients were notified.
Yeah, they checked with everyone.
Just a comment. I mean, I think that it really highlights the need to check the source that you're buying drugs from. I mean, in the details of this case, it looks like they were providing a pedigree for these drugs that may have also been counterfeit.
Yeah.
Just highlighting the importance that we need to make sure that if you're buying drugs from a source that you're maybe not familiar with, that you need to make sure they're licensed in the state.
So my thoughts on this, I'm generally okay with the stipulation. The only thing that I think would make me feel a little more comfortable, because it's a bit complicated in terms of processes moving forward, but to place a probation of 1 year on the on Green Bay Specialty Pharmacy, just to ensure that there's an extra safeguard in place should this reoccur.
I agree, Madam President. I feel that the nature of this oversight kind of highlights the potential harm that could happen, especially if you don't have a process or procedure in place. So I would agree.
Yeah, just they really have to have their due diligence when they work with wholesalers. Is that something, Mr. Perry, that you would need to speak to your client about?
I think so. There would be no other requirements, just on probation. So they're being carefully watched. And if there's a mistake, then
It would have
Yeah,
to
the
appear
suspension.
before this board. Yeah.
I think they would agree with that requirement. There would be no problem with that.
Dave Weiss for the record, I just in essence, the difference would be they still can't do something again, right? So they have to follow the law. If they put them on probation, we would move towards a show cause and then if they weren't on probation, it would be another accusation, but in effect, it would be the same.
That's the board's decision. You just need to vote on it. I'll let them know, but I don't think it's going to be an issue for
I
them.
think you have to agree to it to move the step forward. So if you need time to contact them, we can take a break and then come back to you and then,
Okay, we should probably do that.
yeah.
Okay, we'll take a quick break. Thank you. All right, so we're gonna resume with agenda item 5T for Green Bay Specialty Pharmacy. I'll turn it over to Mr. Perry, perhaps?
Yes. For the record, Craig Terry on behalf of Green Bay Specialty Pharmacy. Madam President, your request that as part of the stipulation that they agree to a 1-year probation, I was able to call in. I had 6% on my phone, so it was kind of at the last minute here, but they did agree. So if you'd like to, that we will stipulate to that.
Okay, great, thank you.
Laura will agree.
Yes, we agree. Board members, any other questions or comments?
Thank you, Kobo. I move that we accept the proposed stipulation with the amendment that a specialty pharmacy be put on a 1-year probationary period effective today.
Crystal Freitas, second.
We have a motion by Ms. Jacobo, a second by Ms. Freitas. Any further discussion? Okay, all those in favor? Aye. Any opposed? All right, that motion passes. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
All right, next we'll call for agenda item 5E, F, and G. That's for Walgreens Pharmacy number 03844, Carrie Otero and Kimberly Lai. If we have representatives or individuals here, if you could please come forward.
Madam President, Dave Weeds for the record. For the people that are on Zoom, there's going to be a case, Mr. Bernard Brooks. We have several witnesses. We're attempting to identify you in Zoom. So if you're here for that case, regardless of what your function is, please notify us in the chat so that we can quarantine you and put you in the list of people that are in attendance. So for the Zoom people, if you're here for the Bernard Brooks case, please put it in chat and just that will name you. So thank you.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Hi.
Morning, Madam President, board members.
Thank you. If I could have each of you just identify yourselves with your full names.
Morning, I'm Kimberly Lai.
I am Carrie Otero. And Bill Stone representing the two pharmacists here and Walgreens.
Thank you. So I'm going to start by swearing both Ms. Otero and Ms. Lai in. We could do it together, but I'll need an individual affirmation from each of you. Okay, do you swear that the testimony that you're about to provide will be both truthful and complete?
Yes.
Yes. Thank you so much. All right, Mr. Cant.
Greg Camp, for the record, prosecuting this matter on behalf of the state. This case numbers 23-401-PH-S, RPH-A-S, and RPH-B-S. The respondents, Walgreens Pharmacy 3844, pharmacy license number PH01123, Carrie Otero, RPH, certificate of registration 2516, and Kimberly Lai, RPH, certificate of registration number 23211. Charging document begins on page 1743 of the board book. We have a proposed stipulation resolving the matter as to all three respondents. That appears beginning on page 1753 of the board book. And so by way of brief background, this is a case involving a misfilled prescription, and respondent Lai was accused of performing the data entry verification activity for the prescription and failing to detect the erroneous entry of the wrong prescription drug. And respondent Otero was charged with, when performing final product verification and patient counseling in the course of dispensing the prescription, also failing to detect the erroneous entry. And then the pharmacy is the pharmacy owner and employer of those respondents is liable pursuant to Nevada law. So with that, we propose consistent with similar misfill violations that respondent Otero would stipulate to paying a fine of $1,000 and $500 to reimburse the board for recoverable attorney's fees and costs. That respondent lie would pay a fine of $1,000 and $500 to partially reimburse the board for recoverable attorney's fees and costs. And finally, that respondent Walgreens Pharmacy 3844 would pay a fine of $2,000 and $1,000 partially reimbursing the board for recoverable attorney's fees and costs, all due and payable by December 1st of this year. That's the stipulation we're presenting for your consideration this morning. Thank you.
Great, thank you. All right, Mr. Stilling?
There's not much to say other than we agree, we negotiated this, and we presented to the board for, hopefully for approval.
Great, thank you. I just have a question for both pharmacists, and I'm not familiar with the Walgreens software, so I was just curious. It sounded like a technician entered the prescription, and then Ms. Lai, you verified it. Do you see a copy of the prescription on your software system?
Oh, yes, I do.
And then Ms. Otero, at the product verification stage, do you also have an opportunity to see the original prescription?
Yes, if I click into it, I can.
Okay,
It's not on the screen
I see.
when I'm looking.
But you have access during.
Yes.
Okay, all right, thank you. I was just curious about how it was set up. Board members, any questions or comments?
Adam Forth for the record. Ms. Otero, was this a new prescription for this patient?
Yes, it was.
Okay, and you did perform counseling for this patient?
Yes.
Okay, I mean, I can see with the two drugs that it may not have come up during counseling for sure. Okay, I think that was my question.
Okay. All right, so if there's no further questions, I would feel comfortable moving forward with all three stipulations as presented.
No further questions. Crystal Freitas for the record. I'd move to approve the stipulation and order as presented for Walgreens Pharmacy 3844, Carrie Otero, RPH, and Kimberly Lai, RPH.
Okay.
Okay, we have a motion by Ms. Freitas, a second by Mr. Porath. Any further discussion? Okay, all those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, that motion passes. All right, we thank you for your time today.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, next we'll call for agenda item 5L for Bernard Brooks. So
Madam President, I think Bill's got one more for Walgreens, which
There is one more case.
is fine.
Yeah.
And we're still identifying people. So if you move to the next one, once we have a critical mass of people that we think, then we'll let you know. If you just keep going, we're working on it in the background. And I appreciate your patience on that.
all right, no problem. So then we'll go to 5H and 5I. That's for Walgreens Pharmacy 7841 and Juan Pablo Piedra Flores. And then just for the record, I do want to disclose that I'm familiar with Juan Pablo Piedra Flores from his time at Rosen University, but I feel that I could participate fairly and unbiased in this matter. Okay. All right, so Juan, if you could state your full name for the record.
Juan Pablo Piedra Flores.
Great, thank you.
And Bill Stilling again, representing Mr. Flores and Walgreens.
Excellent. And then I'll turn it over to Mr. Cant.
Brent Camp for the record prosecuting this matter on behalf of the state. Its case numbers 23-500-PH-S and RPH-S. Respondents Walgreens Pharmacy 7841, pharmacy license number PH 01942, and Juan Pedro Flores, RPH certificate registration number 2887. The charging document appears beginning on page 1809 of the board book. We do have a proposed stipulation as to both respondents that begins appearing on page 1818 of the board book. And by way of brief background, once again, this is a case involving a misfilled prescription, and respondent Flores is accused of when he performed the datal entry verification activity and final product verification for the prescription, failed to detect erroneous entry of the wrong prescription drug. And then once again, respondent Walgreens Pharmacy 7841 as the pharmacy owner is responsible for the violations, including all errors and omissions of Respondent Flores and any other pharmacy personnel. So with regard to the proposed stipulated penalties, once again, consistent with similar violations involving misfilled prescriptions, Respondent Flores will pay a $1,000 fine and $500 partially reimbursing the board for recoverable attorney's fees and costs. And Respondent Walgreens Pharmacy 7841 will pay a fine of $2,000 and $1,000 to partially reimburse the board for recoverable fees and costs, all due and payable by December 1st of this year. That's the proposed stipulation we are presenting for your consideration this morning.
And Mr. Stilling?
Yes, we're in agreement. Obviously, we've negotiated, signed, and presented to the board for your approval.
Thank you. Board members, any questions?
None, Madam President. I feel this is pretty straightforward. I would move that we accept the proposed stipulation for Walgreens number 7841 and for Juan Pablo Piedra Flores.
We have a motion by Mr. Cobo, second by Mr. Porath. Any further discussion? Okay, all those in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Okay, the motion passes. We thank you for your time today.
Thank you all too.
Thank you, guys.
We keep going. They were noticed to kind of come at 10, so you got some time.
All right, we'll continue on with our agenda and we'll go on to 5K for Kristen Hestelin. So if we have Kristen Hestelin or representatives, if you could please come forward.
Lynn Beggs is on Zoom for you, Madam President.
Yes, good morning.
Good morning.
Dr. Hestelin will not be joining me this morning.
Okay, great. All right, then I will turn it over to Mr. Cant.
Greg Camp, for the record, prosecuting this matter on behalf of the state, case number 25-020-CS-N, respondent Kristen A. Hestelin, MD, certificate of registration number CS 38528. The charging document begins on page 1872 of the board book. The respondent's filed answer notice of defense begins on page 1882 of the board book, and we do have a proposed stipulation to present to you today resolving the matter, which appears beginning on page 1885 of the board book. And by way of brief background, the respondent has appeared before this board before, has a history of substance abuse disorder, and in the course of being issued a new controlled substance registration, failed to comply with some of the stipulations and strictures that were placed upon the issuance of that registration by this board, and therefore violated a board order. In addition, her license to practice medicine, license number 10215 from the Nevada State Board of Medical Examiners, has been suspended and she no longer qualifies for registration. So in order to resolve this matter, the respondent is willing to stipulate to the following penalties: that her registration number CS 38528 be revoked, that she not be able to possess, except pursuant to a lawful order of a practitioner, or administer, prescribe, or dispense a controlled substance until she petitions and the board reinstates her registration. She couldn't petition for reinstatement for the minimum statutory period of 1 year, and that she shall pay a fine of $1,000, or excuse me, not a fine. She will pay $1,000 to partially reimburse the board for recoverable attorney's fees and costs in the matter, which will be due and payable by April 1st of next year. That's the stipulation we're presenting for your consideration this morning.
All right, I'll turn it over to Ms. Beggs.
Thank you, Madam President. Just a few points of clarification to make. So Dr. Hestelin's medical license was suspended in January 2025, but as we noted in our answer, the suspension was lifted in June of 2025, and Dr. Hestelin's license was placed in inactive status. So she does currently hold a license, but it is inactive status, and she's in the process of applying for a potential status change on that. Just also to let the board know, Dr. Hestalen's issue is not substances, but rather alcohol. So I just want to make it clear that we're not talking about illicit use of controlled substances in this case. And during the time that Dr. Hestalen was back to practice with the new CS registration, she did not prescribe any controlled substances during that period of time. So I just wanted to make those clarifications from a factual basis, but otherwise we are in agreement with the stipulation as presented to the board this morning.
Great, thank you, Ms. White. Board members, any questions?
No questions. I just wanted to ask Ms. Biggs, how the doctor is doing currently. It's unfortunate, you know, the series of events, but I hope she's doing better now.
She's doing much better. She had a period of inpatient treatment and now is actively working her outpatient treatment program.
Good to hear. Thank you. I'm in agreement with the stipulation, and I would move that we accept the proposed stipulation for Dr. Hestalen.
Crystal Freitas, I'll second.
Okay, we have a motion by Ms. Jacobo, a second by Ms. Freitas. Any further discussion? Okay, hearing none. All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, that motion passes. All right, we thank you for your time today.
Thank you.
So, Mr. Weiss, I was thinking about breaking for a few minutes. Would that work with our timing?
It would.
Would? All right, so we'll take a quick break. All right, so we're going to continue with our agenda to agenda item 5M and 5N. That's for Smith's Pharmacy 315 and Octavia Brooks. You could have representatives come forward, or if you could raise your hand on Zoom. And then for the record, I am familiar with Octavia Brooks, but I feel that I could participate fairly and unbiased in this matter. All right, hi, good morning.
Good morning. Lynn Beggs on behalf of Ms. Brooks.
Okay, and good morning.
Good morning. This is Nick Mesa, Quarles and Brady on behalf of Smiths.
Okay, excellent. And then, hi, Paul. Good morning.
Good morning.
Will there be anyone else joining you three today?
No, I don't believe Ms. Brooks will be joining us today.
Okay, and Mr. Meza, you are an attorney representing Smith?
I am. Yes, ma'am.
Okay, all right. So Mr. House, if you could state your full name for the record and then I'll swear you in.
Yeah, Paul House.
Okay. Do you swear that the testimony that you're about to provide will be both truthful and complete?
Yes.
Great, thank you so much. All right, I will turn it over to Mr. King.
Greg Camp, for the record, prosecuting this matter on behalf of the state. These are case numbers 25-076-PHS and 25076-RPH-S. The respondent, Smith's Pharmacy, number 315, pharmacy license PH 03897, and respondent Octavia Rain Brooks, RPH, certificate of registration number 2950. The charging document appears beginning on page 1908 of the book. The answer and notice of defense that was filed on behalf of respondent Smiths begins on page 1920, and a proposed stipulation for your consideration today regarding respondent Smiths appears beginning on page 1941. The answer and notice of defense that was filed on behalf of respondent Brooks begins on page 1959 of the board book. And a proposed stipulation with respondent Brooks begins on page 1965. And once again, by way of brief background, the entire case came about as a result of a diversion of substantial quantities of controlled substances by pharmaceutical technician Garcia, whose registration was revoked by the board at the last meeting in a default hearing. And at that meeting, we had proposed stipulations that were presented as to both respondent Smith's Pharmacy and respondent Brooks, and the board had requested some additional provisions in those stipulations, and the parties have negotiated some additional provisions that I'll touch on that we believe address the board's desires and concerns. So with regard to Respondent Smith's, once again, Respondent had stipulated to pay a fine of $2,500 and $1,000 for recoverable attorney's fees and costs. The board had requested, and you'll see reflected in proposed paragraph 8C of the stipulation, that Smiths would certify that it has implemented policies, procedures, and training at all Nevada licensed pharmacies to prevent and detect diversion in compliance with federal and state law, including without limitation, maintenance of balance on hand, manual change reports, weekly to review for suspicious or unexplainable manual changes for controlled substances, and monitoring of suspicious changes, inventory discrepancies, and unexplainable loss, that they would implement those policies and procedures to the satisfaction of the board staff within 60 days of the effective date of the order, and they would remain in place for a period of 12 months. So that is the additional provision that was added at your request with regard to the stipulation with Respondent Smiths. And then with regard to the stipulation with Respondent Brooks, originally it was provided that Respondent Brooks would be placed on probation for a period of 5 years, subject to the conditions that she pay a fine of $2,500 and $1,000 to reimburse the board for recoverable attorney's fees and costs. The board had also requested the restriction that she not work as a managing pharmacist of any pharmacy licensed by the board during that 5-year probationary period. So that has been added in addition as proposed subparagraph 8C. So once again, these are the stipulations revised per your direction that we're presenting for your consideration and possible approval this morning.
I'll turn it over first to Mr. Meza for any comments regarding the stipulation for Smith's Pharmacy.
Members of the board, good morning. Thank you again for the opportunity. I will just note, I'll keep it short. Obviously, the parties have been engaged in negotiations to ensure that additional policies and procedures are put in place that are to the satisfaction, certainly, of the board. The policies in place, in existence now, we believe we're robust, but ultimately these types of issues shed light on areas for improvement. And so working with Smiths, working with discussing this issue with the board, we believe we have implemented or have a plan forward to set forth robust policies that will help to guard against this issue in the future.
Okay, great, thank you. And then I'll turn it over to Ms. Beggs for any additional remarks about the stipulation for Ms. Octavia Brooks.
Good morning. Again, thank you, Madam President. We are in agreement with the modifications that have been made. Ms. Brooks readily agreed not to act as a managing pharmacist for the period of probation. So we would simply ask the board to accept the stipulation as revised and presented this morning.
Okay, great, thank you. And then I'll turn it over to board members for additional questions for either Smiths or Ms. Brooks.
For the record, I just appreciate the work that's been done on the standard operating procedures to address the concerns that were brought up at the last meeting. So I don't have any issues with the revised stipulations for either party.
I do have a question on this, that reminds me on the standard operating procedure. So I did review it, but I may have missed some details on it. Does it incorporate the, like someone in your role, Mr. House, instead of having just the pharmacist reported, do you also check and audit those so that something like this can't happen? It's just, this case is still so shocking with the number of controlled substances that have been diverted. So can you or Mr. Meza provide a high level of what that change is or that key highlights of those changes?
Sure. I think Mr. House is prepared to speak about exactly what was done before and what the plan is moving forward. So Paul, do you want to kind of give that overview?
Yeah, I'm happy to. So, we had policies in place, and and we definitely appreciate, the board and the opportunity here to always make these policies more robust. So what we're going to do is we're going to have an attestation that's going to be kind of tracked at the division level that our pharmacy managers are going to sign and fill out every 4 weeks or once a period that they reviewed those balance on hand changes. That's already in the policy. And then, I know one thing from the previous board meeting, obviously what are we doing on top of that to monitor the pharmacy managers is once a quarter or every 12 weeks, the PPCs are going to go through every store's balance on hand reports and check for suspicious changes and make sure they can reconcile everything, and also do an attestation to that as well, so that we're overseeing those 12-week reports that we keep every 12 weeks as well.
Okay, and then when there is a change in inventory or a loss or diversion, do the pharmacists report it to you within a certain time frame? Is it VEA forms filled out?
Yeah, I mean, so in the policies that we'd already had in place, the pharmacy managers are supposed to report that immediately. If they can't reconcile it, they do quick investigation. They can't reconcile it within that day. They need to bring that to my attention or the PP's attention that oversees their store. So then in addition, with us now checking these balance on hand change reports, that's going to just be the second set of eyes. And if I was to see something that was suspicious that maybe wasn't reported to me, then I can open up an internal investigation and do it at a higher level to look further into something that may have been missed.
Do you have that visibility wherever you are through your software system, or is that something you have to go to each store level to assess?
We could do it really either way. We do process walks quarterly. So we're in every one of our stores at least every 12 weeks, if not more frequently. So that would just be something that we add on to what we already do for the process walks on a quarterly basis. And so I could just do it. Most likely I would do it in store because they have to keep those on file. So I'm already checking to make sure that the pharmacy manager is doing what they're supposed to per policy and that they're in the locked file cabinet and that they're there. And then I'll just review every single balance on hand change as the pharmacy manager should have already done. And if there's anything that I'm concerned with, I can just open up an internal investigation without even notifying the pharmacy manager.
And those process walks, are they standardized where there's certain things or checklists of sorts that you go through, or it just depends on what you decide to do that day?
No, they're standardized, and those are more just processes for more kind of pharmacy care. But we're adding this regulatory component to that because in addition to those twice a year PPC audits, those regulatory audits that we do.
Okay, all right, great. Thank you for answering my questions. All right, board members, any additional questions?
So Freitas, I don't have any additional questions. So I'd move we approve the stipulations for both Smith's Pharmacy 315 and Octavia Brooks.
I second.
Okay, we have a motion by Ms. Freitas, a second by Mr. Cobo. Any further discussion? Okay, hearing none. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Okay, those motions carry. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you all.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Madam President, if you do one more and then at the end of that one, there's still 5, 6 people that we don't have. If you do one more, then I'll call those names and then we'll give them one more chance to sign in, and then we'll talk to the attorneys about how they want to proceed.
We'll move on to our next agenda item, and that is for 5Q for Kaveh Kashani. So if we have Dr. Kashani or representatives, if you could please come forward or let us know through Zoom. Hi, good morning. Okay, if I could have you both state your full name and perhaps titles for the record.
Anisha Mehdi, counsel for Dr. Kashani.
Kashani, Theo.
Okay, great. So Dr. Kashani, I'm going to swear you in. Do you swear that the testimony that you're about to provide will be both truthful and complete?
Yes.
Great, thank you. All right, and I'll turn it over to Ms. Tucker.
Thank you, Madam President. Laura Tucker for the record.
This can be found on page 2056 of your board books. This is case number 23-104-CS-S. And the respondent is Dr. Kaveh Kashani. His CS number is CS 25528. The answer and response can be found in 2063 of your board books, and the proposed stipulation is on 2072. So by way of background, the accusation alleges that the respondent did not disclose on his 2022 renewal application that he had been the subject of a new administrative action before the Nevada State Board of Osteopathic Medicine. The proposed stipulation to resolve this today includes the terms that Dr. Kashani agrees to pay an administrative fine of $1,000 with payment due November 14th, and fees and costs in the amount of $500 to partially reimburse the board for its expenses. And we present this stipulation to the board today for approval with an effective date of today, October 15th, 2020.
Ms. Meddy or Dr. Cash, did you want to add any additional information?
I just wanted to thank the board and
Great, thank you. This one seems very straightforward to me. I don't have any additional questions or concerns.
I agree, Madam President. I would move that we accept the proposed stipulation for Dr. Kaveh Kashani.
Crystal. So there was a motion by Ms. Jacobo. The second was Mr. Pora.
Correct.
Okay. All right, any further discussion? All right, all those in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, that motion. Thank you.
You guys.
All right, Madam President, at least for the record, I would request that we have one step left, Laura, so we might as well do that. I'll call the names of the people that were subpoenaed to be witnesses. Bernard Brooks case, if you hear your name, please enter it in the chat. We can't identify you by phone number or iPhone. So it's Nathan Graham, Miguel Gomez Lucio, James Dowd, and Wendy Berriman. And so I think we'll do this next one. I'll talk to the attorneys. They'll decide if they're going to proceed or if we need to continue or what we're going to do. Okay.
So I'll call for our next agenda item, which is 5R for Alex Spinoso. So if Dr. Spinoso or representatives are here, if you could please come forward. Hey, good morning.
Morning, Manager.
Good morning.
Have everyone identify themselves with their full names and titles, please.
Thank you. My name is Courtney Sullivan, attorney for Dr. Alex Spinoso.
My name is Alex Christopher Spinoza. And Jay DeVoy, Nevada Council for Respondent.
Great. So Dr. Spinoso, I'm going to swear you in. Do you swear that the testimony that you're about to provide will be both truthful and complete?
Yes.
Thank you so much. All right, Ms. Tucker.
Thank you, Madam President. Laura Tucker, again for the record. This item begins on page 2078 of the board book. This is case number 24-332-CS-S, and the respondent is Dr. Spinoso, CS registration number CS 36319. The answer to this one can be found on 2086 of your board book, and our proposed stipulation begins on page 2097 of the board book. By way of background, the respondent is charged with non-compliance with the PMP and for prescribing controlled substances without personally establishing a bona fide therapeutic relationship with the patients. Our proposed stipulation today involves, so in order to resolve this accusation without delay, the board and the respondent agreed to the dismissal of counts 1, 2, and 3 of the accusation. As to counts 4, 5, and 6, Dr. Spinoso agrees to a stay revocation with a probationary period of 1 year. And he agrees to pay an administrative fine of $5,000 with a payment due November 14th. He also must complete PMP training within 6 months of acceptance of the stipulation and pay fees and costs in the amount of $1,250, which partially reimburse the board for its expenses. And we present this stipulation to the board today for approval with an effective date of October 15th, 2025.
I'll turn it over to Ms. Sullivan for any additional comments.
Thank you. Dr. Spinoza appreciates the opportunity to be before you today. When this matter was brought to his attention by the DEA in October of 23, he immediately instituted robust changes throughout his clinics in Nevada that were fully implemented by the new year. He recognizes that this is not a practice that is allowed in Nevada now. He did not at the time, and he is sorry to be here for you today. He would like the board to appreciate the fact that he is here. He has always participated in this process as fully, openly, and honestly as possible. And he looks forward to completing the probation and the other board requirements.
Thank you.
I'd like to add one clarification as well. Represented that PNP training would be completed within 6 months under paragraph 8D, which is on page 3 of the stipulation. I don't know where it is in the board book. It will be 60 days rather than 6 months that Dr. Spinoza will comply with the training in that time frame.
Thank you.
Thank you.
So my name is Helen Park, and my question for Dr. Spinoza, you mentioned clinics. Do you have ownership in these clinics?
Yes, ma'am.
So I think like earlier today, if you were here, there was a case where the respondent just wasn't aware of what the laws were or what they were supposed to do. And so it kind of rings a little familiar here where this happened without really knowing that it was supposed to happen a certain way. My concern, especially if you're owning a couple clinics, is that are there other things that are happening that you are not aware of that, you know, I want to make sure you're in compliance with the law, and this is not to add anything else. It's just to prevent you from coming back in front of us and being safe for the public. But in terms of kind of overseeing your operations and your clinics and your other providers, have you made any changes or have you consulted with any outside parties, including the Board of Pharmacy, to make sure that you're in understanding and in compliance with the laws?
Absolutely, ma'am. The confusion was when I moved to Dallas, Texas with my wife and my triplets. The rules are slightly different there, so I was under the assumption the rules were the same. Within 60 days, we hired a DEA consultant that works with every single clinic and also does random site visits, making sure that we're compliant. We also have internal SOPs and training that have been bolstered up. And so I take full responsibility and accountability, which is one of our core values in our company, Genesis.
That's good. I'm glad that you took some extra measures. Nevada has a lot of laws, especially as it pertains
Yes,
to
ma'am.
pharmacy. So I feel that any additional resource you have will be helpful. And again, you have the state as a resource as well.
Thank you.
I don't have any additional questions or comments, board members. Any questions or comments?
I don't have any. Adam Forth, for the record, I would move that we approve the stipulation for Dr. Alex Spinoza as presented by board staff.
Wait a second. Okay, we have a motion by Mr. Porath, a second by Ms. Freitas. Any further discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? That motion passes. All right, we thank you for your time today.
Thank you very much.
All right, should we take a quick break, or? I think we're still waiting on a couple things, so we'll.
Ryan Miller for the record. I think he's just making sure everything's good to go. So I think a quick break's appropriate.
We'll take a quick break. All right, so we're going to continue with our Board of Pharmacy meeting with our agenda item 5L for Bernard Brooks. It looks like we have folks at the table, so if I could have you introduce yourselves.
Yes, and I'm Andrew Switlick on behalf of Mr. Bernard Brooks.
Bernard Brooks.
Bernard Brooks, I'm going to swear you in. Do you swear that the testimony that you're about to provide will be both truthful and complete?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. I will turn it over to Mr. Pant.
Brett Camp for the record, prosecuting this matter on behalf of the state. This is case number 25-031-RPH-N. The respondent is Bernard Brooks, RPH certificate of registration number 20571. The charging document begins on page 1892 of the board book. And Mr. Brooks' answer and notice of defense filed by and through his counsel appears beginning on page 1902 of the board book. We are going to conduct an evidentiary hearing for you today and present witnesses and evidence. First off, by way of a brief opening statement, you will note from the charging document that there are essentially two elements to this case. The first is that in the process of applying for registration as a pharmacist in Nevada in 2020, Mr. Brooks failed to disclose two convictions on his application. And then the second, and that's the basis for the first two counts in the accusation. And then secondly, that Mr. Brooks, while employed as the managing pharmacist for Walgreens Pharmacy licensed PH 01939, which I believe is pharmacy number 2474. It's located at 3000 Vista Boulevard, Sparks, Nevada. And that Mr. Brooks, while employed as the managing pharmacist of that pharmacy, regularly performed his duties as a managing pharmacist in an impaired state or a hungover state, and thus evidencing that he suffers from alcohol use disorder. That forms the basis for counts 3 through 6 of the accusation. With that, I will turn it over to counsel for Mr. Brooks for an opening statement before we move on to the presentation of evidence. Thank you.
Yes.
Mr.
And thank you, Mr. Kent. And Madam President, I would like to invoke the exclusionary rule. I believe there's witnesses that are on Zoom or maybe in the room.
So we'd like to have the witnesses.
Objection. Do you have an objection to that, Brett?
Objection.
All right. So we will start moving the witnesses or sequestering the witnesses.
Yes, I think Dave Weeks for the record, the only disclosure I have for both councils is the people that have identified themselves, we can put them in the waiting room and they will not hear any testimony related while anybody else is testifying. But we still may have people that have not identified themselves to us by name or by their name on Zoom. So there's nothing that I can do about those people. Todd, I mean, it's a technological issue. Are you okay with that?
I believe you're referring to maybe two iPhones. I did get confirmation that one of the witnesses, Mr. Graham, is on an iPhone.
We can sequester both iPhones. There's no issue with that. They're just I know there's two people that are together. There's two, Mr. Hernandez and Maria Isaac are in the same, they're on the same line. So we'll have to ask them to do it themselves. I'm just sure this is what comes with technology. So
that's fine.
We will advise them what they by law need to do. But I'm just telling you, I just didn't want you to, I didn't want it not on the record that we don't have control.
I appreciate that. Thank you.
Okay. Are you okay with that?
And what Brett Camp for the record, while I don't object to the sequestration of the witnesses, I don't believe under the rules of this administrative proceeding, it's mandated, but the extent we can try to accomplish that. That's
Is it Todd, could Helen rule on it or fine trying to do it?
I mean, I asked Brett if he had any objection to it. He said no, so it's the discretion of the chair.
Okay. Okay, so Dave Weeks for the record. So for all the witnesses, we'll put you in the waiting room when we, as we know who you are, we'll put the two iPhones in the waiting room out of an abundance of caution. And then we'll bring back, so they won't hear, the two people that are together will have to, Maria and Mr. Hernandez, you'll need to separate yourself during the testimony. When you're done with once you're done with the testimony, you still need to be separated because they may call you back. So you'll have to communicate to each other that you're done with your testimony, and then the other person will need to leave. So that's for you to do. Todd, you can, if there's anything else you want me to say. Okay, so we'll begin putting them in the waiting room. Do we know who the first witness is? So we can not put that person in. Brett's calling the first witness.
Brett Camper, I intend to call Wendy Barron.
Okay, so Wendy, stay where you are. We'll pull you first, and then we'll do everything we can to get the other people sequestered. Melissa Shake, you're a witness, so if you can leave too. Well, the staff will come get you when it's your turn. Thank you.
Anna Carr, quickly for the record. I just want to disclose that I do currently work with one of the witnesses too, Sarah West, but I don't believe that will affect my ability to make a decision in this case.
So noted. Thank you.
You have a list of the potential witnesses so that I can also potentially make a disclosure. Or we'll just address that when it comes up, I guess.
I can, Brett Camp for the record, I can certainly verbalize right here a list of the witnesses I intend to call, if that would be helpful.
That'd be good. And then if the council can do his list, then you'll have the list. You can take notes as you go along. So I ask you to just go slow so that the board members can write it down if they choose. I think it's up to 11 people, but don't hold me to that. So there's a fair amount of potential witnesses.
So once again, Brett Camp for the record, and the witnesses that the prosecution intends to call today, hopefully in this order. One would be Wendy Berryman, pharmaceutical technician registration number PT 20542. The second is Sarah West, pharmaceutical technician registration number PT 12828. Three is Michaela Bergendahl, pharmaceutical technician registration number PT 29106. Four is Brasida Diaz, pharmaceutical technician registration number PT 19675. Five is Jamie Dowd, pharmaceutical technician registration number PT 10842. Six is Walgreens store manager Gonzalo Hernandez, registration number PT 21693. And then seventh would be Walgreens area manager Melissa Shake, a registered pharmacist, registration number 16968. And finally, the prosecution intends to call Brian Miller, the chief of investigations for the Board of Pharmacy.
Yes, and for the respondent, this is Andrew Swinley for the record. I anticipate calling, I don't have the pharmacy numbers, technician numbers. Sarah Hale Bryan, pharmacist. Nathan Graham, pharmacy technician. Maria Ryzik, pharmacy technician. And Emily Green, pharmacy technician.
Emily, what was Emily's last name?
Green.
Green, thank you.
There's also a statement that I'll be submitting from a pharmacy technician, Melissa Guerrero.
I would just disclose that I currently employ Nathan Graham, but I feel like I can participate fairly in that.
Sounds good, thank you.
And then Dave, please for the record, through the Zoom, we've identified all but two of those people to be on Zoom. Jamie Dow is not, we haven't identified that person, or Miguel Lucio. So if either one of you guys are online, you can raise your hand now and let us know. The rest of the people we're sure, candidly, the two iPhones, we think we have them identified now, so we renamed them. But we will put those people, everybody will go into the waiting room for Zoom, except for Miss Berryman, and then we'll begin the proceedings. And then we will send a chat and move the people in, so we'll be able to talk to them when we're back in. Okay.
Yes, and I apologize. This is Andrew Swilly for the record. I omitted one other witness. We plan on calling it Shelley Magdalene, Walgreens manager.
And she's on the line, as you know.
All right, thank you.
Okay, good job. Let's just confirm we got everybody put into the waiting room. Two, three, four. Two, yeah. Is there one more? There's 8. 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay, so is there an iPhone that is not named? I think it's Graham.
Yeah, you're right. Madam President.
Yes.
Brett Camp for the record. While they do that, counsel, perhaps, are you willing to stipulate that Jamie Dowd filed the complaint with the board that led to the investigation?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Here, yeah.
Note that for the record.
Let's just go through the name. Pull back up. Just confirming, so. Green. Ask him if he wants to do the same statement first, or if he wants to do the preliminary matters. Yeah.
Switlick, would you like to do your opening statement first, or are there any other preliminary motions or matters that you'd like to bring up?
I believe that covers all the preliminary matters. I'm prepared to make a brief opening statement.
So.
Okay, great. We'll give it one more minute here just to settle that in, and then we'll move to your opening statement.
Michaela. Okay, let's, all right, we're pretty sure we got it, so. Technology.
I'll turn it over to you, Mr. Switlick.
And thank you, Madam President. Mr. Cant, Madam President, members of the board, I appreciate the time to address you. And I also echo Mr. Tomaso's sentiment from earlier in the hearing, where we were hearing stipulations and people would accept a stipulation, but at the same time, they would talk out of both sides of their mouth, say, well, I didn't do anything wrong, I'm doing this, which is fine for maybe economy or certainty, things of that nature. But this is a case where we're having a hearing. I know hearings take more time than usual. And so I really appreciate your time here. And the reason we're having a hearing is because we have one of these situations where a complaint was made by Jamie Dowd. We just stipulated to that happened. And in that complaint, it's someone who, based on no personal knowledge, accused Mr. Brooks of being drunk or intoxicated 50% of the times as acting as a pharmacist. That's what basically precipitated all this. That's what precipitated this investigation. And then, based on that, the investigator went and said, okay, well, let me look into this. And with that in mind, I'm looking to see, hey, was this person really drunk 50% of the time? And that was in the back of the mind. So I want you to keep in mind what was the depth of the investigation? What was the motivation there? How deep was it? Did they just find something superficial? Did they look at the other side? That's what we're here to do today. And so the result of that investigation is the 6 counts that Mr. Cant mentioned, right? 2 of them are accusing Mr. Brooks actually of a crime, because it is a crime to file a false application to obtain a pharmacist license. And so they're accusing him of having 2 supposed criminal charges or records or arrests that he should disclose on the application. And I would ask the board too after this as well to take a recognition of what the application actually requires. And that is, if you are arrested or charged or convicted of a misdemeanor or a felony, then you have to disclose that. And I would submit that, and the evidence will show in this case, that these charges or those 2 counts, what they're based on, they don't qualify there. One is a civil violation, that's what the evidence will show. The other one, that's not Mr. Brooks at all. And that's basically symptomatic of what you're going to see what the investigation showed. The other 4 charges are based on allegations of alcohol intoxication. or substance abuse disorder. And what the evidence will show there is that there were 2 instances in 2021, 2022, where Mr. Brooks maybe didn't have the best day, maybe had a lapse in judgment. But those 2 instances, what you were here, he was never on duty. He never practiced as a pharmacist. He never dispensed, sold, or compounded any substance here as a pharmacist. And based on that, from when he was a younger pharmacy manager, then you're going to hear testimony that certain people that the investigator focused on, the investigator relied upon to bring these charges, that they use this as an anchor to then gossip and rumor and then give Mr. Brooks or try to spread a reputation that isn't the true picture of what happened. And so a lot of the witnesses I'm going to call, they're going to tell you exactly how Mr. Brooks practiced as a pharmacist, how he was never intoxicated, how he never drank, how he was a competent pharmacist, how he improved the pharmacy there. With that, I would ask that you keep an open mind throughout that. You wait until you hear all the evidence here. And with that, I'll yield to Mr. Kent. Thank you.
Brett Kent once more for the record. And with that, I would call Wendy Merriman to testify.
Wendy, we're going to unmute you. If you can unmute yourself on your side and speak, we'll be able to hear you and we can begin the hearing.
Okay, I'm here.
All right, we got you. Thank you.
Right.
Thanks for your patience.
No problems.
Could I have, this is Helen Park. Wendy, could you state your full name for the record?
Sure, it's Wendy Berryman.
Okay, I'm going to swear you in. If you could join me in raising your right hand. Do you swear that the testimony that you're about to provide will be both truthful and complete?
Yes.
Great, thank you so much. Your witness.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Berryman. This is Brett Kent prosecuting the case. I'm going to ask you some questions. Is it correct that you are a registered pharmaceutical technician in Nevada?
Yes, I am.
And your registration number is PT 20542?
That's correct.
And could you tell me, are you currently employed anywhere as a pharmaceutical technician?
No, I am not.
Okay. Did you at any point in time work as a pharmaceutical technician at Walgreens Pharmacy? Let's see, I keep on not having the number here. Number 2474, which is located at 3000 Vista Boulevard in Sparks.
Yes, I did.
Okay. Do you know the approximate timeframes that you worked at that pharmacy?
From December of 2020 until July of 2025.
Okay. And during your period of employment at that pharmacy, did you ever work with Bernard Brooks?
Yes, I did.
Okay. And was he the managing pharmacist of that pharmacy when you worked there?
Yes, he was.
Okay. And during the period of time that you worked with Mr. Brooks, did you ever observe him in an intoxicated state?
Yes, I did.
Do you recall approximately how many occasions you observed him in an intoxicated state?
Actual intoxication, I would say what rings a bell is twice. As far as intoxicated, yeah, twice that I am visually aware of.
Do you recall the approximate dates that you witnessed Mr. Brooks in an intoxicated state at the pharmacy?
It was 2021, mostly, yes, 2021.
So both instances were sometime during 2021?
I do believe so. It was my first year there.
Okay. Did you ever observe Mr. Brooks in a hungover state?
Yes.
While he was, I'm sorry, go ahead.
Yes.
Can you tell me approximately how many instances you observed Mr. Brooks in a hungover state?
Approximately, I can't give you a number, but there was, over the 4.5 years I was there, it was numerous times, different times that Mr. Brooks was in a state of being hungover. I don't know what kind of number I can put on that.
Okay. And as a result of either being intoxicated or being hungover, did you observe whether Mr. Brooks was unable to perform the duties of a managing pharmacist?
Yes, and yes, there was times he was not able to perform as a pharmacist.
Okay. And during these instances that you observed him in this either impaired or hungover state, were there other pharmacists on duty in the pharmacy or just Mr. Brooks?
Just Mr. Brooks.
Okay. And when you observed him in either an impaired or a hungover state, what, if anything, did you do in response to that observation?
There was numerous attempts that, okay, so I'll clarify this. When Mr. Brooks had an unprofessional day or he was hungover, normally how that would really come about is he would shut down the pharmacy and go home. He wouldn't continue to work. He would actually shut down the pharmacy and go home. So at this point, I would talk to our store manager. I would express concern. I would express the concerns from the other pharmacy technicians to my store manager. There was several instances during my first year. Shelly Magdalene, I don't know if I pronounced the last name properly, but our store manager, I did have conversations with her several times over situations with the instance of intoxication or being hungover. I went to her numerous times. I did go to Craig Kump, which was our district manager. I expressed my concern over some situations. I know for sure 2 individual times. I did speak with other higher management. Back in the day, it was our upper management was out of Salt Lake, Utah. And those 2 managers I did have conversations with. There was conversations with Gonzalo Hernandez, the current store manager. There was a conversation with an interim manager in between Shelly and Gonzalo named Jordan. She was acting store manager. There was discussions with her about incidences. So there was many different attempts to kind of figure out what was going on, why it continued to go on, how it was affecting the pharmacy. It was affecting the technicians that in the beginning, I wasn't the pharmacy operations manager. I was just a technician. But when I became the pharmacy operations manager, a lot of the technicians would come to me. The gossip was starting, the rumors were starting. So I continued to go to the managers that I thought I needed to go to. And that's kind of how I dealt with it.
Did you ever ask Mr. Brooks in any of these occasions whether he was intoxicated?
I didn't have to ask. Normally, because of history, I knew what was going on when we were shutting down the pharmacy or there were no call, no shows to work, days in a row, because of the history from the very beginning of when this started in my job employment with them. But Bernard Brooks, actually, there was times he came straight into the pharmacy and said he had a little bit too much at the barbecue the day before, was feeling a little hungover. And one of our technicians literally offered him electrolytes. So, and we shut down the pharmacy shortly thereafter. So that's kind of how, it wasn't like you just walked up to Mr. Brooks and said, "Hey, are you drunk?" It was just behavior. It was patterns from the course of when this kind of started all the way through. And the patterns just kept going. How right before we had to shut down the pharmacy, what his actions were, how he handled himself, and it was just an ongoing, it was just kind of an ongoing thing. We just kind of got used to it, and you didn't really have to question it.
Was there more than one occasion when Mr. Brooks communicated to you that he was hungover?
There was more than once. I can't say there was how many times actual. There was more than once, and it wasn't. Yes, there was more than once, but I'm not going to be able to tell you an accurate, number to the best of my recollection, but it was, yes.
Okay. And did you ever observe him throw up, or I guess that's the question. Did you ever observe him throw up as a result of being hungover?
Well, that was kind of that's how things kind of worked. So we would come into work, Bernie was in the bathroom. You could hear him vomiting in the bathroom, dry heaving in the bathroom. He would be in there for quite some time. The pharmacy was open. We would get backed up on consultations or, prescriptions being checked. The pharmacist and I would be doing our thing. The bathroom is in the pharmacy, so it's not that it's quiet. He would come out, he would say he was sick, and he was going to get a hold of, the person to get a coverage for him. And we would shut down the pharmacy, and the technicians and we would walk out, wait for coverage, and Bernie would go home. And then hopefully the next day he would show up. Maybe, maybe not. So like I said, this was just an ongoing revolving thing that went on, and we just kind of got used to it. So yeah, it was seldom.
So do you recall approximately how many occasions it was necessary to close the pharmacy early due to Mr. Brooks' condition?
Honestly, I can't give you a number of that, but it was numerous.
And were there any occasions when you were unable to open the pharmacy because Mr. Brooks didn't show up when he was scheduled to?
Yes, several times.
Do you have any knowledge of why Mr. Brooks didn't show up on those occasions?
Speaking to the store manager, if he called in to let us know he wasn't coming in, it was usually because his message to the store manager. And like I said, I had the conversation directly with the store manager upon him either no call, no show, or actually answering a text when we were looking for him, that he wasn't feeling good, stomach problems, he was throwing up blood, or he had a migraine, or so. If he actually, did contact the store manager, that was usually the reasoning for it.
Your knowledge?
To my knowledge.
Okay. Was there an occasion in which a cab had to be called for Mr. Brooks because he was so intoxicated he couldn't perform his duties?
This was in the first year of my employment with Walgreens, and Mr. Brooks, I showed up halfway through the incident. Mr. Brooks, so yes, there was an incident.
Could you just tell me about the incident?
Yeah. So I came in a little bit after the original incident occurred. To my knowledge, what I was told by store manager was Mr. Brooks came to work. He was highly intoxicated, was not able to perform his duties. At that time, the management got a cab to get him home. They put him in the cab. Mr. Brooks was not able to tell the cab driver where he lived, and I believe that's because Mr. Brooks had just relocated to a new house he had bought. So the cab driver brought him back to Walgreens, and Mr. Brooks wanted to drive home. Management wouldn't allow that. They had a technician, the management had a technician then take Mr. Brooks home. And that technician, evidently drove him home. And I spoke to her during, she had called, the technician had called into the pharmacy and I had talked to her. And she was upset because Mr. Brooks was very rude, was mean, was very disrespectful. And I literally told her to pull over and get him out of the car and let him walk home. And that was the conversation with that incident. And that became kind of the basis of a lot from there on out. That was shocking to me. And like I said, I had just started at Walgreens.
Okay, and so with regard to this incident where the cab was called, you referred to management. Can you identify a specific individual in management that was involved in this incident?
I know the store manager, Shelley Magdalene, like I said, excuse me, I pronounced the last name incorrectly, but Shelley was our store manager. And at the time we had a assistant manager named Ashley, and I believe she was also there at this time. And then there was a shift lead at the time. Her name is Kelly, and I'm sorry, I don't know her last name, but she was also there at the time.
And then you also indicated that a pharmaceutical technician was asked to take Mr. Brooks home.
That's correct.
And do you know who that individual was?
Kayla Bergdale.
Okay. Do you happen to recall the most recent incident in which you observed Mr. Brooks either impaired or hungover?
The last time I had any interaction with Bernie with that in regards to that is December of 2024. He came in the morning. There was myself and Maria Rizek. We were the two pharmacy techs that morning. We came in, Bernie explained that he was hungover. He wasn't feeling good. He asked that, you know, he was kind of chuckling about it a little bit. And excuse me, it may have been December. I may get the month wrong. I do apologize. So right around that time, November, December. But he was at a barbecue, you know, had a little bit too much to drink, wasn't feeling himself that morning. Was kind of nonchalant about it. Had expressed if we could, you know, as far as counsels, you know, he kind of wanted to just stay right at his computer area. And that's when Maria offered him electrolytes. I said, maybe, you know what, why don't you just go ahead and go home? We'll just shut it down, you know. And shortly thereafter, he made a comment. He called Gabby, who at the time, I believe is who did scheduling for the pharmacist to try and get coverage for him. We shut down the pharmacy. I was walking up to the front with Maria to go talk to Gonzalo to let him know what was going on. I asked Mr. Brooks if he informed Gonzalo that he wasn't feeling good and had to go home. He said yes, and Mr. Brooks left. I got to the front, and Gonzalo Hernandez, our store manager, wasn't aware of why we were shutting down the pharmacy. He was quite confused on why he heard the gate going down, and I explained to him what was going on.
And when Mr. Brooks was either impaired or hungover, was he able to do patient consultations?
He did. But like I said, well, maybe I should clarify. When Mr. Brooks was hungover, he didn't stay the whole day at work. Normally, if it was that bad, if he came in and was vomiting, was in the bathroom more often than not, we would normally shut the pharmacy down. He would shut the pharmacy down and go home sick. So days that he counseled people or saw patients were not days that I saw him hung over and interacting with the patients.
Did you observe him?
Oh, no, go ahead. I'm sorry.
Did you observe him performing any of the other functions required to fill a prescription while he was in an impaired state?
I would have to say yes, because until we shut the pharmacy down, he was acting as a pharmacist.
Okay, and that was, my question there was whether you observed that when he was in an impaired state. I was also going to ask if you observed him perform any of the other functions necessary to fill a prescription when he was in a hungover state.
Okay, so I'm sorry, maybe I'm not understanding. So impaired state, I'm taking as like intoxicated, at work, drunk. Is that correct?
Yes.
No, I did not see him perform any. He did not come into the pharmacy when he was in an impaired state.
And thank you for clarifying that. But then I'll restate my last question. Did you ever observe him perform any of the other functions necessary to fill a prescription when he was in a hungover state?
Yes, I did.
Okay. And once again, to clarify the time frame, you observed this behavior from Mr. Brooks from your initial employment at that Walgreens in approximately May 2021 to as late as December 2024?
That's correct.
Okay, so over approximately a 3.5 year period.
That's correct.
Okay. I don't have any further questions on direct. Thank you.
And Andrew Switlick for the record. Hi, Ms. Merriman. I'm Andrew Switlick. Represent Mr. Brooks. I think you spoke on the phone too as well, right?
Yes, we have, I believe so.
Great. Well, it's good to see you again today, or see you for the first time. So I want to go over some of the areas that Mr. Kent went through and some others as well. Can you just explain for the board what your experience is? Because I imagine Walgreens or working with Mr. Brooks wasn't your first job as a pharmacy technician.
That's correct. It's not my first job.
Sure. Yeah, could you just go through maybe just very briefly your experience?
Yes, I graduated from technician school here at the Career College in Northern Nevada. I believe it was in 2017. I had a full-time job right out of school with Walmart Pharmacy. I worked there approximately a year. I then started, I left Walmart's Pharmacy. I left there and went and worked at Dahl's Pharmacy in Carson City. I worked in their long-term care facility in the back, basically a closed-door pharmacy. I then worked at Dahl's in Carson City in the front of their retail, basically pharmacy cashier, helping out, just the back filling small prescriptions. It was a small family pharmacy, so it wasn't very busy. I then transferred from that Carson City store into their Fernley, Nevada location. I became their sole compounding technician until 2020, when Walgreens came in and they bought Dahl's Pharmacy, and I had the opportunity to be acquired by Walgreens Pharmacy, and at which time I was hired at Vista Boulevard in December 10th, 2020.
Okay, and I appreciate that. And I don't believe I heard, but were you ever employed as a operations manager or manager in any capacity?
Prior to pharmacy, yes, I've had management experience.
Okay, what about within a pharmacy? What was working for Walgreens the first time you worked as a manager?
Yes, I started just as, like I said, a pharmacy technician at Walgreens. At the time, the RXOM or the pharmacy operations management position, it was relatively new. There was one other person prior to me that actually had that job. And after she had left, that's when I was offered the position.
Okay. And if I heard you correctly, so there is a distinction made between being hungover and being intoxicated, right? We had that discussion. Okay.
That's correct.
And your testimony there was that your interpretation of intoxication is someone is actively under the influence at that time. Is that right?
That's correct.
Okay. And was it your testimony that Mr. Brooks was never intoxicated while acting as a pharmacist?
I never saw him come into our pharmacy intoxicated. No. I did not.
But, and so most of your testimony, if I understood it correctly, it was Mr. Brooks was potentially hungover when he was in the pharmacy. Is that right?
That's correct.
Do you have, I know you said the word, you didn't give an exact number, but you said the word numerous. Do you know how many times you have dates or times when this happened?
To be honest with you, if I sat down and wrote every date and time that Mr. Brooks came into the pharmacy and went straight to the bathroom for a while and then had to shut down the pharmacy and go home sick because of vomiting blood, I would have spent more time like making notes of that. And no, this was not an uncommon practice of Mr. Brooks. So no, I can honestly tell you over the course of 3.5 years, I didn't keep a log of that, but it was very much, it affected not just me, but the rest of the staff because we had to shut down. We had to wait for pharmacists to come in. It was, when I say numerous, I would say in a year's time, there was more than an easy dozen. At least once a month, this would happen.
Okay. Are you aware of Mr. Brooks's medical history with his throat?
I'm sorry, his medical history with?
His throat.
I never heard about his throat. I heard about his stomach.
Okay. When Mr. Brooks would shut down the pharmacy, it sounds like it clearly annoyed you.
In the beginning, no, it didn't. But when it became to be a habit, yes, because we were all there to work. We were all there, on time. We were either waiting for him to show up on time, or once he shut it down, we were waiting for another pharmacist to come in to cover for us. Yes, it irritated me. We got behind on our numbers. We got behind on our counts. We got behind in a lot of areas in the pharmacy, which I knew would result in a really bad next day. And it would be up to the technicians to try and pull us out of that. And so, yeah, it got a little irritating after several, months and months to years of this. It become very irritating.
Okay. When he closed, because you're not working on a salary, you also lost money too as well. Isn't that correct?
That's correct.
If Mr. Brooks was deemed hungover by you, it sounds like you tried to inform management of this.
I did.
And yes, okay. And did you do it on the days when he was there and you thought he was hungover?
Well, and that's where I feel that it's my bad. No, I never left the pharmacy to walk in to tell my store managers. Usually it was after Mr. Brooks would go into the bathroom, become getting sick. We would hear him vomiting. We'd start to get behind. Once he said he had to go home and we shut it down, that's when I would talk to the store manager. It was like, what are we going to do? It's, this is what's happening again. And like I said, it was a history. So it wasn't like just once. And I decided it got to where it was just second nature. And Bernie would shut it down quickly when he wasn't feeling good or he was hungover. Bernie would shut it down. He would not sit there and continue to try and work. I truly believe Bernie knew when it was time to call it. And that's, like I said, when he would shut down the pharmacy.
Okay, yeah, I appreciate that. So my understanding is, just to recap, on one of these numerous occasions when you thought he was hungover and not able to perform his job, you never told management.
Well, what do you mean? I never told management. I didn't.
You never told management when he was there, present.
Pharmacy and walked in the office. No, I wouldn't have walked out of the pharmacy with Bernie in there. It would have been, I'll just put it would have not been a real pleasant exiting to go in and talk to my manager with Bernie. I couldn't say, Bernie, I need to go talk to my manager. And, but it's not a one situation, one way to handle it. There was different ways that I spoke to management, and when I spoke to them was in many different times, even, when the no call, no shows, I would talk to them. So I did as much as my due diligence as I could without really getting even more under Bernie's skin, or I'm sorry, Mr. Brooks's skin. I just, at a point, I wanted to keep a low profile, keep my mouth shut, and just ride the wave. And then, like I said, pharmacy was shut down. I would speak to store manager. I spoke to our general manager, Mr. Kemp, about situations, but no, I never walked out of the pharmacy, left to go and talk to the store manager.
Okay, so just so I can understand you correctly, you didn't want to walk out of the pharmacy when Bernie was there because you were trying to avoid conflict? Is that what I'm hearing?
Pretty much, yes.
Okay. So you didn't, did you tell anyone else, one of your coworkers, when you had concerns about Bernie?
Actually, everybody in the back, that was one of the problems. The technicians would whisper, everybody would talk amongst themselves, but everybody was just a little bit apprehensive to bring anything up because you didn't want the wrath. You didn't want the attitude. You didn't want to be a problem. You just wanted to kind of stay under the radar, and I don't blame them.
Okay, that's good. You didn't want to be a problem. Okay. So did you talk to any of your colleagues who weren't working there when you had issues with Bernie?
As far as my other technicians that I worked with?
Yes.
Yes, we've all through that entire time. Every technician that I worked with, we all had discussions at one point or another with the uncomfortable situations, with the unprofessional situations, with, we felt the lack of guidance at certain times. We felt the lack of professionalism at many times. We discussed amongst ourselves, a lot of our, what we were worried about. When I became the pharmacy operation manager, my technicians actually would come to me and express, their discomfort, or they were uncomfortable with what was going on and how things were being handled. So then it was my job. I would take their concerns or comments or squash the gossip. There was times I had to squash gossip because we didn't know actually, but there was gossip. This was just kind of life in the pharmacy there.
Sure. And let me just interrupt you.
No worries.
So you mentioned gossip, right?
Yes.
Okay. So were you in a group text thread with Sarah West and Michaela Bergendahl?
I was probably in many of them.
Okay. Did you receive a subpoena to produce documents?
Yes, I did.
Okay. And that subpoena asked for any text from a group thread between either or you and Sarah West, or you and Michaela Bergendahl, or maybe all three of you. Is that right?
Actually, no, it asked me, I can go get it. It asked me for any emails, so on and so forth, video chat, or text messages, so on and so forth. Anything pertaining to Mr. Brooks, and from January, I believe, 2021 to current.
Okay.
I received that subpoena.
Yeah, that sounds accurate. So it's actually more expansive than text messages. It's all form of communication, right?
Yes.
Okay. Did you respond to that subpoena?
Honestly, I'll be honest with you. My conversations regarding Bernie were no longer of importance to me once I chose to leave the state or the pharmacy at Walgreens. So no, I didn't produce anything because I didn't save anything. It wasn't that important to me.
Okay, so are these things that didn't exist at the time? Is that why you didn't produce it? So you previously deleted them?
I'm sorry, I did what?
Did you previously delete this information before you received the subpoena?
Oh, yes, it was done back in January when I took leave from Walgreens. I had really no concern, care, or thought process of really, there was no reason. I kept text messages for 3 years regarding Bernie Brooks. It wasn't that important to me. So I do that with a lot of my text messages, whether they're my friends or not. I don't save them, for years and years and years. So prior to, I have absolutely, when I received that subpoena for documentation, to be honest, it wasn't really anything I concerned myself with because there was nothing to keep that was important from way back.
Okay, I understand. Thank you. I appreciate that. So just to make it clear, at one time, these texts did exist.
I'm sure there's a lot of texts that existed.
Okay. And you would text these other texts when you were off work, isn't that right?
Oh, of course.
Yeah. And sometimes these texts would pertain to Mr. Brooks, isn't that right?
I'm sure they did.
Okay. Do you recall a meeting you had with the manager at the time, Shelley Magdalene, about stopping gossip with Mr. Brooks?
Yes, and that pertained to an incident of flirting with one of the technicians.
So it only had to do with flirting. It had nothing to do with gossip about Mr. Brooks and alcohol or anything like that.
Not when I was the one that we all had to sign a document saying there would be no more gossip was regarding some gossip that started regarding a tech and training that we had. And all of us as technicians, we were all talked to about it. We all had to sign paperwork that there would be no longer any more talk like this. That there was what I remember a direct communication or a direct conversation with Shelley on as far as gossip.
Okay. And just to go back, sir, just briefly, that text group you had with Sarah West and Michaela, was there anyone else on it? Any other technicians?
Well, I don't know which group text are you talking about. Like I said, I communicated with Kayla and Sarah quite often as a group, so I'm not sure which one conversation that you're alluding to.
Well, I'm just wondering if you included any of the other techs you worked with, such as maybe Nathan Graham or Miguel.
I don't believe so. Nathan and I didn't talk, I believe, after hours. Miguel, no, I didn't speak with Miguel on, friendly terms. So I don't remember if there was an actual group chat or not with all those people in it. No.
Okay. But most of the ones you talked to after hours were Michaela and Sarah West, right?
And others.
Okay. Who else did you talk to after hours?
You should have them in the emails or the text messages. I mean, I have friends outside of Walgreens that I still communicate with. There was Wendy, another technician we had there. There was Maria Rezek. That's another technician I've had conversations with. Melissa Guerrero, I've had conversations with outside of work, text message. So I don't know, exactly what you're trying to get as far as who I spoke to.
You were promoted to the operations manager in 2022, isn't that right?
Approximately, yes, I believe it was 2022.
And at that time, Mr. Brooks, after that time, he wasn't happy with your performance, was he?
That started, let's see. So Mr. Brooks was fine with me up until I would say a year and a half ago, maybe, before, I went on. So I don't know, because my reviews seemed quite positive. My reviews were always above average. So if he was unhappy with me, then he could have reviewed me appropriately.
Okay. So you believe Mr. Brooks was happy with you and your performance?
If you do higher than average marks on a performance review, then I would assume that that's what that meant.
Okay, so Mr. Brooks never indicated to you or anyone that you know that he was unhappy with your performance?
With the last year of my performance, yes, he did. And he did it very, very consistently.
Okay. Were you happy working with Mr. Brooks?
For the first 2.5 years, I actually was. I really enjoyed working with Mr. Brooks, even with the kind of chaos or the ups and downs. He was a lot of fun. He had a great personality. I did enjoy working with Mr. Brooks for quite some time. Actually, I looked up to him. I learned a lot from him. And like I said, even with the ups and downs and the chaos, and sometimes it felt like a circus, he is a good pharmacist. And when he's all there, Mr. Brooks is on it. So I have nothing bad to say about Mr. Brooks as far as his ability to be a good pharmacist, because he is. That's not why I was called to testify, as if I got along with Bernie or not. I actually really did hold him with a lot of respect for a very long time.
That's good to hear. But after around 2022 or halfway through, you didn't enjoy him as much, did you?
2020, the end of 2023, 2024 is when it started getting very bad between Mr. Brooks and I.
Okay. You told me that you believe that he destroyed you. Is that right?
Is this regarding he destroyed me? Are we going into my emotional issues with how I was treated by Mr. Brooks and how it affected me overall? Yes, very much so.
Yeah. And so you went on FMLA leave in January because of Mr. Brooks. Isn't that right?
I went on FML leave for work-related stress, mental stress. That's correct.
And this was caused by Mr. Brooks, a lot of it?
My mental health. Yes. Yes, it was.
You described him as a tyrant to me, didn't you?
That's correct.
You told me that he hurt you. Isn't that true?
He hurt me very bad. He hurt me emotionally very bad. He could tear me down in an instant. Yes, he was very, very difficult at one point.
Okay. You told me that you hate Bernie. Isn't that right?
Personally, I hate Mr. Brooks.
Yeah. You described him as a dick to me. Isn't that right?
I'm sorry.
You described him as a dick to me. Isn't that right?
Yes, he could be a dick.
Yeah. And that he's a mean and abusive person. Isn't that right?
That's correct.
Okay. That's your take on it, right?
Overall, towards the end, that's correct.
Okay. Why did Jamie Dowd think that Mr. Brooks was intoxicated 50% of the time?
I'm sorry.
Why did Jamie Dowd believe that Mr. Brooks was intoxicated 50% of the time and said, talk to Wendy Berryman about it? Why did she believe that?
I'm going to object. This totally calls for speculation. This witness would have to speculate as to why Mr. Dowd drew this conclusion.
I agree, sustained. We're gonna hear from Jamie Dow later. So I think,
I don't believe we are hearing from Ms. Dowd later.
is Jamie Dow on the,
She called as a witness. It's speculation on they're gonna appear or not.
And if I just provide a response. So my understanding is that the complaint was filed by Jamie Dowd. In the complaint, Jamie Dowd made the accusation, which
Objection, the complaint's not in evidence. If counsel wants to introduce the complaint into evidence, I won't object. I did not intend to introduce it into evidence. But if counsel wants to refer to the complaint that was filed, it's just to have it introduced and the board can weigh it.
I can rephrase my question. Did you gossip about Mr. Brooks to Jamie Dowd?
I've got to be honest, but I don't know who Jamie Dowd is. Can you refresh? I mean, I don't remember.
Sure. My understanding is that she's a pharmacy technician that worked at Walgreens, at the store you worked at.
I don't believe I worked with Jamie Dowd. I don't remember the name at all in the entire time I was there.
Okay. So you don't know who Jamie Dowd is?
I'm sorry, to my recollection, I do not recognize the name.
And I have no further questions at this time.
Pat?
Ms. Berryman, this is Brett Canigan. I just had one other question. Were there occasions in which in the pharmacy you smelled alcohol on, well, just, did Mr. Brooks ever smell of alcohol? I guess that's the question.
No,
No.
not,
So,
no, not personally to me, no.
okay, thank you. No further questions.
No further questions.
Board members, questions?
I just have one question.
Sure.
For Ms. Berryman. Hi, Ms. Berryman. I just have one quick question because I'm a little confused. You did testify that you've never seen, geez, Bernie, to fill out prescriptions or perform pharmaceutical duties while he was intoxicated. Am I correct about that?
Like I said, my definition of intoxication,
Yeah, he was drunk.
no, I did not
You
see.
never saw him there. And you also said, here's where I'm confused. You also said you did see him perform pharmacist duty when he was hungover. You did say yes to that, right?
That's correct.
But you also said that when he was hungover, he just shut the pharmacy and went home. So what was it? If he was hungover and he left, how did he perform pharmacist duties?
So we would come into work, open the pharmacy at 9 a.m. Mr. Brooks was in the pharmacy, technicians were in the pharmacy. We would start our daily, processing, typing, checking prescriptions, filling prescriptions, so on and so forth, about half an hour, 45 minutes into the morning, maybe an hour. Bernie would start using the restroom, vomiting, so on and so forth, dry heaving. Would be in there for quite some time, would come back out. He would maintain his post again until he either found coverage to, have a pharmacist come in, or he would choose just to close the pharmacy down and have the store manager look for backup to cover his shifts. So we did open the pharmacy. He did work in the capacity as a pharmacist, whether it be for 10 minutes or the hour. And then at which time when he chose, he would no longer be able to stay is when we shut it down.
Thank you.
Ms. Berryman, my name is Helen Park, and my question for you is, you mentioned that in your first year of working there in 2021, there was at least 2 occasions in which you would describe Mr. Brooks as being intoxicated. I guess what I'm unclear about is, you said he was intoxicated. Did he not go inside the pharmacy and then he decided to leave, or can you describe the circumstances in those instances?
So the one instance that, like I said, started my kind of journey on this was the instance with the cab ride. No, I do not believe he went into the pharmacy. He was not, he did not open the pharmacy. He was told to go home by store management. The
store management intervened, they saw him and asked him to leave, and he never went in the pharmacy?
That's yes, he was not in the pharmacy intoxicated. Second time that I can remember, Bernie came in. He actually was not on shift, but he came in and wanted to come into the pharmacy. He had some prescriptions he needed to get filled. He wanted to come into the pharmacy. He was intoxicated. I spoke to him outside the pharmacy, explained to him he didn't need to go in there. We would get them typed up. We would have them filled. He asked for discretion. And I agreed. I went in, we took care of it. One of the other technicians, Kayla, filled those prescriptions. And then Mr. Brooks, I actually sold them to Mr. Brooks, and I did at that time ask if he was okay to drive. So those are the 2 instances that really stick in my mind as far as intoxication.
Okay, great, thank you.
Hey, Madam President, we'll procedurally, Dave Weiss, I think we'll break for lunch. For the witnesses, we have 8 witnesses in the waiting room. We think we've identified all of them, so we'll pull those people as you call them after lunch. The attorneys for the board will be sequestered from the board during this break. Nobody will be, the board members will not talk about the case. You guys all know this rule, but I'm saying it for the public. We do have some witnesses. I know two, I think two are together. You're not permitted to talk about the case. And let's bring those people back in real quick, sorry, so I can explain that to them. Otherwise, they won't hear me. Okay, so everybody's back in. So we have 8 more witnesses on this case potentially. We're gonna break for lunch. The witnesses are not allowed to discuss, they're not permitted by law to discuss the case during the break. If you're, I know 2 people are together, so please don't talk about the case. The board members won't talk about the case. All the attorneys will separate for lunch. We'll be back at 1 o'clock and pick up with whoever Mr. Cant's second witness is. Ready for a break.
We'll break for lunch.
A little housekeeping. At least for the record, a little housekeeping. Brett's identified this next witness, Dr. Andrew, they have them ready to go. I think Andrew's gonna submit some documents, so we need to get those to Anna. So we have them here for you, but then we're getting, so I think staff will handle that in the background. I'll tell Anna that don't open them up until we, everybody gets to see them and you approve them or whatever, and we'll have to just mitigate through that. But because she's remote, we have to start getting ready for paperwork and that kind of thing. And with that, I think Brett, you can call your next witness. Everybody's sequestered as they should be, to the best of our ability. And I think the next witness is in the queue.
Brett Camp for the record. I'd like next to call Sarah West, pharmaceutical technician, registration number PT 12828.
Sarah, we're unmuting you. We're unmuting you, Sarah. You might have to unmute yourself. Once you do, if you can speak so we can hear you.
Sure, of course. Do I need to turn on my camera also?
You're not obligated to do that. You can do whatever you want. I'll turn you over to Madam President.
Sarah, are you there? Can you hear us?
Yes, hi there.
Okay, if I could have you say your full name for the record.
Sarah Josephine West.
And I'm going to swear you in, so if you could join me in raising your right hand. Do you swear that the testimony that you're about to provide will be both truthful and complete?
Yes.
Great, thank you so much. All right, Mr. Cant.
Ms. West, my name is Brett Kent. I'm prosecuting this matter on behalf of the state. I'll start out by just asking you to just verify, are you a registered pharmaceutical technician in Nevada?
Yes, I am.
And is your registration number PT 12828?
I believe so. Sorry, I don't have it memorized.
That's fine. Could you tell me where you're currently employed?
I am currently working at Walmart.
As a pharmaceutical technician?
Yes, that's correct.
But you were employed for some period of time by Walgreens?
Yes, I was there for 12 years, almost 13.
And would it be accurate to say you began in approximately November of 2011?
Yes, that's correct.
And then you departed approximately August of 2024?
Yes.
Okay, and during your period of employment with Walgreens, did you at any point work at Walgreens Pharmacy 2474 located at 3000 Vista Boulevard in Sparks?
That was my main store that I worked out.
Okay, and can you tell me the approximate time period that you worked at that location?
I worked there from November 2011 until August of 2024.
Okay.
I floated between a few stores in, within my time frame there, but that was my main store. I never really left there.
Okay, can you tell me, if you don't mind my asking, why did you leave Walgreens?
Oh, I left because of the hostile environment due to Bernard Brooks. Unfortunately, they decided to cut my hours and whatnot because I had not set up myself to be a vaccinating technician again. So they were punishing me because of that, and I could not take the hostile environment with Bernie anymore. We just were not getting along anymore, and it was definitely affecting me and my home life and whatnot. Yeah, I was so unhappy I couldn't take it.
Okay, so you worked for some period of time during which Mr. Brooks was your
pharmacy manager
Yes, that's correct. For 4 years.
for 4 years. Okay, can you give me some approximate dates when that would have been?
Approximate dates, I know we started working together in August of 2020 when my other pharmacy manager decided to leave. And then August of 2024, the last time I saw him.
Okay. And at any time during the period of time that you worked with Mr. Brooks, did he appear in the workplace impaired or intoxicated?
There were times when I would be next to him and I could smell a little bit of, possibly alcohol in the breath and whatnot. But, I can't say that he was stumbling around intoxicated and whatnot like that, But I know that there have been times that I've smelled it on him.
Were there any occasions during the period of time you worked with Mr. Brooks that he appeared hungover in the workplace, in the pharmacy?
There have been many times that I've seen that and witnessed it, and unfortunately have had to close the pharmacy because of that situation also.
Can you tell me approximately how many times you recall working with Mr. Brooks when he appeared hungover?
I can approximately, I want to say, probably up to 5 times. I can't say it was a whole bunch of times.
5 times over the 4-year period?
Yeah.
And can you recall for me approximately how many times you thought you smelled alcohol on his breath when you were working together in the pharmacy?
That only happened a couple of times because, we weren't always very close together and whatnot. So I wasn't always right up next to him most of the time.
Did he on any occasion ever admit to you that he was intoxicated at the pharmacy?
No, nothing to me.
Did he ever admit to you that he was hungover at any time that he was on duty in the pharmacy?
No.
Okay. Did you ever observe him need to throw up in the pharmacy restroom as a result of being hungover?
I know that he's gone, run into the pharmacy and whatnot, stating it was stomach issues. So that was always the case. It was a stomach issue.
That was the case when he threw up while at work at the pharmacy?
Yes, that was the excuse. It was always a stomach issue.
And were there any occasions when the pharmacy had to be closed early because Mr. Brooks was unable to perform his duties?
There have been times when we had to close early, yes.
Do you recall approximately how many times that occurred?
I wasn't there for the big times when it was closed because of how intoxicated he was there. I know of at least 2 big incidents, but there have been times when we were, we had to close and whatnot. I can't approximately say how many times. I'm sorry.
Could you say whether it was more than 10 or less than 10?
It was less than 10.
And in those instances where the pharmacy closed early, who made that decision? If you know.
Well, since we don't have a pharmacist, we technically have to close. So the store man at the time, until we were able to find another pharmacist to come in.
Were there ever any occasions where you were unable to open the pharmacy because Mr. Brooks showed up unable to perform his duties?
There were many times where he didn't show up and we weren't sure where he was because of whatever situation it was. It was like a no call, no show. And then we would find out an hour or 2 later that he wasn't coming in.
Okay. And on those occasions, first of all, do you recall approximately how many occasions there were where you were unable to open the pharmacy because he didn't show up?
Oh gosh, more than 5. I know that. Definitely more than 5, probably about 7 to 8 times.
Over the course of the 4-year period that you worked with him?
Yeah, I've never seen my pharmacy close that many times.
And just to clarify, these are occasions where he was scheduled to be on duty, right?
Oh, yes, of course.
Okay.
Our pharmacists, if they were scheduled there like a floater, they were always there on time no matter what. These are all scheduled times.
Okay, was there ever an incident where you were present where Mr. Brooks had to have a taxi take him home because of his condition?
I was not there, but I did hear about it, and it was made known in the pharmacy. We were all aware of the situation, but I was not there. It was on a weekend, and at the time I was not working the weekends.
So when you say it was made known, who made it known to you?
One of my other technicians.
Was there ever an occasion where the pharmacy manager, or excuse me, where the store manager addressed the staff about Mr. Brooks?
I can't say like they really like set us down and had to talk about him. We, as a technician and whatnot, when we started noticing these, and when that incident, the taxi taking him home happened, we were just kind of let known what had happened, whatnot, and we didn't have like a big group meeting. We never had anything like that. I felt like it was swept under the rug, honestly.
Okay. Did you ever observe an instance where Mr. Brooks was unable to perform patient counseling due to his being impaired and or hungover?
I did not, no. He did not like to counsel a lot of patients though, so most of the time he wouldn't counsel.
In those instances, who would perform the patient counseling?
The pharmacy technician would ask if the patient had any questions. If they said no, we would send them on their way and have a good day. And if they said yes, we would send them to counsel, and then the pharmacist would have to counsel them.
Did you ever observe an instance where Mr. Brooks was unable to perform any of the other functions necessary to fill a prescription because he was impaired or hungover?
He always seemed like he was able to function. So that's my testimony there. I can't say that he wasn't able to perform his duties and whatnot, because he was able to function in his state.
So you never encountered instances where he made an error due to his being either impaired or hungover?
Not that I can remember at this point in time. It's been so long now.
Okay. So could you detail the basis for your decision to resign from your position? You said it was due to Mr. Brooks. Can you elaborate on that?
I was tired of Bernie treating me like I was not good enough, and that I was not okay to be in the pharmacy because he didn't like me. And I know he didn't like me, and that's fine. At that point in time, we didn't like each other anymore. And that's not what our relationship started out as, but that's how it ended. And I couldn't take his emotional and essentially mental abuse because of how he was every day in the pharmacy. I never knew if I was going to have a good day with him or a bad day. I was always walking on eggshells, or essentially I was walking on glass with him, is how I felt in the end.
Did the bad days, as you've described them, seem to have any correlation to whether he might be experiencing
hangover?
I can't say yes or no on that because it was so often. I mean, it was happening almost daily. I couldn't, I can't say that it was because of that or not. It was just a all the time thing with him. So it seemed like it was just his personality after a while.
You testified that he didn't like you. What led you to conclude that?
I'm sorry, can you repeat that?
You testified that he didn't like you. And I just wondered what led you to conclude that.
What led me to conclude that is as how he treated me. I was treated unfairly compared to other technicians also. How I was talked to, how I was responded to. If I asked for something, you can just get a feeling when somebody doesn't like you anymore.
So at some point in time during the 4 years that you worked with him, it went from a relationship that seemed workable to one in which you didn't think it was workable.
That's correct. Yes. I couldn't do it anymore.
Okay. And then did he perform or complete performance evaluations for you?
He had my RXOM do it. I can't say Bernie ever did it himself.
Okay. I have no further questions for witnesses this time.
Thank you. Andrew Switlick for the record. Good afternoon, Ms. West. My name is Andrew Switlick. I represent Bernard Brooks. Nice to meet you.
Hi there.
I just want to ask you some questions about some of the things that Mr. Kent asked you and some other things as well. Quick question for you. Have you talked to Mr. Kent before today?
To who? I'm sorry?
Mr. Kent, the man who was just speaking with you.
I think I spoke with him yesterday. Somebody called me and I didn't quite catch the name. I think it was Mr. Kent, but I'm not quite sure.
Okay. Are you aware that I was trying to contact you maybe about 2 weeks ago?
Oh, yes, I was very aware of that.
Okay, and why didn't you call me back or why weren't you allowed to speak to me?
I felt that I did not need to speak with you. There was no need to.
So you were aware when I was calling you that you were a potential witness in this case, right?
Yes, and that's why I figured I didn't need to speak with you since I was testifying against your client.
Okay, is there any other reason you didn't want to speak to me?
I didn't feel like I didn't want to be bombarded by your questions, and I didn't think that it was necessary to have to talk to me.
But you speak to a board investigator before this case, right?
I spoke with a board member, yes, because they were telling me that he was being investigated and that I would have to possibly be a witness. And then I was notified by subpoena.
Okay. And so, yeah, you spoke with the Miss Monica Segdi as a board investigator, right? Yeah. You were okay being bombarded with her questions, right?
I wasn't technically bombarded by her questions, actually. She contacted me once on my cell phone, and because I don't recognize phone numbers, I don't always answer them. And she contacted me at work at one point in time. And when it's the board calling, I'm going to talk to the board, you know. But for an attorney, unfortunately, who's representing somebody that I'm testifying against, I don't feel that there's need to.
Okay. But there is nothing I said in my message to you or when I called your place of work that indicated I was going to bombard you with questions, right?
Not that I know of, but I'm not sure because when you did call my employment, you did say to my lead technician that I work there and that you needed to talk to me. So right from when I heard that, I had a feeling that I did not need to talk to you at that point. So I talked to my pharmacist and we needed to talk to my place of employment and make sure I was able to speak with you.
Okay.
Mr. Switnick, I'm over here, Helen Park.
Oh, sorry, it's the speaker.
I know.
Yes.
So I hear you going down this line of questioning.
I'm about done with this.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
All right, great.
Okay. So you testified that you don't think Bernie liked you, right?
Oh, yes, of course, I know that.
Was this, when did you first get that impression he didn't like you? What year?
Oh, probably about 2 to 3 years after we started working together is when our problems started happening. But when I know that he certainly did not like me, probably the beginning of 2024.
2024. Right. But you worked with him from about 2020, 2021 on?
Like I said previously, August of 2020 to August of 2024.
Okay. And your relationship was okay? You thought he liked you or didn't hold anything against you before 2024?
You know, in the beginning, I thought we had a good relationship. It was during COVID. We were trying to get through a situation in the, world that was happening and getting to know each other as a brand new pharmacist and a brand new pharmacy manager. So I thought we had a good relationship. At one point in time, I called him my work husband because we bickered like he was my husband and I was his wife, and then that relationship just got severed. And, it happens, unfortunately, in the workplace. It's a stressful environment in the pharmacy sometimes.
Wait, so you called him your work husband?
At one point in time, I did in the beginning because we got along and we bickered, like a husband and a wife would, because we worked together we worked together almost 40 hours a week.
Did it hurt you emotionally when you had a falling out in 2024?
I wasn't hurt emotionally by him, by losing him, because at that point in time, I did not like him to the point where I didn't care if I lost him or anything. That's why I left Walgreens. I did not want to because I had been there for so long.
Have you ever cried at work?
Many times. And I've even pulled Bernie aside and told him how frustrated I was and how I felt. And I cried with him. And I told him this and he knew. He has seen me cry multiple times in the pharmacy over situations with him.
Okay. Can you give me an example of what would make you cry? What would trigger that?
His attitude towards me. I don't appreciate being talked down to the way that he talked to me. I don't appreciate the way that Bernie acted towards me when we did work together, when he decided that I was not good enough anymore.
You mentioned a taxi incident, right?
I'm sorry?
You mentioned a taxi incident, right?
Yes, that I said I was not there for.
Right. But it was made known to you, right?
Yes, it was.
You didn't mention the person's name that made it known to you. Who was that?
I don't mention that. It was known in the pharmacy. Every technician knew. The store manager knew. And she did nothing.
How did you find out about it? Who told you?
Do I need to tell you that?
Yes.
I heard it from Michaela.
Okay. Are you in a group text with Michaela and Wendy Barrington?
No, I'm not.
So you've never been on a group text. Have you ever when you were working at Walgreens?
Yes, we were in a group text together, but that ended back in May of 2024. We all stopped group texting together.
Would you talk about Bernie in these group texts?
I can't say that we did or didn't. We might have said our frustrations about him in our group text. But most of the time it was about work or just, other things that were going on in our lives because we were very personable in the pharmacy. In the pharmacy, you almost have like a little family.
Okay. So you would speak with Wendy and Michaela outside of work?
Yes.
Did you retain any of these conversations?
No.
When were they lost or deleted?
They weren't deleted. I'm sure my phone deleted it out, the text message after so long. I'm not sure. Like I said, we stopped the group text because Kayla was deciding to leave Walgreens, and it just kind of stopped there. It's hard to explain how when corresponding with Wendy, it's, you know, a hit and miss sometimes. So our text just stopped. And then we went separately, Kayla and I, Wendy and I.
Okay. Did you check if any of these texts were still available?
No,
Why not?
because I don't need to, because nothing is incriminating in there.
Did you receive a subpoena for production of documents?
Not that I know of.
But you never received a subpoena for production of documents. Is that your testimony today?
That's my testimony. I did not see them. If they came through my mail, I apologize. I did not see them. I have no documents to give either. Bernie and I barely texted each other, and when we did, it was not hostile at the time.
You testified that you believed on a handful of occasions Bernie smelled of alcohol in the pharmacy. Is that right?
That's correct. I said a few times.
Okay. Who did you tell this to?
I didn't tell anyone, honestly. I kept it to myself.
Why didn't you tell a manager?
The manager already knew the situation, so I figured it wouldn't matter anyways.
Did the manager know on that day that you thought he smelled of alcohol, that he smelled of alcohol?
I did not say anything like I stated because the manager knew the situation with the pharmacy manager at the time. So I figured it would go in one ear and out the other because that's what had happened previously.
Okay, so you believe it's your testimony that if you told a manager, they wouldn't have cared that he smelled of alcohol?
That's correct. She, at the time.
Are you talking about Shelley?
Yep. That is correct.
Did Shelley ever have a conversation with you, Wendy, or Michaela about gossiping in the pharmacy?
Objection, just to the extent that that would require her to speculate whether Shelley had a conversation with Wendy or Michaela. Certainly, he can direct as to whether Shelley had a conversation with the witness.
But I can rephrase. Did Shelley ever have a conversation with all of you together or you individually about gossiping in the pharmacy?
She probably did.
Did she tell you to stop?
I'm sorry?
Did she tell you to stop?
She said there should be no gossiping in the pharmacy.
What year was this when this happened?
Probably early 2021, maybe? I'm not sure. I can't remember when Shelley left Walgreens.
Okay, did you stop gossiping after that conversation?
I can't say I know I did not stop gossiping, but I can't say that we were talking about Bernie and his alcohol problem or whatever situation it was.
Do you know anything about Bernie's health issues?
Heard some things.
Okay, do you know anything about any throat issues he had?
Any what? I'm sorry?
Throat?
I've never heard of any throat issue.
Okay. I have no further questions.
Mr. Gant?
Ms. West, this is Brett Cant again. Going back to, you testified that you thought you talked to me yesterday. I will represent to you. I never have spoken to you before today. Is it possible that it was Dave Weist that you spoke to yesterday?
It might have been Dave. Like I said, I didn't quite catch the name because I was at work. So I answered the phone quickly just to see who was calling, you know.
And just, can you tell me the substance of the conversation you had with the board staff member yesterday?
He wanted to know if I was ready for today, if I had the Zoom link and whatnot. And then he texted it to me because Monica had sent it through an email, but he texted me the information also. And that was pretty much it.
And I also just want to clarify for the record, you stated that you'd spoken to a board member, but when you say member, do you really mean a staff person?
Oh, maybe. I thought Monica was a board member. I don't know.
So you were referring to Monica Segedy when you made that statement?
That's correct.
Okay, just wanted to clarify that for the record. I
Okay.
have no further questions for the witness.
Mr. Switlick?
Just a very brief recross. So you were able to be contacted by the board, is that right?
Yes, I was.
Okay, but nobody from the board contacted you about any subpoena for production documents, is that right?
I did not get any for documents from the board, no.
Okay. No, I mean, so nobody contacted you on the phone or otherwise about the subpoena, is that right?
For the documents or to be part of this hearing?
For the documents?
No.
Okay. How did you get the subpoena for this hearing?
The first subpoena, Monica came to my work and gave it to me. The second one was in my mail.
We say mail, is that email or physical mail?
Oh, physical mail.
Okay, and you didn't receive any physical mail for a subpoena for production documents, you're testifying?
I might have, but I do testify that I did not see it in my mail. So I might have missed it. I might not have even grabbed my mail yet with it in there. It's a possibility.
Okay,
I
thank you.
live in an apartment, so I don't always go check my mail.
Thank you, no further questions.
Board members, any questions for Ms. West? Okay.
Ms. West, my name is Dick Tomaso. I'm the public member of the board. I just have two quick questions. You testified that you did smell alcohol when you were around Mr. Brooks. On those occasions where you smelled alcohol on him, was he doing pharmacist duties and filling prescriptions and doing things like pharmacists would do?
Yes, he was standing at the computer, reviewing and doing that pharmacy stuff. Most of the time, he never really filled prescriptions or anything.
Oh, he never filled prescriptions as a pharmacist?
Not often, no. I honestly can't remember a time right now.
Who filled them?
Technicians.
Did he have to okay it and look at it?
I'm sorry, I didn't quite catch that.
Did he have to verify the prescriptions?
Yes, he did.
Okay. Okay, next thing you said, you saw Mr. Brooks with the hangover a few times. How did you know he was hungover? What makes you say he was hungover?
Well, the way that he was acting, and I've had some experience, unfortunately, with family members. So it was just my guess. So just from appearance and whatnot.
And with the times that you saw he was hungover, did he close the pharmacy on those days?
When he was hungover,
Yes.
it was only if he got sick in the bathroom. That's when we would have to close.
Okay, but before he closed and the days he had hangovers, he was still performing pharmacist duties?
He was, yes.
Thank you.
Board members, any additional questions for Ms. West? All right, thank you, Ms. West.
Great, thank you. Is it okay if I leave now?
Dave Weiss for the record, the expectation is that they may be called back, but we also can't hold them. So I've had this question. So the expectation, we would wish that you would stay in case there's a follow-up question.
Okay, that's fine. I just wanted to let my work know what was going
We
on.
understand. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Cant.
With that, I would move on and ask to call as the next witness, Michaela Bergendahl, a pharmaceutical technician, registration number PT 29106.
Okay, For the record, we've moved Mrs. West into the waiting room and we've moved her into the Zoom room with us. You can unmute yourself. We've unmuted you. If you could say hello, that we can hear you.
Hello.
Thank you. We can hear you.
Great. Hi, this is Helen Park. If you could state your full name for the record.
Michaela Bergendahl.
Okay, Michaela, I'm going to swear you in. If you could join me in raising your right hand. Do you swear that the testimony that you're about to provide will be both truthful and complete?
Yes.
Great. Thank you so much. All right, Mr. Cant.
Ms. Bergendahl, my name is Brett Cant. I'm prosecuting this case on behalf of the state. First, I'd ask you, are you a registered pharmaceutical technician in Nevada?
Yes.
And is your registration number, if you know off the top of your head, would it be PT 29106?
Yes.
Okay. And could you tell me, are you currently working as a pharmaceutical technician?
No.
Did you at any time work as a pharmaceutical technician at Walgreens Pharmacy number 2474, located at 3000 Vista Boulevard in Sparks?
Yes.
Could you tell me the approximate dates that you worked at that pharmacy?
From November 2021 to about July 2024.
And during your time working at that pharmacy, did you ever work with Bernard Brooks?
Yes.
Okay. And during the time that you worked with Bernard Brooks, did you ever observe him on duty in the pharmacy in an intoxicated condition?
What I believe to be yes.
Could you tell me approximately how many times you observed that?
I would say about 3 times that I can remember.
Over the course of the period that you worked together?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Were there any occasions when you worked with Mr. Brooks that you observed him in a hungover state?
Yes.
Do you recall approximately how many times you observed that?
Quite frequently. I would say maybe once a week.
Once a week over the entire period of time that you worked with him?
No, I don't know exactly when, honestly.
Okay. And did you ever observe him throw up as a result of being either intoxicated or hungover?
Yes, he was frequently in the bathroom and I could hear him vomiting.
Okay. Did you ever observe him perform patient counseling while he was either intoxicated or hungover?
Yes.
Do you recall approximately how often you observed that?
No, I couldn't say exactly how many.
Did the pharmaceutical technicians generally perform most of the duties involved in filling a prescription?
Besides what only the pharmacist could do, yes.
Yes, so that's my next question. Fair point. You agree that a pharmacist must perform final product verification before dispensing a prescription, correct?
Yes.
And did you ever observe Mr. Brooks perform final verification of a prescription while he was either intoxicated or hungover?
Yes.
Could you tell me how frequently you observed that?
No.
Okay. Was there an incident in which Mr. Brooks was in an intoxicated state and had to be taken home in a taxi?
That was a rumor that I did hear, but I wasn't present for that.
You were not present. Okay. How did you learn of that incident?
When I first started working there, the other technicians had told me about it.
So there was never an incident where you had to take Mr. Brooks home?
There was an incident where he had asked me to pick him up because he had ran out of gas. But there wasn't a taxi or anything.
Well, why don't you tell me about that instance?
He was late for work, and we couldn't get a hold of him. The store manager at the time, I think, was Jordan. When we were finally able to it had been a few hours until he finally came in. And when he did, he seemed hungover and irate, and just not having a good morning. And then come lunchtime, we all went on our break. And during that time is when he texted me and I think another coworker asking if one of us could come pick him up because he had ran out of gas. But by the time I had left to go get him, he was already walking back up the street from wherever he was. So I'd never actually picked him up.
And just to clarify, once again, you were not present at an incident where a taxi had to be called for Mr. Brooks because of his intoxicated state at the pharmacy?
No, that was before I started working there.
Okay. Were there ever any instances when you worked with Mr. Brooks where the pharmacy had to be closed early because of his state of either intoxication or being hungover?
Yes, there were times when we suspected that he was hungover because he was constantly vomiting in the bathroom, so much that he couldn't counsel or finish checking off prescriptions. So we would have to close if another pharmacist couldn't come in to take over.
Do you recall approximately how many times that occurred?
No, a few times, but not, I don't know how many exactly.
Were there ever any instances when you worked with Mr. Brooks where the pharmacy could not open because he did not show up for work when he had been scheduled to be on duty?
Yes. Over the course of a few months, it felt like that happened every other weekend and it was mostly the weekend where we couldn't open because he was either late or didn't show up at all.
Was there ever an incident where he showed up at the pharmacy when he was not scheduled for duty, but he showed up to have his own prescriptions filled and he appeared intoxicated?
Yes, there was one time when he did come in. He was not scheduled, but he did come in to fill some prescriptions. And he did seem intoxicated. He wasn't acting like his normal self. He was typing his own prescription, and then I was asked to fill it. And then I think the pharmacist on duty verified it, and he picked it up.
So he entered his own prescriptions into the pharmacy computer system
Mm-hmm.
and directed you to fill them?
No, Wendy Berryman asked me to fill them.
And Wendy was one of your fellow technicians?
Mm-hmm.
And then there was a staff pharmacist on duty?
Yes.
And that staff pharmacist verified prescriptions?
Mm-hmm.
And then they were dispensed to Mr. Brooks?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Was there ever an instance where Mr. Brooks became irate at the pharmacy personnel as a result of being intoxicated or hungover?
Yes. He was frequently upset with us, but the one time I can recall it being the worst was that same day. He asked to get picked up because he ran out of gas. that led to an argument between us. And I had to text the store manager at the time how uncomfortable I was. And there was a point when I had to take a moment to myself in the bathroom because I couldn't stop crying because of how aggressive he was being.
Did you fear for your safety?
No, but I was uncomfortable and I did want to go home. Or I didn't feel comfortable working with him while he was acting that way.
Did you report that to the store manager or anybody in management?
I did, yes.
What, if anything, did they do?
They asked me to stay because another pharmacist was on their way to take over for him. So they asked if I could stay until then, which I did.
And why did you quit your employment at Walgreens?
I'm sorry.
Well, you're no longer employed at Walgreens, correct?
No, I'm not employed there anymore.
Did you have a specific reason for resigning from Walgreens?
Yeah, I was just, I didn't feel comfortable working in that environment anymore. And I was offered another position at another pharmacy, so I took that instead.
Did you ever observe Mr. Brooks being rude or hostile to customers, to patients when you worked with him?
Yes, during the times when he seemed hungover, he was irritated with everyone, including patients.
And I guess I've got no further questions for this.
Switlick.
Hi, Ms. Bergendahl. My name is Andrew Switlick. I represent Bernard Brooks. I would like to ask you a few questions based on what Mr. Kent was questioning about some other things.
Would I what?
I was just going to ask you a few questions. Is that okay?
Oh, yeah, go ahead.
So you testified that Mr. Brooks was intoxicated 3 times that you saw? Is that right?
That I felt that he was intoxicated versus hungover, yeah.
Okay. Do you know the years or dates this happened?
I don't recall, no.
General time frame?
I would say between 2022 and 2023.
Was the store manager Gonzalo Hernandez, was that the store manager at that time?
At the time it was Jordan, I don't know her last name, and then I think it was Gonzalo that took over for her, but I can't recall when they switched.
Okay. When you believed he was intoxicated, did you tell any of these managers?
Yes.
Okay, who did you tell?
Just that I believed that he might be under the influence, and if there was anybody else that we could tell, or anything that they could do, or if there was anything else I needed to do. And I was always told that it would just be handled by upper management. So
But who did you tell? I'm sorry.
Jordan.
Jordan? Only
Yeah.
Jordan, or all 3 times it was Jordan?
I want to say all 3 times was probably Jordan.
Do you know how long Jordan was a manager at the store?
No, a few months.
Okay, so just in those few months, you told Jordan 3 times.
Hmm.
Did Jordan go and talk to Bernie?
Yeah, she would talk to him.
Okay. What made you believe that he was intoxicated?
Just the way he was acting. He's normally pretty stern and composed, but there was those times he would come in, he seemed pretty loose, kind of glazed in the eyes. And you could really smell it on his breath.
Okay, so this is a strong smell now you're saying.
Mhm.
Did Jordan do anything after he talked to Bernie with this strong smell?
No, I mean, I don't know. I don't know what happened during their meetings or talks or anything.
Were there any other indicators that you thought that he was intoxicated?
The vomiting too sometimes, but then that could be just when he was hungover too. I'm not sure.
I'm talking about these three specific times. You're saying when Jordan was manager, there was 3 times you believed he was intoxicated. Any
Mhm.
other indicators besides a smell of alcohol? You said glazed eyes, anything else?
No.
Okay. Did he have a loss of balance or any dexterity issues?
No.
Did he have slurred speech?
A little, yeah.
Okay. Who else was working these times in the pharmacy? I imagine you weren't the only tech.
No, I couldn't tell you exactly who's working, but at the time, I think it was me, Sarah West, Wendy Berryman, the other Wendy, and Nathan.
That Nathan
So-
Graham?
Yeah.
Okay. Did you talk to Wendy Berryman and Sarah West about your concerns of intoxication?
Mm-hmm.
Did they agree with you on those days that he was intoxicated?
Mm-hmm.
We just asked that the witness verbalize yes or no, just so we have a clear. I didn't interrupt counsel's line of questioning.
That's fine. So when you just can't say like, like for yes, just say yes or no, okay?
Okay.
Sounds good, thank you. Do you know who Jamie Dowd is?
Did you say Jamie?
Jamie, yes.
It doesn't sound familiar, no.
Okay, you've never worked with her at Walgreens, right?
I don't think so.
Did you testify? I want to make sure this is right, that he would call in sick or just the pharmacy wouldn't open when a few shifts per day was scheduled?
I'm sorry, you said what?
I was asking about times he called in. You said that was a line of questioning, right? When Bernie maybe called into the pharmacy, right?
Mm-hmm. Yes.
Yes, okay, thank you. And the pharmacy couldn't open because he called in, right?
Correct.
Did you say that he did it every other weekend? It felt like?
It felt like, was it? Probably not, but it felt like.
Okay. What do you think it really was?
Maybe every 2 weeks.
Every 2 weeks for what span of time?
A few months.
Okay. A few and 2 or a few and more than 2?
A few, 3 or more.
Or more, okay. Do you know if Walgreens has a policy about call-ins?
I'm sure they do, but I wouldn't say that they enforced it.
So you're not aware of the policy or you don't know?
Off the top of my head, I don't know the policy, but I'm sure they have one.
Did you testify that you believed he was hungover almost weekly? What was your testimony there?
Like I said, I couldn't tell you exact really dates. I just remember it happening frequently enough to remember that it was a problem. Um,
What is the frequency? That's what I'm getting at.
mm, yeah, I would say for a few 3 to 4 months, about once a week, I would suspect that he may be hungover.
Okay. Who was working with you at that time?
Same people I had mentioned earlier.
Okay, Wendy, Sarah, Nathan.
Hmm.
Did you tell anyone, did you tell the manager at that time that you believed he was hungover?
Yes,
Who was that manager? Was it Jordan or someone else?
Jordan.
So it was always Jordan for those 4 months.
Yeah.
So are you saying that none of this happened when Shelley was a manager or when Gonzalo was a manager? It was always Jordan?
I don't remember ever talking to Shelly about it. Um, I do actually remember talking to Gonzalo about it, but not as much as I remember talking to Jordan about it.
When you picked him up, Bernie, I mean, Mr. Brooks, because he ran out of gas, what did he say to you that upset you?
So he was already walking back into the parking lot by the time I was driving towards where he had said he was. So I never actually picked him up. Um, but when I had rolled down the window, he yelled at me that I was taking too long. So he had just walked. Um, so I just turned around and parked because our lunch break was over at that time. And that's when I had texted Jordan saying that I was uncomfortable working or continuing to work that day just because I didn't understand why he was upset at me for not picking him up fast enough because he ran out of gas for why I don't know. Um, and sorry, go ahead.
Okay, no, so he said, what took you so long? And it sounds like you didn't appreciate that, huh?
Hmm.
And you also cried because of that, right?
Yes, because once we got back into the pharmacy, there was a lot of tension and it caused um, an argument.
Okay, and you told your manager about this, right?
Correct.
And did you text one of your colleagues about this?
I was texting my manager because she wasn't there.
Okay. Were you ever in a text group with Wendy Baring and Sarah West?
Yes.
Okay, how long did that text group exist?
I don't know. We've made a lot of different ones whenever a coworker would leave or we'd get a new one. We'd have to change up the group chat.
Okay. Did you have it in 2022, the group chat? Like, I'm just trying to figure out the years here.
Oh, yeah.
Yes, yeah, okay, so I see you nodding your head. So yes, 2022?
Yes.
Okay, what 2023? Was the group chat in existence then?
Yes, I think just about the whole time I was working there, there was a group chat.
Would Mr. Brooks be a topic of conversation in this group chat?
During the times that we suspected that he was intoxicated, yes. Or hungover, yes.
Okay. Which happens sometimes once a week or every 2 weeks, something like that?
No, I mean, just whenever it was, because like I said, we would mention it to a manager and then that was that, and we kind of just would forget, hope something would happen, and then nothing would happen. So
All right. How many times would you text about Mr. Brooks being suspected of being hungover in this group chat?
I can remember maybe 3 times.
3 times total?
Yeah.
Do you still have these text messages or no?
No.
What happened to them?
I got a new phone and that was years ago, so No, I don't keep text messages that long. I had them at the time when I was first called by the board, but by the time to now, I have a new phone, so
Okay, and your old phone is somewhere else, you're saying?
yeah, I traded it in, so it's gone.
You said that you heard about a taxi rumor with Mr. Brooks, right?
hmm
What was the name of the technician that told you that rumor?
Um, it was all of them. They all had their own version.
Can you give me some names?
Versada, Sarah,
Sarah West?
yeah, yes, sorry. Wendy Berryman. And I think that's it. I don't remember. I don't know if anybody else was there during that time or during that incident.
When you went to your next employment, did they pay you more?
Yes.
How much more?
I was making $19 an hour at Walgreens and I was making $25 an hour at Sam's Club.
Okay, that's a good bump, right? About 25% bump. Was that a big motivation of leaving Walgreens?
Yeah, part of it, yeah.
You don't have any specialized training or experience in detecting intoxication, do you?
No,
No understanding, maybe a field sobriety test or anything like that? Any sort of indicators of intoxication?
no.
Did you receive a voicemail from me?
Probably. If you
Yeah.
call me,
Yeah. But I guess you didn't call me back, right?
no.
Okay, any particular reason why?
I was told I didn't have to, so
Okay, but by who?
the board,
Who at the board said you didn't have to call me back?
Monica.
Okay, so you told Monica that you got a call from me?
No, she had called me to ask if I had gotten the Zoom link for today. And then she asked if you had reached out to me. And I said, yeah, but I hadn't called you back. And she said that I didn't have to if I didn't want to. And I didn't feel a need to. So
Okay. I'm not so tough, right? Would have been a hard conversation.
well, I figured we'd do it all here today. So
That's right. No further questions.
Okay, Mr. Cant?
Ms. Berg, this is Brett Cant again. I'm gonna ask you some additional questions related to the questions that council had asked about text messages. Did you provide any copies of text messages to the board investigator, to Monica, when she was investigating the case?
yes, I emailed them to her.
Okay, and logistically, we'll have to work through this. Do you happen to have a copy of those text messages that you provided with you? If not, I was going to ask board staff to send them to you, and I was going to ask you some questions about them, provide them to the attorney for Mr. Brooks. So you don't have a copy? I think you've nodded your head no.
No, I figured if they were needed, I had already sent them to Monica. So
Okay, so
So Dave waits for are these in the board book or you're putting evidence in or what?
they are not in the board book because I need to have them authenticated and admitted into evidence. So
No problem.
what I'm going to ask is that staff could email
that to the email address we have.
You can once Madam President rules on it, so yeah.
Well, no, she's gotta be able to look at it and authenticate it.
Oh, you're just doing it-
To have it move into evidence unless council wants to stipulate to their admission, but I assumed you wanted some foundational testimony.
Yes, thank you, Brett, sorry.
And I represent these were in the investigative file and provided to council in advance.
Do you want to authenticate it or ask her about it?
Well, I was going to ask her questions on it, so I don't know if you want it admitted or
You
you
can-
want me
You
to
can,
have her authenticate it first.
you can ask her questions. It's
Okay,
just,
okay.
You know, it's just hearsay and the board
Okay.
will, imagine, give it the credit.
So, staff, I don't know if you have an email address for.
Are you supposed to send there?
You just sent her the exhibit one, what's marked as exhibit one, although it's proposed exhibit one at this point.
But while she's getting that ready, are you agreeing that they just get admitted or do you need a foundation? 'Cause I was reading that you were fine with them being, I just would admit them.
I do want them admitted eventually, whether.
Let's just admit it.
Stipulation or I'll.
It's just, he's agreeing to it.
Okay.
Go, that'll help us.
Needs to be admitted as exhibit one and I would have copies passed out to the board members.
Any objections, Mr. Swedler?
I have no objections. So, yeah.
All right, then so admitted as exhibit one.
And then Ms. Bergenthal, when you have a chance, have you received that?
They'll probably take it with the state email, Brett. Do you have access to your email where you are?
Yes, I
Okay.
don't see one.
Just take
Oh,
it,
there's-
it's
I
gonna
see.
take, it'll take.
You know what, to make this as easy as possible, I would just ask you, it's, looks to be 4 pages of text messages. Could you just take us through them and tell them, I don't even have a date, but if you know the approximate time and who's on there and what you're referring to, just take us through. I'll just let you provide a narrative if council's okay with that.
Okay, so you just want me to like look at them and go through it?
Yeah, just tell us, because we're looking at these for the first time, so tell us who's in this text communication and what you're discussing.
So I'm pretty sure this is Jordan. I texted her a screenshot that Bernie had texted Miguel and I that this is where he ran out of gas. She had called me actually. We had talked on the phone as well. And she told me to go get him if I wanted to. And I did, just because I didn't know what else to do. I wanted to be helpful. And that's when I texted her saying, he's mad I took too long to get him. And he walked back. She says he needs to just go home then. Melissa's not responding. Melissa was the pharmacist that was going to take over for him. If she's not staying past 4, let me know and I'll reach out to the other pharmacist. And Craig again. Craig's the district manager. Again, this is when we were told that like it was being told to upper management, so we thought something was being done, but I don't know if she actually told him or not.
Okay, and what about the next page?
The next page is when I said, and this is still to Jordan, I don't even want to walk in the pharmacy. He's mad at me, seriously. Because again, I'm not upset at me for not picking him up because he ran out of gas. I guess she tried to call him and he didn't want to talk to her. I said he's trying to talk to me and say he's not mad, but I don't want to talk to him. She said Melissa hasn't responded. Is she only staying till 4 or later? I said, I don't know. I'm in the bathroom crying. You're gonna have to give me a minute. I guess I was texting Melissa at that time too, and she said she would stay till 6. Like I said, this was a weekend. Typically it happened on the weekend, so we close at 6. She said, thank goodness she's a lifesaver. Nate will come in at 3.
And so can I just ask, you said I'm in the bathroom crying, you're gonna have to give me a minute. That's relates to your previous testimony as to his treatment of you got you emotionally distraught.
Correct.
I'm sorry, go ahead if you want to move on to the next page.
Um, Looks like this is the group chat with me, Wendy Berryman, and Sarah West. She told me to, I think, tell Jordan that I was going to get a hold of Craig to see what she says. Wendy said evidently it needs to go over her head because, again, like I said, we thought it was being brought to upper management's attention, but it didn't seem as important to them. She said, really, and no one sees this as inappropriate. Correct. She said that, or I said that Jordan had told me that Craig said there's nothing we can do since he wasn't on the clock when he came in drunk yesterday, and that we can't prove he's drunk right now, and blah, blah, blah. I'm going to assume this ties to that day I mentioned about when he had come in to type his own prescriptions, and then I filled him, and then he took them and went.
And if I can just briefly interrupt you there, the first 2 pages of text are different. That's a different text stream than this text stream.
Correct. Different text stream, different day.
Do you happen to know the date or the approximate time frame of this on page 3 of that text stream?
Unfortunately, I don't.
But you think that relates to when he came in to fill his own prescriptions?
Correct. Yeah.
Okay, thank you. And then finally, page 4.
This one on page 4 is going back to that same day I was texting Jordan. So, like I said, that morning we couldn't get a hold of him. She tried looking at who his emergency contact was, and it was his wife. I was there in the office when she called, or when Jordan called. She had it on speaker. His wife said she didn't know where he was. You could hear them talking in the background. She comes back to the phone and says that he's sick. Jordan says that he didn't call to let us know, which he didn't, and there was no one to cover him. But thanks and goodbye. And then at the very last second, his wife had said that he was going to come in. And after that call, we had still been waiting, looks like half an hour, and he still hadn't come in.
Okay, thank you. I have no further questions. Yes.
All right, Ms. Bergendahl, I just want to go through some of these texts. Who are you texting with on page 1 here? Jordan?
Mhm.
This, I guess, happened in December 17th, 2022. That's what the text stream says.
Hold on, let me go back. I'm not sure the date. It doesn't say on there.
On page 2, do you see the date on the bottom there? Of the text stream?
Oh yeah, I see it. Yes.
So this is the gas incident. This is the text stream from it, per se, right?
Correct.
Okay. And you were very upset because he asked you what took you so long, right?
Mm-hmm.
It sounds like he tried to apologize to you from his text stream.
From the picture, yeah.
Right. So did Mr. Brooks apologize to you?
Before he had left that day, we did talk and he did apologize for the way he was acting, but I mean, sorry, it doesn't make it really okay, right?
So I'm just trying to figure out the order here. Did he apologize to you before or after you went into the bathroom and cried?
I'm sorry.
Did he apologize to you before or after you went into the bathroom and cried?
After, because it was right before he left for the day.
Okay, I'm gonna just read you on page 2. The black part, I guess that's Jordan, is the blue you?
Yeah.
Okay. So Jordan says he hung up on me. Then you say, he's trying to talk to me and say he's not mad, but I don't want to talk to him. Then Jordan says, Melissa hasn't responded. Is she only staying till 4 or later? And you say, I don't know, I'm in the bathroom crying. You're going to have to give me a minute. So when he was trying to talk to you before you were in the bathroom, was he trying to apologize?
Yeah, but at that point, it had just built up to the day. Well, no, he wasn't trying to apologize. He was saying that he wasn't mad. Sorry, let me go back. So Jordan had talked to him. I guess she told him that I told her that he was upset with me. He hung up on her and then tried to talk to me, saying he wasn't mad. But that's when she was texting me saying he hung up on me. And at that point, I had already been texting back and forth with her. Now, this thing with the gas, he had already been upset that whole half the morning when he finally came in. So at that point, I was like, I cannot talk to you. I need to go to the bathroom. Like, and I had to have a moment. By the time I had gotten out, the other pharmacist had come in and she gave me a hug. She just said that she was taking over, that he was going to go home, that it was going to be okay. I don't know where he went. He had disappeared for a little bit, and then when he came back to gather his things before leaving, that's when he pulled me to the side and apologized for the way he was acting. And that he was just gonna go home and try again tomorrow.
Okay, so it sounds like you wanted another pharmacist there. You didn't leave the bathroom until another pharmacist came.
I'm sorry.
It sounded like you wanted another pharmacist to come in and work.
I was hoping so. Didn't seem like he was able to work.
He wasn't able to work because why? He was angry or why? Because he was
Correct.
angry. Okay, because he was angry.
Yeah, and had no transportation.
How did he get home?
I could not tell you.
I'm gonna look at the other text string here. This one doesn't have a date, but do you have a general idea of when this occurred?
No.
It looks like Wendy's doing a lot of talking, right? Wendy's the black, Wendy Berryman.
Hold on, let me go back. So the one that says Wendy B. Yes.
And the green is you.
Yes.
Okay, great. Wendy's telling you to get a hold of Craig, right?
Correct.
Craig is the area manager.
He's I think the district manager. or something.
Okay, so he's fairly high up in Walgreens, right?
Yeah.
Okay. Did you listen to Wendy? Did you get a hold of Craig?
No. Because like I said, Jordan said she had already talked to Craig, so I figured the managers were already handling it.
Okay. Wendy said that maybe it goes over him. I'm tired of excuses for him. Who's above Craig?
It says evidently it needs to go over her head, referring to Jordan.
No, I'm reading, so I'm looking at page 3 here. Wendy says that maybe it goes over him. I'm tired of excuses for him. Is she talking about Craig? It should go over Craig.
I'm assuming so.
Do you know what Wendy was trying to accomplish here?
Like I said, we had informed upper management already. This wasn't the first time. And it just seemed like nothing was happening. So I'm sure she was upset and wanted, if he wasn't gonna do anything, then maybe it needed to go above the district manager. I'm not sure exactly who she would have contacted, maybe the board, maybe that's why we're here now, but
Okay, but is your testimony that the only management you talked to was Jordan? You didn't talk to any other manager?
not higher than store management now.
Thank you. No further questions.
Board members, any questions for Michaela? Michaela, this is Helen Park. I was just curious about a couple of things. On the day you mentioned that, Mr. Brooks came in, was the day off, he appeared to be intoxicated, went in and typed his own prescriptions. Did anyone say anything to him that you shouldn't be doing that, or?
No.
How did that situation go? And why not?
I felt like the atmosphere was he was our boss and you don't tell the boss what to do.
Okay. And then on the day that he texted you and someone else to pick him up during lunch because his car ran out of gas. Who was the other person he texted? Do you recall?
Miguel, I don't know his last name though.
Okay, and then where was he when, like, where did he want you to pick him up from? Because your lunch break is pretty short, right?
Right. From what I understand, he doesn't live too far from the pharmacy, so I assumed somewhere in between his house and there. I don't remember exactly where he was, but I guess close enough to walk back.
Okay. And then at any point when you observed your boss at work, and whether he was intoxicated or hungover, were you concerned about patient safety? Or
Yes.
did you think he was, okay? Okay, thank you for answering my questions.
Hi, Michaela. So have you ever been around intoxicated people before?
Yes.
So when you're around intoxicated people, what types of behavior do you observe, or what do they look like?
Like a drunk person, I'm sorry. Like loose, goosey, not serious, I guess. Kind of like, I don't know, they have a look in their eye, it's glazed over. They're just kind of not there all the way. Slurred speech. Like someone else had mentioned earlier, I guess dizziness or like bad walking. I don't know.
So is it consistent with what you observed with your pharmacist, your manager?
Yes, like with what I said earlier when someone else asked that question.
And then for intoxication versus being hungover, how would you describe, if he was hungover versus if he was intoxicated? Like, how is he acting differently in those two instances?
When he was intoxicated, he wasn't angry. When he was hungover, he was angry.
And you described earlier about him throwing up. Like, how did you know he was throwing up? Would he run to
You
the
could
bathroom?
hear it from the bathroom.
Thank you.
Any other questions from Miss Michaela? All right, thank you.
Can I just ask a follow-up based on the board's question?
Sure, and then Mr. Cant will have a follow-up then.
Of course. So you were asked by one of the board members about intoxication. Who was there when you thought he was intoxicated? Who were you working with?
The same people I had said earlier.
Sarah
If you're
West?
referring to the same day.
Okay, so same people, so Sarah West, Wendy Berryman, right?
Mhm. Correct.
Anyone else? Was Nathan Graham working there too?
He was working there at the time. Was he there that day? I don't remember.
Okay, so who was there those days that you're claiming he was intoxicated?
Sarah West, Wendy Berryman, and myself.
Okay.
Pretty sure Sarah, the pharmacist, the staff pharmacist, was the one who was on duty that day too.
Sarah Hill?
Yeah.
Thank you.
Mr. Cant, any further questions? Okay, all right. Thank you so much for speaking with us today, Ms. Michaela.
I don't know if you need a break or if we,
I think we need a break.
okay, so
Take a brief break.
if we, for the record, same rules. Everybody will remove themselves. Board members won't discuss the case. I'll talk to the two attorneys and see who's up next. And we'll get that witness ready.
All right, Mr. Cant, if you would like to call your next witness.
Again, for the record, so quickly to address the issue of issuance of subpoenas at the request of Respondents Council, we've agreed that we will just quickly call Aaron Miller.
Aaron, do you swear that the testimony that you're about to provide will be both truthful and complete? Great, thank you.
Aaron, what's your position with the Board of Pharmacy?
Aaron, just speak up just a little bit because you don't have a mic, which is fine. She can move to the mic. Yeah, thanks. Sorry, guys.
I'm working for coordination.
Okay, and in your position of board coordination, are you responsible for the service of documents and subpoenas as requested?
Yes.
Okay, and in this case, were you, was it requested that you issue subpoenas for documents to 4 witnesses on behalf, or to 4 individuals on behalf of Respondents Council?
Yes,
And did you issue those 4 subpoenas?
I did.
Okay, and I think we've stipulated that you're going to go ahead and send 4 electronic documents out to the board, myself and Respondents Council electronically. They are public record. I believe they've been redacted as required. I think we're stipulating that they would be entered into the record as Exhibit 2.
Okay, hold on a second. The board doesn't have email. Every board member doesn't have email. So that's not, if,
I don't know how to get them into the board then.
well,
Point is, we're stipulating that they could be put into the record as Exhibit 2. And I'm just going to ask Aaron to confirm whether these are true and correct copies of the subpoenas that you issued at the request of Respondents Council.
Todd, can you help us with the, I mean, we can maybe try to print one and share it, or maybe they can agree to it and see it later, or however you choose to advise them, Todd.
Yeah, this is Senior DAG Todd Weiss. I mean, if it's stipulated to being admitted, does it go to any core piece of the crux of the case, or is this for?
This is Andrew Swilling for the record. No, it was just part of my line of questioning, asking about this, and so it's for a like completeness of the record, yes.
So I don't know if the board members all need individual copies. If there are already board members that want a copy, I think we should try to make those arrangements, but as long as chair has a copy and we're stipulating to their admission, I don't think it's an issue.
Yeah, alternatively, Dave, you can email them to me and I'll pull them up on my screen and I'll set it over there and they can look at it if they choose to look at it.
That's perfect. Okay, Brett Camp for the record.
So send it to me, I'll pull it up and set it down there and then they can look at it.
Just once again, the only other testimony I need from Aaron is that they're true and correct copies of the 4 subpoenas that she issued at the request of board that were issued and served at the request of Respondents Council. And then I'd ask that they be admitted as Exhibit 2.
Mr. Switlick, do you have a copy?
I don't have copies. It all looks good to me. I have no objection.
Thank you.
If you want to say something about it, you can.
Since counselor has no objections, we'll admit it as exhibit 2.
Just once again, Brett Camp for the record. Aaron, could you just confirm that these are true and correct copies of the subpoenas that were issued and served by you, the request to respondents council? Okay, I have nothing further.
Any questions, Mr. Switlick, for Aaron Miller?
No questions.
Once again, Brett Camp for the record. Next, I would like to call Rosita Diaz, pharmaceutical technician, to the stand.
Rosita Diaz.
Hi, Bracita Diaz here.
Hi.
Hi, sorry.
No, that's okay. Glad you're unmuted and you're available. I'm going to swear you in. My name is Helen Park. If you could join me in raising your right hand.
Oh, hold on. Right, this is my right.
Do you swear that the testimony that you're about to provide will be both truthful and correct?
Yes.
And complete? Great.
Thank you, Ms. Diaz. My name is Brett Kent. I'm prosecuting this case on behalf of the state. And just can you confirm for me that you are a registered pharmaceutical technician in Nevada?
Yes, correct. My pharmacy tech license is PT 19675.
Thank you so much. And can you tell me where are you currently employed?
I am currently employed at Costco in on Harvard Way in Reno, Nevada.
Okay. And have you ever been employed at Walgreens Pharmacy 2474, which is located at 3000 Vista Boulevard in Sparks?
Yes, I was employed there for a while.
Can you give me the approximate dates of your employment at that pharmacy?
I want to say like, give me just a minute.
You know, it's okay. If you can't remember, that's fine. Just simply just indicate that you don't remember. It's not a test.
Yeah, I don't remember, but I want to say it was like 2022.
Okay. Well, more importantly, during your time when you were employed at Walgreens Pharmacy 2474, did you ever work with Bernard Brooks?
Yes, I did. He was the pharmacy manager there.
Okay. And during the entire time that you worked with Mr. Brooks at that pharmacy, did you ever observe him performing his duties while he appeared to be impaired by alcohol?
I don't. He was there, and there were a few times when he would show up, and he looked out of it, and we were working in the morning, and he would just go to the bathroom, or he would go to the front office to speak with the manager.
Okay. But my question was, did you ever observe him impaired in the pharmacy, impaired by alcohol?
I think I was naive that I didn't notice at the time.
Okay. Did you ever observe him hungover while he was working in the pharmacy?
I don't know if throwing up at work is considered hungover.
Okay. Were there any occasions where Mr. Brooks had to close the early because he was ill?
Not that I remember. There was times where he left earlier.
Okay. There were times when you were working with him at the pharmacy and he left before the pharmacy would regularly close?
Yes, or he would leave but there was another pharmacist on duty.
Okay, so another pharmacist would come in those?
Yes, or there would be another pharmacist scheduled.
Were there ever any instances when in the morning, the pharmacy couldn't open because Mr. Brooks was scheduled to be on duty but failed to show up for work?
I think there might have been 1 or 2 times where we opened a little bit later.
Were there ever any instances in which he left work to go home for lunch and returned to work late?
There were a few instances, yes.
Can you describe his state in those instances?
Sometimes I would notice him go to his car and he would like rush out of the parking lot. And we were waiting for him to come back from lunch to be let into the pharmacy.
In those instances, did he ever appear, when he returned, did he ever appear intoxicated?
Sometimes he appeared upset.
But my question was, did he ever appear intoxicated?
Not that I know. I mean, I didn't notice.
Okay. And
But I also have been told that I'm very naive on reading stuff like that.
well, you can only answer to what you know, and that's fine. We don't want you to speculate. Did you ever smell alcohol on his breath during the period of time that you worked with him?
I can't smell, so I can't say anything about that.
Okay. Were there ever occasions in which Mr. Brooks was unable to perform patient counseling because he appeared to have some sort of an illness?
Not that I've noticed, I think.
Were there ever instances where he appeared unable to perform final product verification of a prescription that you had filled because he was ill?
Not that I noticed or that I remember.
Okay. Overall, how would you characterize your experience of working with Mr. Brooks?
I was in a really bad spot mentally working there, and I'm glad I left.
But it didn't relate to Mr. Brooks?
There was a few times he called me out on stuff, and I was just trying to be helpful, and it didn't feel appreciated.
How do you feel Mr. Brooks treated your fellow pharmaceutical technicians in the pharmacy?
I feel like sometimes a lot of people had to walk on eggshells because it was intense. The vibe was intense.
Did you ever observe Mr. Brooks treat your fellow employees in a disrespectful manner?
I want to say I briefly remember somebody getting in trouble for something, but I don't remember all of it.
Were you present at a time when somebody from the pharmacy had to call a taxi cab for Mr. Brooks?
No, I was not there when that might have happened.
Okay. I have nothing further.
Good afternoon, Mrs. Diaz. My name is Andrew Switlick. I represent Bernard Brooks. I just have a few questions for you.
Mr. Switlick, is your mic on?
No, it is, okay, sorry. Okay, there you go. Okay. I don't know if you heard that. Did you hear that, what I just said?
Yes, that.
Okay, good. All right, I'm just gonna ask you a few questions, okay?
Okay.
You mentioned that sometimes you're naive, right?
Slightly in some instances.
That's okay. It sounds like you were contacted by an investigator from the board here, right?
Correct.
It was Monica Begbie. I might be pronouncing that wrong.
Yes, I was contacted by Monica from the Board of Pharmacy.
Okay. In her report, she said that she advised you about the purpose of her contacting. What was that? What did she advise you?
She just asked if I ever worked with Bernie and what it was like, and if there was a case against him.
Did she tell you what the case against him was about?
I think she mentioned about him being intoxicated at work.
Okay. Was it after that conversation that you believed, hey, maybe I was naive, I didn't notice it? Or did you feel that before you spoke with Ms. Segby?
It was before because it was initially before there was an instance where the store manager, Shelly, called in to the office, myself, Wendy Berryman, and Wendy Furman. I don't know if there was anybody else that I can remember. And we were told Bernie is sick. I don't want any rumors going around. He needs help, and I don't want anything else to be talked about.
Okay. Why did she have that meeting? Did she feel people were gossiping or talking about him?
I don't know. I just showed up to work, and one day we were called in,
Okay.
and we weren't allowed to ask any more questions, and that was it.
Okay. So you feel like your naivety ended after that meeting?
Yes, I feel like I had questions, but a lot of it made sense in a way, I think.
Okay. Well, do you know what year that meeting happened? Month or year, maybe even better?
No, I can't remember. I have to look at my pictures to like my camera roll to see where I was at. Not
Do you
that I
know how
took
much
any
long-
pictures, but it's
Sure.
just how I keep timeline.
Yeah, it could be hard. I get it. Do you know how much longer you worked there after that meeting? Approximately?
I wasn't there for much longer, I think. I was just trying to leave.
Okay. Did you notice anything about Bernie after that meeting? Were you looking at him in a different way?
Not that I mean, he was still my boss and I had to respect him, and who am I to judge?
Okay, but after that meeting, you didn't witness him intoxicated or performing his work?
I can't say.
Okay. Yeah, I have no further questions.
Yes, Brett Kent, once again, just two quick questions. At that meeting, you said that you were told that Mr. Brooks was sick, but was it explained to you what his sickness was?
No, all I remember is being told is he is sick, he needs help, and I don't want any rumors or gossip being talked about any further, so that was that.
Okay. And then secondly, did you have a specific reason for leaving Walgreens Pharmacy and going to work elsewhere?
Like I said, it felt very stressful to work there. Not to trauma dump on you guys, but sometimes it felt like I wish it's semi-fall so I don't have to go to work.
If you don't mind my asking, do you feel less stress in your current workplace?
Yes, I do. I do not feel as stressed here at Costco.
Okay, thanks. No further questions.
Just a brief follow-up. Are you attributing the stress solely to Bernie?
Bernie and Shelly.
Okay. So Shelley, if you can correct me if I'm wrong, I believe Shelley stopped working as a manager somewhere around 2022.
Yeah, so I left, I think right before she left, because I think she was still the store manager before I left.
How was Shelley stressing you out?
Her and it felt very hostile to work there. I requested times off and she would not approve them unless I physically gave her documents from my doctor's office that I actually had an appointment.
Okay. Is your new employment, are they more flexible with leave?
Oh, yes. I was supposed to work at 12 and they are okay with me coming in right now. Well, whenever this is over.
That's good to hear. Well, I don't want to keep you any longer, so it was good. It was good talking with you. Have a good day.
Okay, do you still need me to stay for the rest of the meeting?
Hang tight for a minute. The board members might have.
I'm sorry, I can't release you. I'm sorry.
Board members, any questions for Ms. Brusita?
Just, what was the name of the manager that called everybody together and said no more gossiping? What was that, her name? Shelley Aguilar?
It's for her.
Oh, I'm sorry.
So, the store manager was Shelly Malongola.
Malongo? Shelley Malongo?
Yeah, it was Shelly and it started with an M.
Thank you. I just missed that from you earlier. Thank you.
All right, Ms. Diaz, we ask that you stay, but the board can't hold you to that, so they might ask questions later. We'll try to text you or something to call you, but you got to do what you got to do.
Okay, I'm gonna clock in at work and I'll just keep you guys muted and on my AirPod.
Fair enough.
All right,
Focus on the prescriptions, please.
Yes, of course.
thank you for speaking with us. Mr. Hand?
Brett Camp for the record. Next, I'd like to call Gonzalo Hernandez.
Well. So. I think that, hold on, one second. Try, is Risk still there? So, okay, so we have a number that might have switched. We don't have that name. We're gonna admit somebody and then see if it's them. So caller with the last four digits of 7044. Can you state your name for the record and we'll unmute you? 7044. Can you state your name for the record?
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, your name for the record?
Yes, my name is Gonzalo Hernandez. I'm the current store manager at the Walgreens 2474.
Perfect, thank you, sir.
Great.
No problem.
Mr. Hernandez, my name is Helen Park. I'm going to swear you in. If you join me in raising your right hand. Do you swear that the testimony that you're about to provide will be both truthful and complete?
Yes, I do.
Great, thank you so much. All right, Mr. Cant?
You're welcome.
Hernandez, my name is Brett Cant. I'm prosecuting this case on behalf of the state. And could you confirm for me that you're a registered pharmaceutical technician in Nevada?
Yes.
And that your registration number is PT 21693?
Correct.
Okay. And you've already testified that you're currently the store manager at Walgreens 2474, correct?
Yes, that is correct.
And can you tell me approximately what date you became the store manager?
Yeah, it happened in late December of 2022. I think the official day that the promotion came in effect was around the 29th. I think I had started working here a few shifts before then, but officially I believe it was the 29th of 2022 in December.
Okay, and in the course of your serving as store manager, has Bernard Brooks ever worked in the pharmacy there?
Yes, I worked with him for a little over 2 years, all of 2023, all of 2024, and then he left us earlier in 2025.
Okay, he was the managing pharmacist during his time there?
Yes, that is correct.
Okay. Had you ever heard or met Mr. Brooks before you took over management of that store?
Actually, I had. There was a point in time where I was up and coming, still not store manager at one of my old stores, and Bernard, sorry, I believe he was coming right out of pharmacy school, and he was doing his internship. And he had helped us out a couple shifts at the location that I was at the time, just doing his internship. So I had worked with him a few shifts in the past before taking over the store.
So during the period of time that Mr. Brooks was the pharmacist in charge of your store, did you ever observe him intoxicated while on duty?
Personally, no. I worked with him. I mean, every day that he was here, I made it a point to go back to the pharmacy, whether it was to provide help or just to check in or follow up with certain information. So I interacted with him on a daily basis, and in all the time that I've been here and that he worked here, I never noticed him being intoxicated or unable to perform his duties. He was always here when there was another issue, but that was based off of his attendance. But when he was here, he was always capable and took care of the customers and the patients. But like I said, out of all the interactions, there was never one where I was like, there's something wrong with him, or maybe he can't perform his duties. On the contrary, like I said, he always seemed like he was good, not intoxicated or anything like that.
Was there ever a point in time when Mr. Brooks served as pharmacy manager at your store that he appeared hungover while he was on duty?
To my eyes, I being 100% honest, I wouldn't know if it was a hangover. Like I said, I never got the sense of alcohol off of him, or I never thought he was unable to perform his duties. I know he throughout his time here, he was going through some medical issues. He had some things that he was looking at getting taken care of. So those are the days that he would not feel well, and he would explain, oh, it's this thing that I have going on, I'm getting checked out. But like I said, not to my knowledge that he was hungover. Like I said, he did have his medical situation that he was looking at, and on days that he was not feeling well, he would either request to see if we can get another pharmacist in, or he would just not come in. But like I said, I can't say for 100% sure that it was, oh, he's hungover. Like I said, I don't like to pry into people's personal life. Like I said, he would tell me that he had medical situations going on, and he was seeing the doctor. He would let me know when he would have appointments, or when he was going in to check himself with the doctor. But like I said, that's as far to my extent of knowledge that was the situation.
So were you interviewed by a board of pharmacy investigator named Monica Sagedy?
I was, yes.
Do you recall telling Monica that you observed Mr. Brooks hungover at the office, or at the store?
I recalled a situation where my technicians had mentioned him mentioning it to them that he was hungover. Like I said, that day I did interact with him, and he seemed fine. I went briefly to the pharmacy. I spoke with him, made sure that everything was up and running for the day, and then I stepped out to do my front end store duties. And then when I came out of my stock room, the first thing you see is the pharmacy. I saw that the pharmacy was closed. So then I went and I looked for one of my technicians, and they let me know that he wasn't feeling well. And then one of them mentioned that the case was that he was hungover. Like I said, I personally did not hear him tell them that, or did not see him in such a state. But like I said, it was brought to my attention that he had mentioned that that was the reason why he was closing the pharmacy and going home.
So you don't recall ever telling Investigator Segedy that on multiple occasions you observed Mr. Brooks smelling of alcohol?
I don't recall saying that. Like I said, it was, I interacted with him on a day-to-day basis. And like I said, everything seemed pretty straightforward to me. Like I said, it was just that instance where that happened. And then we reached out to upper management. They reiterated the policy we have for if in case anybody has a any suspicion, and then I went over that with the team, and then after that that situation, nothing else arose from there.
So you don't recall telling Investigator Segedy that you were told, or the pharmaceutical technicians in the pharmacy reported to you that Brooks was often in the restroom throwing up and hungover?
I'm going to object to asked and answered. It's the third time.
I would agree with that, sustained. If you could move on to your next question.
So Mr. Hernandez, during the course in time when Mr. Brooks served as managing pharmacist in your store, were there any occasions in which the pharmacy had to be closed early because Mr. Brooks was ill?
It was just on one occasion. Like I said, he did have a certain tendency to call out, and it was being addressed with him, and he was seeking his medical advice. He had applied for a leave as well towards the end of his tenure here. And then, yeah, there was one instance where he did close the pharmacy because, like I said, he was he didn't reach out to me or didn't let me know he was closing the pharmacy until a few minutes after he had left. And his explanation was that he was not feeling well and that he was going to go to the doctor. And then I believe, if I'm not mistaken, the following day he did not come in because he said the doctor had advised him to stay home. And like I said, that was part of the like I said, I don't like to pry into people's personal life, and like I said, I didn't really dig into his health, but I just knew that it was something that he had reoccurring, and like I said, something that he was actively seeking help for. And so yeah, at least in the time that I've been here with him, it was only one time that he closed without letting me know due to him feeling ill. Other than that, like I said, all the other times it was just him not coming to work, but for the most part, just that one time, that one incident where he did close early.
So you don't recall telling Investigator Segedy that on at least 8 occasions between December 2023 and December 2024, the pharmacy had to be closed early because Mr. Brooks went home sick?
I don't believe I said 8. like I said, there's multiple times where we didn't open the pharmacy because he either didn't show up or he called out. But for us personally closing early, it was just that one time. Like I said, we kept a track record of his attendance. And like I said, there were multiple times where we didn't open on time, or that we had to look for coverage for somebody to come in because he wasn't able to come in. Him closing early, that only happened once. Us having to look for coverage because he was unable to come in for his shift in general, that did happen on multiple occasions.
So you had some attendance issues with Mr. Brooks related to him not showing up on days when he was scheduled to work.
Yes, that's correct.
Okay. And once again, do you roughly know how many occasions that occurred over the course of the time that he worked as managing pharmacist for your store?
Yeah, I don't know exactly the exact time, but it was enough times for us to follow disciplinary action. So in the course of the year, you get 5 excused absences. After that, you get a verbal warning. After that, you get a written, and then final written, and then after that, it's termination. So we were on the steps of that happening. But like I said, towards the end there, he did apply for that leave of absence. After I had a conversation with him and just letting him know, hey, this is what where we're heading, and this is what I recommend you do in order to keep your job. Because like I said, he is a good pharmacist. He always took care of our customers, and the last thing that I wanted was for him to lose his job over something that could have been avoided, like attendance. And like I said, I know he had some medical issues, so like I said, I advised him to go under medical leave, which he did. And then after that, unfortunately, he decided to part ways with us. But that's on another point. But like I said, there was an issue with his attendance. It was being addressed. But yeah, that's pretty much it. Like I said, I don't like to pry into people's personal information. I know he had a lot of things going on outside of work. So I didn't really pry as much.
Did any of the pharmacy personnel ever complain to you about working with Mr. Brooks?
Yes. I'm going to be honest. Yes. Bernie has a strong character. Me personally, I never had any issues with him, but I can see where some of the technicians did come up to me saying that there were certain days where he was not as he was how can I say it, different. One day he could be in a super good mood, help the customers out really well, and treat everybody good. And then there are certain days where he would not be in the best of mood. He was short with the text. And maybe in some instances they found some of his comments rude or things like that. But towards the customers and towards the patients, whether it was a bad day for him or a good day for him, towards the customers and patients, there was never an instance where I saw him not be able to fulfill his job. He always took care of the customers. Obviously, we work in the pharmacy world in retail. Obviously, you get one or two of those customers that gets irritated and you can't do anything and you kind of get irritated. So it happens to everyone, but it wasn't a constant thing where I had constant complaints about him. If it was complaints, it was addressed. But like I said, those bad days happen to everyone, so it wasn't as common for me to kind of step in with at least the patients. With regarding the techs, we did sit down on multiple occasions with a couple techs just to clear things up and make sure that everybody was on the same page. I feel like after the conversations we did have with those technicians, things did progress. But sometimes, like I said, you can't control people's emotions. Things kind of went back to how they were. Then we would talk to them again, and then we would go from there. But other than that, like I said, he was always the days that he did show up and took care of our patients, which I think is
The days that he did show up.
Yeah, like I said, there were days that he didn't. Like I said, those were being addressed, but for the most part, when he was here, he did a good job as a pharmacist.
Did any of your pharmaceutical technicians, when they tendered their resignations, indicate it was because of Mr. Brooks and the environment he created in the pharmacy?
One technician, yes. It was because of, I guess she felt that he was creating a hostile environment. And like I said, we had talked with that technician. We thought we had cleared everything, and we thought we were moving forward. And then it kind of started, from my eyes and point of view, it kind of started spiraling from not just it being Bernie, it was being other technicians and stuff like that. So then when that technician ended up putting their resignation, it was kind of a thing we kind of saw coming. But like I said, it was part of her reasoning was for the way she was being treated by him. But like I said, we had spoken to her, Bernie and myself, and thought we had cleared the animosity, and like I said, it kind of started spiraling with other techs, and then her performance, her attendance. So when she put her resignation, it was kind of like I said, something that we kind of saw coming, just based off of all the things that were happening, not just the relationship with Bernard.
So your understanding is that Mr. Brooks' attendance issues were related to his health?
As far as I know of, that's what I was aware of. And like I said, he would keep me posted as much as he could when he was going to the doctor, or if he wasn't feeling well, he would give me enough notice for me to be able to find the pharmacist. There was only a handful of occasions where he would let me know after his shift would start, and then I would be scrambling to find coverage. But for the most part, he would let me know, hey, I'm not feeling well, I'm going to the ER, or hey, my wife isn't doing so well, I'm going to the ER. Like I said, I don't like to pry into people's personal life, so I really didn't really go into details with him as to what was going on with him or his wife. Like I said, I know his wife is going through, or was going through, a lot of medical issues as well. So I respected I respected that, and I respected him being honest and open with me. So I think that the absences were based off of that. There was an occasion where he kind of did come in, and we talked in the office for a while, and then he kind of just, I like to tell everybody on my team, they can trust me, they can open up to me, and he kind of broke down, let me know what was going on in his life, and like I said, it was just things going on with his wife. Again, I don't like to pry, so I didn't really insist in wanting to know more. I just made it sure that I was here for him, and I would help him if he needed any help. But like I said, for the most part, all the attendance issues I do believe were either for his health or his wife's health. But yeah, that's as far as I know.
Well, did you have enough concern about his health issues that you offered him a leave of absence at one point?
Yeah, like I said, there was a point where the call-outs just came in all at once, and he kept stating that it was his health, And then, like I said, that's when talking to my DM, we told him, hey, so we don't have to go down the road of termination because of your attendance. Apply for a leave of absence and submit all the right paperwork, and we'll go from there. So, and he did apply for the leave of absence. It was in process towards the end of his tenure here. So it is something that we did offer, and that's something that he was looking into, like I said before, he decided to part ways with us.
Well, did he indicate to you that he suffered from stomach issues?
Yeah, that was the main thing that he would let me know. It was his stomach issues, and then I think in some instances was he was coughing up blood. And then from my knowledge, like I said, I don't like to get into people's lives. From what he would tell me is he would cough and it would come up with blood, and then that would cause him to vomit. I'm not a medical professional. I don't know what if that's something that's possible. It sounded serious. So then that's when, like I said, I told him to seek help, and he was. So, but yeah, it was stomach issues, and then the coughing blood and stuff like that. But that's as far as I know, and as far as I really dug into it again.
So he also represented to you that he vomited regularly.
It wasn't on a regular basis. I think it was just if the coughing got to a certain point, that's when it would cause him to vomit. Again, like I said, I'm not a medical professional. I don't know if that's something that can happen. I'm sure it can, but that's at least to the extent of my knowledge, and as much as I dug into it, that he let me know.
Okay, you seem to like narrative responses, so can you just detail the what led to Mr. Brooks' departure from your store?
Like I said, we were at the point where we were unfortunately taking the disciplinary action with his leave of absence, or with his attendance, sorry. We were on that process, and his leave of absence was being processed, and then that was, I feel like, just a decision that he made, was that it was his time was up with us. Like I said, in the time that I worked with him, I think he's a solid pharmacist. Like I said, he took care of our patients and took care of our customers to the best of his ability. Like I said, I think that it was his departure was just something. Like I said, his time with us came to an end, but nothing that I can really point out that says, oh, this is exactly why he left. It's, I think, a bunch of circumstances, like I said, the attendance, his health, and his mental health, and then I think just trying something new on his. Obviously, I can't speak for him, but I think from my perspective, I think that's the gist of it.
Nothing further.
Switlick.
Yes, Andrew Switlick for the record. Hi, Mr. Hernandez. My name is Andrew Switlick. I represent Bernard Brooks. Nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you.
Okay, I just have a few questions for you. If you don't mind, to try to answer it in a short way. If I need more information, I could just probe. Okay.
Okay.
Okay, sounds good. Great. So in no particular order here, it sounds to me that the Walgreens attendance policy, it's if somebody calls in 5 days or they miss their shift for 5 days, then it can trigger some sort of punitive action. Is that correct?
So the Walgreens policy, it is five absences that you get, and then after 5, that's where we start to take action.
Okay, that's 5 per year, right?
Yes, correct.
Okay. Do you know if Mr. Brooks ever had more than 5 in, let's say, 2023?
In 2023, I don't recall it was as many for us to initiate any further action. It was until 2024 when they started accumulating more and more.
Okay, it was in 2024 where you had the concern, hey, you're basically hitting the fine mark or maybe going over, right?
Correct. Yeah, there was a certain time there where he was hitting a lot, and I had conversations with him, and that's when he opened up a little bit more about his health, and like I said, his wife's health. And like I said, I didn't really dig into it as much because I gave him the benefit out of the doubt. That's what everybody deserves. And yeah.
Yes, thank you.
Yep.
So you worked at Walgreens before 2023, right?
Yes, I've been with the company for 10 years.
Right, exactly. And so just not at the Vista Boulevard Walgreens, the one we're talking about, right?
Correct. Yeah, I was here last day of 2022, and so 2023 up till today is my tenure here.
Oh, okay. The reason I'm asking, so Walgreens, they had the same attendance policy in 2020 through basically today, right? The same 5-day policy?
I believe so. I don't think it has changed since then.
There was some questions about when you talked to the board investigator. Right, Monica Segdi, right? Okay, great. After you spoke with Miss Segdi, did she show you her notes from your conversation?
No.
Okay, so you never had an opportunity to review it and maybe correct any misstatements, right?
Correct.
Do you know if this conversation was dictated or it was like recorded in any way?
To the best of my knowledge, she did say it was being recorded. I could be wrong. It was a while back, so I don't really recall.
Okay, so but basically the whole reason I'm asking is just to confirm you were never allowed or given the opportunity to review anything she wrote after the conversation, right?
Correct. Yeah, it was over the phone. She asked me some questions. I answered to the best of my ability, and then that was that.
Understood. Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
You mentioned that there was one tech, I believe, that complained about Mr. Brooks. Is that correct?
Yes.
Do you know that tech's name?
The one that I can recall the most, and like I said, I think one of the main reasons was Sarah West. But like I said, with her, there was I think other factors as well that were involved with the departure. But yeah, her and Mr. Brooks, they didn't see eye to eye at times, and I think she took it to heart a little too much. And like I said, there were, I think, a few occasions where the three of us sat down in the office and tried to clear the air, and it seemed like it had worked. And again, we would work a few weeks, everything nice and fine, everything just rolling nice and smoothly, and then all of a sudden it would just go back to them kind of not getting along too well.
Okay, makes sense. Thanks. Were you the manager there when Wendy Berryman was working there?
Yeah, Wendy and him also had a very their relationship was very back and forth as well. There were times
just hold on one second, okay?
Yeah.
So it sounds like yes, that's a yes, that you were the manager when Wendy Berryman was there, right?
Yes, correct.
Okay, great. Do you recall any times where Mr. Brooks maybe approached you about Miss Berryman and concerns with her performance?
There were times where he did approach me about her performance, yes.
Okay, and when he would approach her, it wasn't complimentary, right?
What's that?
When he approached you, he wasn't trying to compliment her performance, right?
No, it was more of things she could be doing better or things that he saw that needed improvement.
Okay. After these conversations, did you, okay, let me back up. Did you agree with him or did you not have an opinion about his take on Miss Berryman?
On some things I did agree with him, and then there were certain aspects where I did not. I would relay the information down to Wendy, and we would talk from there. But yeah, there were certain things that I did not agree with him. There were certain things that I did agree with him.
Okay. Was Ms. Berryman, was she receptive to this feedback?
There were times where she was, and then there were times where, like I said, she thought she was doing everything correctly and the way that she was supposed to be doing it. And like I said, there were times where Bernie didn't think so. So there were times where there was a little bit of pushback, but then there were times where she was receptive. We would get together and speak, and again, like I said, make sure that we were all on the same page. But yeah.
Okay, so it sounds like she knew that Mr. Brooks was the origin of this feedback. Is that fair?
What's that?
It sounds like Miss Berryman knew that Mr. Brooks was the origin of that feedback, that it came from him, in other words.
We would sit down in our meetings or I would pull her aside and be like, hey, we're noticing this, I would try to phrase it in a way that it was not specifically just him. Obviously, there are certain things that I would say that she would obviously kind of, I think, make out that it was coming from him and not from me. But for the most part, I tried to just give it as constructive feedback and not as a, hey, I'm being told you're not doing this, or I'm being told you're doing this. It was more of a, hey, we're noticing this instead of doing this, or just things like that.
Okay, thank you. And then this might be a strange question, but it's something I've heard. Have you ever heard of any complaints about the air quality around the pharmacist stations at the store there?
There was a point in time where everybody was either coughing. Well, I won't say everybody. There was a section of people that were complaining about it. Myself, I did not notice anything abnormal or weird. But there was a point, like I said, there was a few people that brought that to my attention. So I did have to open up a work order with one of our vendors to get the pharmacy checked out for multiple things to make sure that our HVAC system was clean and working properly. They checked for mold. They checked for, like I said, I'm not an expert. I don't know exactly what they all checked for, but all of the results came negative. Like there was nothing that they could really find wrong with the pharmacy. But like I said, since it was a complaint that was brought up to me by multiple people, I did end up taking that course of action into opening up that workstation or work ticket and getting it checked out. Up until now, we did do a deep clean of the pharmacy, and everything is fine. Because the pharmacist that came to replace Mr. Brooks, when he first came in, he also kind of noticed, hey, it feels a little stuffy in here, or it feels a little something's different, he would say. But like I said, I let him know, hey, that we ran the tests. everything's good. So then we just went ahead and did a deep cleaning, and from then, I haven't had any complaints.
Okay, that's great. I'm sure that your employees in Walgreens, they appreciate your concern there and being proactive with those complaints. So I appreciate that.
Mm-hmm.
I have no further questions. Further questions.
All right, board members, any questions? Go ahead, Mr. Tomaso.
Mr. Hernandez, my name is Dick Tomaso. I'm a member of the board. I just have a few things I want to ask you, but I need the Reader's Digest version, or yes or no mostly.
Okay.
You know, you said an awful lot, and I can't remember, but did you say that you were the store manager when when Bernie worked for you? You were the store manager, Mr. Brooks?
Yeah.
Okay, how long were you his boss, his store manager? How long? Give it to me. A month, a year, 10 years, how long?
A little over 2 years.
2 years you were a store manager. During those 2 years, was it your testimony that during those 2 years, only one pharmaceutical technician came to you and said they think Mr. Brooks is intoxicated or is hungover or can't do his job? Was it just one or more than one?
It was at the time, the only instance, it was 3, and it was that time that, like I said, that he closed early because he told them that he was hungover. He didn't, like I said, say that to me. He told that to them, and then they came forward to me and let me know. And then that, like I said, that's when I reached out to upper management, and they told me about the suspicion form that we have, and if we were to see anything further, was to jot that down and submit that.
Okay, so it was 3 technicians that said it.
Yes.
Okay, now, to take it one step further, does Walgreens have, like you say, a policy of reasonable suspicion if you suspect that one of your pharmacists may be under the influence of alcohol or drugs?
Yes, so that's like I said.
That if you have the suspicion or you're told that someone suspects that he's under the influence of drugs or alcohol, doesn't Walgreens do a test? I mean, just like a urine test, a hair test, anything like that, or is that not one of the policies?
I'm going to be honest, I don't know what the steps are after that. We do have the form, and that's what my upper management informed me of. After that is if we were to hear or notice anything going forward, just to fill out that form, and then they would take it from there. Like I said, after that, I don't know. I've never been a part of anything like that in the past, so I'm not quite sure what the procedure is once that happens.
Okay, I just want a yes or no on this. As far as you know, Mr. Brooks was never given any sort of test to see if he was under the influence of either alcohol or drugs or anything like that. Yes or no?
No.
Okay. All right. And just to take it one step further, as a store manager, you still hold a license with this pharmacy board, don't you?
Yes.
If you were to allow, as a store manager, if you were to allow somebody that was under the influence to serve the general public, do you think you'd be in trouble with this board?
Yes.
Do you think your company would be in trouble with this board if they allowed someone to work under the influence and did nothing about it? Do you think they'd be in trouble with this board, the company, Walgreens?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you. That's my questions.
Okay. Mr. Hernandez, this is Helen Park. I have a couple questions for you too. I just need some clarity on a couple of things. And again, like Mr. Tomaso stated, if you could keep your answers very concise and clear.
Okay.
In terms of employee complaint, were there multiple employee complaints?
About him being intoxicated, or about him just in general?
let's do, we'll separate them. So with him in general.
There were multiple, I did get multiple complaints, like I said, about maybe the way his attitude was on certain days or how he would be treating the techs on certain days. So yeah, it did happen multiple times.
And then what did you do to address those complaints?
Like I said, for the most part, I would sit down and listen to the complaints from the team, and then I would either address them with Bernie or with Bernard, sorry, or on certain instances, like I said, with Wendy and with Sarah, we did sit down with them in the office and try to clear the air with them. So it was addressed in-house with them to see if there was anything that we could change.
Were there any
or do.
disciplinary actions that took place or resulted from those conversations?
No disciplinary actions, no.
Okay, and then in terms of complaints regarding Mr. Brooks being allegedly intoxicated or impaired, did you receive multiple complaints from multiple individuals?
No, non-multiple. Like I said, it was that one time they said that he was hungover, but it was 3 different people that he had said that to. So
during the course of your time there, it was 3 people, but just one day, one instance that they complained to you or expressed concern about him being potentially impaired?
Yes. There were instances where they would tell me maybe this is going on or this is going on, and then that's when I would either talk to him more throughout the day. And like I said, I never noticed him being impaired or anything like that with my interactions with him, like I said, on a day-to-day basis.
So in terms of disciplinary action, you mentioned attendance issues. Is it in your normal course of action to recommend a leave of absence?
Yes. Usually if I see something that like I said that I feel like can be prevented, like in his case, it being medical, that's when I did offer it, just because, like I said, again, I'm human. I wanted him to take care of himself and not lose his job for something, like I said, that could be prevented.
Thank you. And then in terms of his separation from the company, it was a little unclear to me. Was his employment voluntary on his end? You said his time came to an end. Was that on Walgreens?
Yeah.
Was that Walgreens' decision or his decision?
No, that was his decision. He informed me that he was not going to be longer managing the pharmacy, and I told him that was obviously his decision. And then from there, he did just he said he wanted to stay with the company and kind of just float around. So I did inform him he needed to submit his resignation through email to myself, my district manager, and up above. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, I get it. So do you have you and Mr. Brooks socialized outside of work?
No, I haven't had a chance to talk to him outside of work.
Okay, and then would you say that the relationship and the employee complaints that came through about Mr. Brooks's conduct or relationship with the rest of his pharmacy team, that was an ongoing issue?
It was an ongoing issue. But like I said, we would address that as they arose.
Did you think, or at any point think that maybe it was Mr. Brooks that was part of the issue, or did it seem like it was just the technicians?
Honestly, I felt like it was both ways, or both parties involved were at fault at times. So like I said, that's why I would talk to both of the parties involved at the same time.
Both parties were culpable, you're saying, but you took no type of action, written reprimand or anything like that to resolve it?
Yeah, that is correct. Or with Sarah, I believe we were on the course of that was a while back. So if I'm not mistaken, with Sarah, we were on the disciplinary action plan with her, because like I said, it wasn't just something that was with him, it was with the other techs in general. She was insubordinate under Wendy, who was
Thank
her.
you.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's okay. That's Sarah's. We understand. Okay, any other questions? Okay.
Unfortunately, I do have a moment. Mr. Hernandez, just one quick question.
Yeah.
You said earlier that you spent a lot of time with Mr. Brooks talking about his situation, his medical condition and his wife's medical condition. And now listen to me carefully. Please do not say anything more than yes or no. Other than what you told this board earlier that Mr. Brooks had a medical problem with his stomach, and that was causing him to vomit. I just want a simple yes or no, because I don't want you to divulge any information about his medical condition. Do you know any more about what caused the stomach issue, what his medical condition was or anything like that? Just yes or no. I don't want to know what his condition was. That's all you know. What you told us is all you know.
Correct.
Right? That he has a medical problem with his stomach causing him to vomit. Is that right?
Correct.
Okay, thank you, thank you.
Okay, great. Board members, any additional questions? All right, thank you so much for your testimony today, Mr. Hernandez.
Yeah, no problem.
Okay, and with that, we're going to take a quick break.
Good idea, yeah.
Okay, great, Mr. Camp, if you want to call for your next witness.
Rick Camp for the record. Next, the prosecution would call Melissa Shake.
All right, and Ms. Shake, if you could state your full name for the record, please. Melissa Shake. And to swear you in. Do you swear that the testimony that you're about to provide will be both truthful and complete? Yes. Great, thank you. And then just as a general disclosure, Melissa Shake served previously on the board, so some of us are familiar with her. Just wanted to put that on the record.
I've never met her before in my life.
I was Jade for the record. Okay. All right, Mr. Camp.
Ms. Shake, you're a registered pharmacist here in Nevada,
Registered pharmacist, yes.
and your registration number is 16968.
Yes.
Okay, and currently you serve as Walgreens area manager?
Healthcare supervisor, yes.
Okay, thank you. I have a copy's been provided to you and council and the board president of what would be proposed exhibit 3. I'd ask you to take a look at it. It's a 1-page written statement. Could you verify that you provided the statement in connection with this investigation?
Yes.
Okay, and I would ask, do you stand by the statement, or do you wish to make any revisions or corrections at this time?
No revisions or corrections.
Then I would ask that this statement be admitted into evidence as exhibit 3, and I have no further questions for the witness in the sake of saving time.
Is it a hard copy or it's in the board book? It's a hard copy. It needs to go to Anna.
Council.
I know, I'm just.
President and board council all have a copy. I've moved to have it admitted. If it's admitted, they will all get copies of it.
Any objections, Mr. Switlick?
Yeah.
I have no objections.
Thank you. Okay, right there.
Okay, so admitted. There's no objections.
As I indicated, for the sake of time, I have no further questions for the witness, but I know counsel or Mr. Brooks may have some questions.
I do have some questions.
Before you go there, for the record, Anna Carr has been given an email copy of.
Okay, great.
Okay, and she did get the subpoena. I sent the subpoena stuff to her, so she's up to speed on everything.
Okay, and members are just getting it now, so they just might need a minute to review. Go ahead, yes.
This is Andrew Swilling for the record. Ms. Shake, it's nice to meet you. I represent Bernard Brooks. So I'm just going to ask you a few questions about your statement and maybe some other things as well, but that's okay.
Yes.
Okay, great. How long have you been the area manager?
The healthcare supervisor.
Okay.
And I believe around, on and around November 1st of 2023.
What were you doing before 2023? Were you working for Walgreens or someone else?
Walgreens, I was a pharmacy manager.
When you were the healthcare supervisor, if you could just explain what that role is, or do you basically oversee an area of stores, or what is that? Can you explain that to me?
I, along with the district manager, oversee stores. I typically oversee the pharmacy department, but it's a little bit more than that. It's not just about execution of operational directives. It's more like being a liaison to the Board of Pharmacy or to insurances. It's about training and coaching. It's about hiring pharmacists. So it encompasses quite a few things.
Does it ensure that pharmacies are operating to proper standards or procedures are put in place there?
Yes, compliance is a big part.
Great. Prior to being contacted by Ms. Segley, did you have any complaints about Mr. Brooks?
Yes.
Okay, and those came to you? So prior to this, you knew about Mr. Brooks?
I have met Mr. Brooks prior to this, and I had complaints, maybe not necessarily about what I believe this case to be, but there were other complaints about his behavior and treatment of some of the staff.
Okay, so it was more from a managerial standpoint complaints.
Yes.
Okay. Well, how do those complaints arrive at you?
When I would visit the store.
Okay, so they were told you personally by people.
Yes, I mean, I don't know if I can remember every single one, but yes, I don't recall an email about a complaint with him or anything. No.
Is there an official process that Walgreens has for employees to give feedback on a manager?
It's an open door policy. So if an employee has anything to say about anything, there's different various methods of reporting that. They could report it to any member of management. It doesn't have to be their immediate supervisor. There's a 1-800 Walgreens number that they can report to. It's just various ways.
Okay, how do managers provide feedback on their reports or their pharmacy technicians?
How does a pharmacy manager
Pharmacy manager, yes, pharmacists in charge.
provide feedback to their direct employees?
Direct employees or to the technicians they work with?
That depends on the pharmacy manager. So the pharmacy manager could give direct feedback to a technician. But in Walgreens, there's also a pharmacy operations manager that is the direct supervisor of the technician. So it could be that a pharmacy manager talks to the operations manager, and then the operations manager would then give feedback to the technician. Or sometimes the pharmacy manager might bypass that and then give direct feedback to the technician.
Okay, so it seems very direct, essentially.
It could be, yeah.
Okay. So you don't have any sort of formal system in place for this sort of feedback between techs to pharmacists or pharmacists to techs? There's not an official system in place.
I wouldn't say that. I would say if they want to coach in the moment, they can. But there are some formal processes where we do evaluations and we have several conversations throughout the year where they would give feedback.
Okay. How do we know, or how would a pharmacist in charge know what the feedback is?
What the feedback that they're providing the technician, or what the feedback that they are going to receive
That
themselves?
they receive from the technician, from the people that they're in charge of? How are they informed of that?
You're talking about upward feedback?
Yes, upward.
So we're talking hypotheticals. So a technician could talk to me, or a district manager, or a store manager, or an operations manager, or somebody even higher, regional vice president if they wanted to, and provide feedback. And depending on the feedback, then it would be addressed. So maybe if the feedback was he's harassing me, then that we would escalate that immediately. There are certain things that we would escalate, right? They said made a sexual comment. Immediate escalation to our employee relations department. If it was like, I don't like the way he's scheduling me or she's scheduling me, then it might be, okay, let's give this feedback back to their direct manager and maybe have a discussion of, well, how are they being scheduled? Are they following processes? Let's investigate it a little bit more. So I guess it just depends on what kind of upward feedback.
Okay, yeah, so let's do this. Let's make a distinction between maybe like HR related feedback, like you're saying, employee discrimination or sexual harassment. I'm not talking about that. And to my understanding, there was no feedback in that regard that triggered an HR or a legal matter with Mr. Brooks, right?
Repeat the question.
So you were talking about, I'm gonna break it down. You were talking about different feedback and you were talking about, hey, this may be sexual harassment or something like that, or just regular scheduling. So that's two different types of feedback. One triggers a legal response, right? You have to go to HR and there's potential consequences, right? Makes sense. And other feedback is just plain sort of like managerial feedback. So is the feedback that Mr. Brooks received, is it more managerial? It didn't trigger an HR response?
So any feedback can be sent to employee relations. There are certain feedback that is automatically has to be escalated to employee relations, but any feedback can be, there's an option to open an employee relations case. So I don't know exactly how to answer that question. It could have been a feedback where I might have talked to Mr. Brooks, or we would have told his direct supervisor, which would be his store manager, to address it with Bernard Brooks. Or it could have been upward feedback or a concern that although it may not have necessarily been opened with employee relations, it could have been.
Okay. So what I'm trying to get at is this, and I'm gonna move on. If someone's a manager and they have multiple reports, right, or people they're working with, and someone has a type of grievances against that person, how does that person know, A, what the grievances are, how they're improving on them, and making sure that they are improving? How is that being tracked? So making sure that they are improving on them.
I think we would have to determine if the grievance was valid first. And then if that was true, then it just depends on what the grievance was and how serious, how much documentation there would be to resolving that grievance, including discussions with the pharmacy manager.
Okay, well, let's talk about some of the alleged grievances that was mentioned in your letter here. So you said in the first paragraph here that a pharmacist informed you that technicians told him that Mr. Brooks showed up to some shifts impaired or intoxicated. Who is that pharmacist?
His name is Stephen Ohada.
I don't know. When did he work?
He's still working. I don't know exactly when he started. He was there when I took over the area, so he was there before November of 2023. I don't know exactly when he started. I would have to get back to you on that.
Do you know who the technicians were?
I do not.
Okay. Did you find this credible, this complaint?
So some technicians, so Stephen Ohada had covered a shift at Walgreens 2474. And some technicians had told him some things. And as soon as his shift was over, he called me and he said, here are some of the things I heard, which was pretty serious. So I know I have to tell you, and now you're on notice.
When did this happen?
In my statement, it says October 4th. So no, I'm sorry. On October 7th, I spoke to Stephen Ohada. He had covered the shift on October 4th of 2024.
Okay, what did you do in response to this October 7th complaint?
So as soon as Stephen Ohada informed me of this information, I escalated it and opened an employee relations case on the same day.
Okay, and can you explain how that process goes? You basically write a statement of everything you know?
I open a ticket online through our intranet, and I do write everything basically everything I know from the conversation that I just had.
Okay, was there any follow-up investigation from that employee relations case?
So the employee relations manager followed up with me and over the phone, and I explained everything that I knew. And he had said, and I had, I think, talked to Gonzalo Hernandez about it, that's the store manager, about this. And we understood that everything was old. It was several months, maybe some of these situations that happened over a year ago, and there wasn't any new cases happening or any new observations. So he said at the time we would close the employee relations case. If anything were to come up new, then they would reopen it or to open a new case. That was the direction I was given.
Okay, did they identify who these technicians were that told the pharmacist?
No. Not that I recall.
Okay. Yeah, the reason I'm asking is because we've had quite a few technicians testify here today. And so it would be good to know whether we essentially heard their side of the story as opposed to just being somewhat anonymous. Does that make sense?
Correct.
Does Walgreens have I did review Mr. Brooks's employment application, and my understanding, you can let me know if I'm wrong, is that Walgreens has a pretty strict alcohol or drug or substance testing policy. Is that accurate?
I worked for Walgreens for 22 years. I don't really have anything to compare it to. I'm sorry.
Okay, but they do have such a policy, right?
Yes.
All right, and the policy includes that if a manager believes that someone is under the influence of anything, they can demand to get a biological sample from that employee.
If it's any team member that believes, and this is my understanding, if it's any team member that believes somebody might, a different team member might be under the influence of something or impaired, then they are supposed to report it to a member of management. Then there needs to be 2 observers. One of them would be like the witness, and then the other one must be a member of management that is above that person. So if it was a technician that they thought might be under the influence, then the member of management must be above that technician to be able to be one of the observers. So we have 2 observers that actually have to look and witness the team member subject, and they have a checklist of things to look for. And then if they feel that they appear under the influence or impaired, then they would need to call, I think it's ASAP, the substance abuse professionals, to go over, do we need to test this person or not? Based on what we've witnessed, does this person need to be tested? And then if they say they need to be tested, then we would either send a company to the store, or we would ask the team member to go to a testing site, and we would actually follow them, or if they're impaired, maybe put them in a ride share or a cab or something to the testing site and make sure that they get tested. That's the process that I understand.
Okay, and is this something that store managers are trained in?
They are.
Your knowledge was this process ever attempted, or was there a reason that you had to attempt this process with Mr. Brooks?
So when this came up and I was informed by that pharmacist, then we wanted to ensure that every team member in the store knew the proper process. I mean, the process evolves over time. Sometimes they use this company, that company, sometimes it's this or that. But we wanted everyone to understand the current process. And so we had asked the store manager to make sure that he spoke to every employee in that store, that they understood the process of if you think somebody, another fellow team member is impaired, that you need to report it to management so that they can properly do the process.
Okay, is it fairly aggressive, would you say? Like if someone sees something, you say something?
I don't think that's aggressive.
No, I'm just saying, are you being very, very proactive when it comes to these sort of allegations as a Walgreens healthcare supervisor?
If you're asking my opinion, I don't think we were aggressive enough or proactive enough because we were responding to something or reacting to something.
Okay. Do you have any personal knowledge of these allegations?
What do you mean?
Well, in your first paragraph, there's allegations that Mr. Brooks was impaired or intoxicated at work or working. Do you have any personal knowledge of this?
If I have ever personally witnessed him to be impaired, no.
Okay. So you're relying on third parties for all your information?
Correct.
Okay. And sometimes it's almost like a telephone game. You have technicians telling a pharmacist telling you. Is that fair to say?
I think I spoke to our former operations manager, Wendy Berryman, after this occurred. And she had told me things like this had happened. So, but this was after all of this.
Okay, so your information is based on what you disclosed in the letter and then also Wendy Berryman, essentially.
Yes. There was, I mean, Mr. Brooks had called out sick quite a bit over our standards, and he came close to, well, he was disciplined for attendance. So there were things like that. I had known about when they told me when he closed the pharmacy abruptly, like in an emergency, and they said he would text the store manager told me he would text him like on his way out or when he was in the car on the way home. So there was no way for the store manager to come back and talk to him. So I had asked the store, things like that. I mean, is that related to this? I'm not sure, but the store manager, I told the store manager, then that's not proper procedure. You'll have to open employee relations for that. But those are some of the things I personally.
Okay, I'm just trying to figure out the source of your information. So you were just said the word they there. Who is they?
Repeat what I said.
You said they told me he left the store early and didn't tell the store manager. Who is they?
Some of the technicians, but I don't recall exactly who.
You don't know their names? You don't recall their names?
No.
Okay. And it looks like you did talk to the actual store manager about that.
Correct.
Okay. Did he confirm this technician story?
He said that that's what he understood as well, because now I'm assuming that the technicians told him, but he said he understood that as well, but he's never been able to come back to the pharmacy and witness Mr. Brooks being intoxicated or impaired. And then he said, but there were times that he would close the pharmacy and leave without notifying anybody until after he left. So he said, that's what Mr. Hernandez told me.
Okay. And did you have any reason to, any reason outside of what Mr. Hernandez told you, to question his accuracy or his recollection of that?
No.
No further questions.
Mr. Cant, any questions?
No question.
Any board members, questions?
I do. Ms. Shake, is it your testimony that once a team member suspects another team member of being, or another employee of being under the influence, whether it's drugs or alcohol, they are to report it to their supervisor? I mean, the pharmacist in this case would have been the supervisor, but so it would have been the store manager, am I right?
They would report it to a member of management. So there.
Would the store manager be a member of management?
Yes, that is one member of management.
Okay, so all they could do is report it. They can't grab that person and say, okay, time for a test. They got to just, once they report it, that's their hands, they're done. It's up to the store manager, am I right?
Correct.
Okay, we had testimony this morning that the pharmaceutical technician reported it. In fact, she named 2 managers over the period of time that she reported that they suspected Mr. Brooks was under the influence. And that's where it ended. So would you say there was a breakdown somewhere in the system about what they were going to do about it? Because you're saying that manager should come over and observe it himself, along with somebody else, another witness, to observe it if there was probable cause of, yeah, he does look like he's under influence, and then go ahead and schedule a test for him. Am I right?
Correct. So the store manager, Gonzalo, had said that technicians had come up to him and told him things. And whenever he went back, he did not witness those things. So he did not call the hotline to schedule a test.
So he felt that the technician was wrong. The store manager felt the technician was wrong?
Not necessarily wrong,
He
but
recommended, who was the store manager?
Mr. Hernandez, Gonzalo Hernandez,
Who else?
that's the store manager that's been there since I've been promoted.
Well, it turned out it wasn't him. They didn't name Mr. Haynes. They named somebody else, but so he did it. He didn't believe it, so he let it go. But these other store managers that were named, if they didn't do anything about it, we don't know, right? We have to talk to them ourselves, right?
Correct.
But in any case, Mr. Brooks was never tested. During this whole period of time, all these complaints, he was never tested.
That is my understanding.
Hi, Ms. Shake. I have a couple questions as well. So I'm trying to understand the reporting relationship. So do the store managers, if there's something that occurs regarding the pharmacy or an issue, Is the proper process or chain of command where the store manager informs the healthcare supervisor? Like, should they be notifying you when these things happen?
It just depends on the situation.
So in a situation where there's potentially an impaired pharmacist, should you be notified?
Yes, I would say so. Sometimes the store manager might inform the district manager instead, but the district manager usually informs me.
Okay, and then in this case, Mr. Gonzalo Hernandez did not inform you at the time that it happened. Only when you asked him about it.
So my understanding is it never happened since I've been there. Since I came on board, it never happened. So it's not like I came on board and Mr. Hernandez came to me and said, hey, before you got here, some of these things happened. He did not do that.
Okay, so those instances, and the instance that Mr. Hernandez described, which I guess you didn't hear, but he described one instance, I don't know how to say this. I guess I just wanted to understand that, is it within his discretion to notify you? Or is that just like you have policies for attendance issues, that these are the steps that are taken after 5, then you go to, you know, the next verbal and then you go to written. Are there anything similar like that in terms of conduct or behavioral issues other than attendance?
So I think the general rule that we try to train our store managers is if it's anything that's related to pharmacy, that they would need to let a district manager and or a supervisor know. A lot of times, again, the store manager lets the district manager, and the district manager definitely knows I need to bring in the healthcare supervisor. But there's not like a list that says if it's this, make sure you contact the healthcare supervisor, or if it's this, contact the civil protections. There's no list like that. So there is a little bit of discretion.
And then have you, during your time in your position there, received or heard of any complaints of a hostile environment?
Yes.
And then did you take any action in regards to investigating that situation? And hostile environment, let me be more specific regarding Mr. Brooks.
So the main complainant that I had for the hostile work environment was Wendy Berryman. And my response to that was, you do have to do investigations and stuff, but my response to that is open an employee relations case. So I had directed the store manager to open an employee relations case for a toxic or hostile work environment. And they would use people to do the investigation. And I kind of stay out because I'm a third party.
Do you know if the store manager opened a ER case?
No, I'm not 100% sure. I didn't verify, but this was also happening at the same time as they were getting ready to sit down with Mr. Brooks and terminate him for absences. So he had multiple things going on. And sometimes when you open an employee relations case, it might take weeks to months before they start on it. And at that time, we were already, they were going to sit down with him in around November to terminate him for attendance. So it almost took a backseat because they were already going to terminate him. They didn't terminate him in November because he had opened a FMLA claim.
And then regarding his absences or closing the pharmacy early or things of that nature, did you review his attendance records? I imagine over the course of, or did you, I guess, review? And if so, what was the course duration of review?
So when I took this area over, the previous scheduler who schedules all our pharmacists and keeps track of when our pharmacists call out had said that we need to keep an eye on Mr. Brooks because he does tend to skirt the attendance. It takes multiple call outs for us to start the discipline process with attendance. Like it could be like 17 or 18 before we even start the first verbal. And so most pharmacists, most employees for that matter, really don't get to that point. But this previous scheduler had said, hey, he's one of the pharmacists in Northern Nevada that kind of gets close. So you just want to keep your eye on it. So we did keep our eye on it. We track all pharmacists call outs. And when they get kind of close to getting the discipline, we'll actually let them know because we don't want to lose any pharmacists, right? And for his particular one, he did get to the point where they did a verbal, they did a written, they did a final written. And I don't know exactly the number of absences, but then they were ready to terminate because he had called out again, and that was it was after his final written. But then he filed so we had to back off on that.
Sounds like pharmacists could be, it's pretty liberal in that about 17 to 18 absences or cases.
Yeah, it depends. Like they get their first 40 hours, but that's only if they PTO saved up. And then they have up to 5 incidents, which is up to 10 absences. So it'd be like on their possibly 11th absence. No, 10 plus 40 hours, possibly on their 16th absence. It could come a little sooner. It depends.
Okay. And then there was some mention of the previous store manager being informed. Did you ever work with Shelley or know who Shelley is or hear of these allegations?
I do not know who Shelley is. She was not working for Walgreens in Northern Nevada when I took it over.
And then there was also a mention of we need to escalate it to a Craig. Do you know who the Craig is?
Craig is the district manager for the last 4 to 5 years there.
And then during your time there, Craig has not notified you of any issues with Mr. Brooks?
Any issues, it would be the attendance policy.
Okay.
It would be some of these. I think when this happened, when this pharmacist informed me of this, and it might have been news to Craig at that time. Craig knew about the attendances, and he knew he was always calling out and he was always sick. But I don't know he ever thought what the reason why he was sick. They said he knew that he had some personal issues at home, I think with his spouse or something, but he didn't know to the extent of like impairment or anything, was my understanding.
All right, great. Thank you.
I do have a follow-up. Wouldn't a hostile work environment trigger a human resources investigation?
That is correct. And that's why I asked the store manager to open human resources and employee relations is sometimes the same department. So I
Also,
opened an employee
and
relations.
also, Ms. Shake, medical. Person has got absence because of medicals. What that also would trigger a human resource investigation, wouldn't it?
Can you,
I mean, because human resources,
can you turn on the microphone?
because human resources would be able to look into the medical part where nobody else really has any, not ability, but legally can look into it.
So if somebody is getting to too many call outs or sick calls, then we can open an employee relations case to start the discipline process. Sometimes it's black and white, so we just start the discipline process because it's clear as day. But usually before we get to that point and we start to let the pharmacist or any team member know, hey, you're getting close to getting disciplined for the attendance policy, we usually have a conversation. Your direct manager would have a conversation to say, do you need the number to file an FMLA? Is there something going at home? What kind, like they try to ask for assistance to make sure that there's something going on at home or they need something medical. So we usually have that conversation. In this case, if the team member files for something medical, it's not HR, it goes through our insurance department.
Yeah, but if Mr. Brooks has a legitimate medical problem, he wouldn't be up on absentee termination because he would look into his medical problem and realize, oh my God, yes, he does this. Your human resources department would know that, wouldn't they?
Yes, so my understanding is the store manager had multiple conversations with Mr. Brooks as he was getting high on his call outs and asking him if he has issues or medical issues to go ahead and file a medical claim. And my understanding is Mr. Brooks never did until, I don't know if he was going to be terminated or not. I don't know if he knew he was going to be terminated, but the district manager and the store manager sat in the office waiting for him to show up for work to terminate him in November of 2024. And he did not show up. And the next thing we knew, he had filed for a medical claim. So we did not terminate him for that. We had to, he has to submit evidence for his medical claim. He has to go through that process, which can take weeks to months.
How did it end?
How did what end?
How did it end? Did you submit the claim, you investigated it, it turned out to be fine? And then is that what it was?
So he submitted, I believe he submitted one claim that they approved and they gave him a leave of absence. But then that leave of absence terminated and then he was supposed to return to work, which he did. But then he got additional absences again without a medical claim on file. And again, we asked him to file a medical claim. I think he eventually filed a medical claim, but it was the wrong type of medical claim. And we had sent him notice to say, please, update your records. They're trying to reach out to you. You need to file the correct type of claim. And he never did that. So then another 6 weeks went by when we finally terminated him, I believe in April of 2020. It's in my letter. April 15th.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Ms. Shake, I have another couple questions just regarding something in your statement. You said that when you spoke to Gonzalo Hernandez, that he didn't personally witness Bernard being intoxicated, but that Bernard has shut down the pharmacy and left without properly notifying upper management. So in that instance, did Gonzalo tell you that? So it sounds like you didn't know until that day that he had closed the pharmacy early than he was supposed to?
Correct. I did not, when that happened, Mr. Gonzalo Hernandez did not inform me that that happened. I found out that this was happening when this all came up. At which time I said, no, you've got to open an employee relations case about that. That's not following proper procedures. I'm not sure if the store manager knew that wasn't proper procedures, but I said, that's not proper procedures. He might have thought it was just another call out. But I said, no, he can't just shut down the pharmacy and not let anybody know until he's gone. Then you need to open a case.
And to your knowledge, do you know if he's notified Craig, maybe instead of you, that the pharmacy was shut down?
I don't know for sure. Yeah. Okay, go ahead.
Hi, Adam Ford for the record.
Hi.
We heard Mr. Hernandez earlier testify that Mr. Brooks had resigned. It's your testimony that he was terminated.
Correct.
And then could you clarify, because I know council's probably going to ask you this question. We heard Mr. Hernandez talk about a 5 occurrence policy. Can you clarify the difference between an occurrence and an absence? Because it sounds like maybe you can have multiple absences count for one occurrence.
So we call them incident or occurrence, and you can have up to 2 consecutive absences that will account as one occurrence or incident. So for example, if you were scheduled this entire week and you called out today, tomorrow, and the next day, that would be 2 occurrences because that's 3 days. If you called out today, worked tomorrow, called out the 3rd day, that's 2 occurrences because they're not back to back. It would be 2 back-to-back call outs that would equal 1 occurrence.
Thank you.
Members, any additional questions? Okay, thank you so much.
If I could ask some follow-ups based on the testimony that was elicited by the board.
To your discretion.
Okay, yes, you may ask.
Just 2 quick areas. Actually, just probably 3 or 4. When you were mentioning the absence period of maybe 11 to 16 days, something like that, that's a annual period, right?
It's a calendar year, so it starts over on January 1st, but it just depends on if they've gotten into discipline, if the discipline starts over or not. But the absences and the occurrences start on January 1st and reset.
Okay, and when you were describing that period, you weren't representing that Mr. Brooks had 15 or 16 absences, were you?
He had enough to warrant a termination. I don't know if that was exactly 11 or 17 or 18. I'm not sure exact number.
So it's your testimony that you don't know the exact number, basically, right?
Correct, but it has not been that many. Like Lot.
Why are you calling it a termination? I'm curious.
Because after so many discipline attempts, it would be termination.
Was that the official position of Walgreens, that he was terminated?
He was going to be terminated in November for absences, but he was not terminated in November for absences. He ended up being terminated in April of 2025.
So you're saying Walgreens terminated him in April of 2025? That's your testimony?
Yes.
Can I show you an email thread and an email from Sedgwick about Mr. Brooks?
Hold on a second. I mean, you'll be able to present it, but there's a different procedure. Todd, you help, yeah, you'll be able to present it, but there's a, Todd will help us.
Senior Dag Todd Weiss, at first, I guess.
You may not be able to, sorry, Todd, I don't know.
We'll do our best here. I think we probably need to provide a copy to the chair first. Oh, and obviously council.
Go to Brett first. How many copies do you have?
I might have enough.
Well, we'll have enough. It's got. The only issue we're gonna have is in a car, so.
Is that what you sent me before?
I didn't send you this one. I wasn't intending on using it, but I can send it to you.
Brett Camp, for the record, I have no objection.
Okay, so we'll go to the president.
If the parties have no objection, Chair, you can admit the exhibit and then we can get it to all the members.
We'll admit it's Exhibit A.
And we'll get a copy to Dr. Carr in the background here.
Make sure that you sent it to me.
I did just, it was sent.
Junk mail. Can you just, let me look at the email address that you sent it to just to confirm?
It's the same, it's the same exact
To
thread.
the board coordination one or to Darla?
Darlene.
Darlene.
Yeah,
Darlene.
yeah. See, if she received my other email, she received this one.
Well, she's sitting right there and she said she didn't receive it. We might need to give it a minute.
I will.
Are you connected to the internet?
Yeah, this is my sent. I am connected.
Let me put my email in there.
Yeah, let me forward this to you.
Yeah.
David.
D, Weast, D, W.
There you go.
Yeah. I guess we'll try that.
Sure. You check your junk mail too, just in case.
I did.
We talked about that, yeah.
If I can, whenever I'm ready to proceed with this.
Well, as soon as we get it to Dr. Carr, we'll do it. It's getting just picked up in our Barracuda probably.
Make sure you're connected to the Wi-Fi. Sometimes it disconnected. I got disconnected.
I'll double check here. It looks. It looks like it went through to you, Mr. West too.
No, it hasn't yet. Arlene, I sent you a test just for mine to see, let me know if you get that. Okay, you just got the test I sent you, okay. All right, so Todd, there's some technological issue. Can we maybe address it through some kind of foundation for Anna, or it doesn't look like a very long document?
I can get a thumb drive and get it from there and give it to you and you send it to me.
Use this one because it's completely clean. There's no, there's nothing on here, so this is blank. So you can use that one. Thank you. You didn't know I was ready with that, did you?
I use USB-C.
It goes both ways.
Does this go? Oh, it does. Oh, you're, okay.
We're ready for everything.
You guys are 21st century here.
We're ready to go. We have a hell of an IT person.
It's me.
Yeah. You got it?
Oh, can it be on yours? Mine is connected to the.
Flip it to me, yeah. You're the best. Thanks, Aaron. I think you can proceed. We'll get it to Anna. I just got it. I'll send it.
Okay, great.
I got it. Don't worry about it. It's on its way, Anna.
Thank you, Dave.
You're welcome. Okay.
Mr. Silica, if you would like to continue.
And Ms. Shake, did you have a copy of this exhibit?
I do.
Okay, have you had, while we were waiting with some of the technical issues, have you had an opportunity to read it and view it?
I glanced over it, yes.
Okay. So, and correct me if I'm wrong, my impression it's from a Mr. Craig Kump, right?
That is the district manager, Craig Kump.
Okay, and it's concerning what letter should be sent to Mr. Brooks concerning his employment, right?
Correct.
And this is the letter, it's listed twice. It looks like this actually is Bates stamped. It's an identical letter on WG 308 and WG 310, right?
It appears to be the same.
Same letter, right? And this is the letter that ultimately was decided upon to send to Mr. Brooks, correct?
Correct.
Can you read the last sentence of the letter?
If you do not do this by March 14th, 2025, we will consider this your voluntary resignation from the Walgreen Company. Thank you.
Okay.
I'm sorry, that's last two.
So, okay, the thank you's fine. So based on the letter and the policy communicated by Walgreens, he wasn't terminated, Mr. Brooks. It was considered that he voluntarily resigned from the company. Is that correct?
I'm not 100% sure because I think this is the first letter that we sent to him. And I know we turned over 1,000 pages when there was a document request. So I would have to look through it because he may have applied to Sedgwick after he received this letter. And that might have been the time that he filed the claim, but it wasn't correct. And so we were trying to implore him to correct it after this letter was sent out. And then we had to give him additional time before we terminated him. So I'm not 100% sure that I can say yes to that question.
But you're also not positive that this wasn't the official position of Walgreens.
My understanding it was a termination on April 15th.
Was it also your understanding that he was on full FMLA leave
At the time of when?
from November, December, January? Whenever you mentioned that he was on leave, that timeframe.
I'm not 100% what kind of leave, if it was full or intermittent, I'm not sure.
Okay, are you aware that he was on intermittent leave and he didn't miss work?
No, without looking at the dates and the leaves that are on file, I'm not 100. I know he had filed for some type of leave and he was granted some leave. And so we did not terminate, or he filed for leave in November, so we could not terminate him in November. And then I believe he was granted some type of leave, and that leave ended. And then he was supposed to resume to work, which he did. He came back, he worked, right? And then he missed days again. And so we had to go down the process of, hey, file another leave. If things aren't right, then you got to file another leave. And that's where this started in February, I believe.
Okay, I'm just trying to figure out what your personal knowledge is of all this. So do you know if you actually missed work because of leave?
President Park, I'm about to enter an objection just as to relevance to the charges that are before you.
I'm in agreement there. I think you should move forward, Mr. Switlick.
Just, Madam President, into the microphone and.
I'm in agreement, so.
That's fine.
Any further questions?
I have no further questions.
And Mr. Cant, any further questions? And any further witnesses?
The Chief of Investigations for the Board of Pharmacy.
All right. Mr. Cant?
Just ask the witness be sworn.
If you could state your full name for the record.
Ryan Miller.
Mr. Miller, I'm going to swear you in. Do you swear that the testimony that you're about to provide will be both truthful and complete?
I do.
Thank you.
So, Mr. Miller, and you are Chief of Investigations for the Board of Pharmacy?
That's correct.
Okay. And you held that position during the timeframe that this investigation was conducted?
Yes.
And you oversaw the investigation of this case?
I was the supervisor. of the unit.
Management oversight for the investigation of this case, correct? And I have provided to you a document that is proposed Exhibit 4. I believe copies have been provided to council and to the board president and board council. And I would ask you to take a look at that document and tell me, is this a search result that was generated in connection with the investigation of this case?
Yes.
And am I correct in that this is a search that resulted in public records related to the respondent in this case?
Yes. It's
If you want to restate it a different way, feel free.
it was related to a public records search that was conducted by the investigator.
Okay. And these are results of that search?
Correct.
Been redacted in part.
Yes.
But this is a true and correct copy of the results of that search.
Yes.
Okay.
Board member's gonna get a copy of this exhibit.
All right. I'm laying authenticating testimony, and then I'm going to ask that it be admitted into evidence as Exhibit 4. And upon admission, if so admitted, council gets a chance to state objections, it'll be passed out to the board. So I would move that it be admitted.
Mr. Switlick, any objections?
Yes. I object. There's the two main charges based on count 1 and 2 of the notice of action that they're trying to rely on here. This is not a certified copy. It doesn't provide personal information that identifies that Mr. Brooks, especially in regards to the District of Columbia, that is actually his identity. So yeah, I'll object on that ground.
And my only response would be, I don't think there's anything that indicates that it's got to be a certified copy. I think just it simply is a document that was generated in the course of this investigation. And I was going to have Mr. Miller testify as to some of the results of the search.
Well, note your objection, but I think it's relevant. We'll admit as Exhibit 4.
And with that, as the copies are passed out to the board, Mr. Miller, unfortunately, it looks like the Bates stamps didn't make the copy process, so I'll try to refer you to specific pages. First of all, the first page of the document, which is actually the back page of the exhibit caption, it indicates it's a people report for Bernard J. Brooks.
Correct.
Okay. And that was done in connection with the respondent in this case, Bernard Brooks, right?
Yes.
So this purports to be the results of a search of public records related to the respondent.
Yes.
Do you know what some of the search parameters are used to generate such a report?
Based on the report, it appears that name, date of birth, age, would be some of the things used to generate that report.
And then, once again, I don't have Bates stamps, but if you count through the actual pages of the report, what would be page 11 of the report, which is, if it's helpful, looks like there's a blue background and then another screen on top of it. Do you see that page?
I do.
Okay. And on that page, there's some highlighted information. There's a date of 7/18/2012.
Yes.
And then there's a charge of
Yes.
underage drinking, possess 17 to 20. Correct?
Correct.
And then there's a guilty due to no contest plea.
Correct.
Correct?
Yes.
All right. And then moving on to now page 12, 13, 14, page 15. There is, and I guess 16 we're looking at too. There are a couple of pages. One page has a date filed, 2013 5/18, and that's highlighted. Do you see that?
Yes.
And it indicates it's the District of Columbia Superior Court records.
Yes.
And on the next page is a highlighted a date of 5/18/2013.
Yes.
And it says charges filed, charge 1, simple assault.
Correct. Correct.
And then I guess on the next page of that at the bottom, there's a highlighted line says disposition guilty, plea judgment guilty, 8/15/2013.
Correct.
All right. I have no further questions of this witness.
I still have some questions. Mr. Miller, it's nice to meet you. To ask you some questions about this report here. You didn't personally do this search, did you?
That is correct. I did not.
Okay. Do you know if this is the extent of the search that was done to try to prove up these charges?
I'm not sure what you mean, the extent.
What I mean is, was there any follow-up to confirm that these charges, especially the simple assault, applies to Mr. Brooks?
There was some additional follow-up.
Okay, explain that.
We have other data sources that we look at that collect public records as well. And we looked at those as well to try to match those up.
Okay. What's the name of that data source? Is it a company, a database?
It is a company that we utilize. And I would say, I don't recall whether or not they matched up or not.
What's the name of that company?
Clear?
Clear, okay. Okay. And again, you didn't perform the search on Clear either, right?
I ran the report.
You ran the Clear report or the courtrecords.com report?
I ran the Clear records.
Okay. And were the Clear records consistent with this claim here?
Not all of them.
Okay, well, we're only really talking about two. That was in the notice of action, the simple assault out of the District of Columbia and the underage drinking out of Wisconsin. Those are the two that are being included in the notice of action. Did you confirm those via clear?
I don't recall.
Okay. So let's talk about the simple assault. I think it was page 11 or 12, where you have a docket, and on the other page, you have it says misdemeanor. Can you turn to that for me?
Sorry, you said page 12?
You know, the pages aren't numbered. It's the one right before this kind of blue one with the docket.
The blue one's the docket.
And the one on the other side it says misdemeanor, United States District of Columbia Superior Court.
Okay, yes.
Okay, great. It looks like there's a case number there, right? A 2013 case number?
That's correct.
Did you go to the District of Columbia Superior Court's website?
No, I did not.
Okay. Are you aware that they have a website? It's public record, these cases?
I'm sure they do, but I did not.
Okay. I would like to provide Mr. Miller with the proposed exhibit. And then I have copies for the board. I believe I did send you a copy of this as well. I'll tell you the file name. So there's two case details. If you open, yeah, and it's the one with the case number 2013 CMD 008338.
Hear me?
Yeah.
Ready.
On the top, please, and then I'll make a ruling.
Correct me for the right. I have no objection to this being entered into the record.
You okay with it?
Yep. So
Mark it as exhibit
E.
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 Good.
E.
Arlene, do you have it for Anna?
Just the one document, right? Not the two.
We're gonna enter the other one.
Okay.
We just do both right now and be done.
Let's do both right now.
Oh, there you go. Yeah, I mean, is this the last, do you want, is there more that you want, or? I mean, you can always change.
Yeah, I don't have to do it in piecemeal. Yeah, I'm gonna do one more too as well.
Let's just do them all, then they'll be in.
There'll be this one too as well. There's a Wisconsin statute too as well. There you go. Thank you so much.
And then Dina, will you drop a copy off to Darlene so she knows what she's looking for to send to Anna, just as a backup?
I have no objection to either of these documents being admitted into the record. Board can take judicial notice of Wisconsin statute 12507.
Thanks.
So we're gonna ask if council has doesn't matter to me.
Mr. Switlick, do you have a preference of us just combining everything as exhibit B, or would you like
I have
them?
no preference. Yeah, that works for me. I have cover sheets too if you need them. If not,
Okay, then we'll mark all of these as part of exhibit B.
So you don't have to stop, we can keep going.
whenever the board directs me to proceed on it.
Go ahead and proceed, and we do have a hard stop in 15 minutes.
Okay. Thank you, Ms. Mark. Mr. Miller, let's look at part of the beginning of Exhibit B here. This is a docket of case number 2013 CMD 008338. Do you have a copy of that?
Yes.
And when we look at your exhibit, the docket here and the docket there, do they look similar? Is it the same information?
I would have to look at it, but it looks similar.
This one's just more complete. It looks like it's a complete docket.
Yes, just from a very quick look, yes.
Okay. I'm going to have you turn to page 3 or 4 of this exhibit. If we look at the entry on September 20th, 2013, there's a note there, right? There's a clerk notation, right?
There are several dates that say September 20th, 13.
Okay, well, the big one, do you see the very first entry there?
Okay,
Okay. And it says, do you see the sentencing comments on that?
I do.
Okay, and do you see that it looks like the defendant in this case, Mr. Brooks here, pled guilty, and that sentence is going to run consecutive with another case, right? Okay.
Yes.
And that case is 2012 CMD 019000, right?
Yes.
Okay. And now let's take a look at this case. If you look on page 2 of it, oh, I'm sorry, page 4 of 6, I'm sorry. It looks like there's a sentence, there's 2 sentence entries there, right?
On the 20th,
Correct.
looks like there's 2 different entries that say sentence, yes.
Yes, and it looks like this Mr. Brooks here in Washington DC, he was sentenced in addition to probation, 90 days confinement in jail.
I'm not sure where you're looking on there. But can you tell me?
Sure, the 4th and 5th line of that 9/20 date.
I'm going to object because I'm just not understanding why these are questions appropriate for this witness. I mean, the documents have been admitted to evidence. If counsel wants to make arguments with regard to the documents that are in evidence, that's fine. But I just don't understand why Chief Miller's testimony is necessary with regard to these documents.
Yes, so this goes to the depth of their investigation, the weight that should be accorded this exhibit.
I'm sorry, so you said down 3 or 4 lines?
Yeah, you see sentence, charge number 1, simple assault, sentence date 9/20/2013, 2013, I'm sorry, confinement.
90 days.
90 days, right? Are you aware of Mr. Brooks sitting next to me ever having it, basically being in jail at that time?
No,
Okay, was there any investigation done on that?
not to my knowledge.
For the attorneys here, there's some attorneys listed here. Were they contacted? There's a criminal defense attorney, Amanita Apiana. Was
No.
he contacted?
No.
The extent is this search essentially, and you're clear.
Correct.
Are you aware of how many Bernard Brooks exist in Washington, DC?
No,
Are you aware that there's other Bernard J. Brooks in Washington, DC?
I'm not aware, but I assume there are.
Okay. How did you ensure you weren't confusing this Bernard J. Brooks with a different one that lives in Washington, DC?
That wasn't part of the investigation.
Are you still confident that this is the same Bernard Brooks? This charge that you listed here in Washington, DC, it's the same Bernard Brooks that's sitting next to me?
I'm confident that the information that was provided is what it says it is.
That's not what I asked.
There. So am I confident it's him?
Yes, that's what I asked.
I'm not confident that it's him, but I'm not confident that it's not him.
it sounds like you're fairly indifferent. You don't have confidence in this one way or another. Let's talk about the Washington charge here. So I guess we're on page. Let's see. 2. Looks like it's 6 or 7 here, this blue one.
Sorry, the page again, just so I'm clear.
It's this one, this blue one, 6 or 7 says, underage drinking possession.
Yeah.
So the statute listed here is this is a Wisconsin, charge, first of all, right?
Appears to be, yes.
And the statute listed is 125.07 subsection 4B.
That's what it lists, yes.
Did you ever look at that statute, the Wisconsin statute?
I don't recall.
Okay. If you go to pages, do you have this in front of you, the Wisconsin statute?
I do.
Go to page 6 of 12.
No, first of all, I don't know, but we've had a couple just internet glitches, and so it just did that on its own. So it's currently recording. And we make every attempt to record.
Okay.
Just FYI, we have a backup audio recording sitting over there, so it's recorded. We don't rely on just one thing, but I don't know what it did. It just rebooted itself.
It's good to know we have some redundancy.
We have redundancy. You can go back to your last question just to make sure it's on the record.
Mr. Miller, I was directing you to the copy of the Wisconsin statute, page 6 of 7, subsection BS.
Yes.
I just read you that line of what the penalty is for this underage drinking. And it says a first violation, a forfeiture not less than $250, not more than $500.
Yes.
Now, I understand you answered, you didn't review the statute. Do you have any confidence that this is a criminal violation? This is a misdemeanor or felony?
Objection, that's a legal question that the board can make a determination on. I don't think Mr. Miller his testimony is necessary for the board to make that determination.
I agree, sustained.
Do you have any contrary information besides this that might indicate this is a misdemeanor or felony charge? Okay, so basically what we see is what we get with it. No further questions.
Mr. Pant,
I'm sorry.
any further questions for Mr. Miller?
Well, just one question. Mr. Miller, the search that you conducted that generated the report that's Exhibit 4 was not based solely on the respondent's name, correct? There were other personal identifying information and information that was used as search parameters, correct?
Based on what's on the report, yes.
Okay, thank you.
Switlick, any additional questions?
Any other? Okay. Yeah.
Okay,
I don't know if the board did or not. Did you get?
No, not yet.
All right.
I'll open up to the board for questions for Mr. Miller. I do have a question. Earlier, one of the witnesses testified that the report that the investigator shared was inconsistent with what he said. Is there a process where the witnesses review the statements, or do they sign off on it, or do they have the opportunity to clarify maybe any misunderstandings?
Not unless they did a written statement. So if they were to have submitted a written statement, they would have obviously it have been their words and they would have known what they said, right? So there's no process after the fact to go back and confirm what was said or what we reported they said. It's based on the interview that's conducted, or it's based on what they put into a written statement.
Are those interviews generally recorded?
They can be, but they're not always recorded.
Thank you. Any other questions for Mr. Miller?
I just have a brief question about the interview process, since you brought it up, Ms. Park.
We do have a hard stop at 5:30 though.
Okay, this will be very, very brief. So my understanding of the process is the investigator calls a witness, right?
They could call them, they could go to their location.
But they talk to them and there's some
Yes.
sort of like audio communication, right?
Generally, yes.
Okay, and then does the investigator take notes of that?
They might,
Okay, and then from those notes, so from that conversation, from those notes, then they write up a statement in their report, right?
they could if they took notes, yes. So they might take notes and then they would use that to generate their report, or they might just talk to them and write what they recollect that they said.
Okay, no further questions.
Mr. Cant, any further questions?
I have no further questions. I have no further witnesses to call.
that you bring all the witnesses back in, and then we instruct them of your desires. The first thing I'm going to propose is, of course, witnesses we have not gotten to will need to be here tomorrow, roughly 10 a.m. If we go shorter than that, we'll just make it 10 a.m. I can fill the void with some other things. You may consider the people that have already testified that you're not going to call them back or whatever, and I think everybody can say if they want to or not. And of course, you can, but again, you can't hold them against their will or whatever. And we've lost a couple, but I propose we bring everybody in and instruct them. Don't talk to anybody else. Don't and then see what you guys want to do about excusing them for tomorrow or having them come back.
Okay.
Okay. So put everybody back in the room. And then I'll turn it to you, to Todd, to figure out if you want to talk to the attorneys. Do they need them to come back? Do you need them to come back, or how, if you want to let them get back to the work, or?
Senior Dag Todd Weiss, procedurally, questions from both parties and the board members of the witnesses are asked as they come up originally, so chair can absolutely release them, not have to come back. The witnesses have already testified.
I can't for the record. So I presented my case. I don't anticipate requiring any further testimony or having to need to have the witnesses that have testified subject to being recalled for further testimony. I think that's probably more important for the respondents' counsel to have that availability. But for mine, I don't see it.
I know probably some of the witnesses I was gonna call, they text me and said, I have to go to work or something. So if we have a sort of time certain, I can text them and say, hey, here's a 2-hour window, because I know they're probably not happy. They're sitting on that for 6
Yeah, we'll bring the people that haven't testified yet, we'll tell them right now, and you can tell them, and we can help tell them that we'll start at 10 o'clock tomorrow. We're talking about the witnesses they've already seen. Can they go back to work, or do you?
I don't plan to call them.
Okay, so then we can all agree to that. If something comes up, we can still try to get a hold of them, but we're telling the witnesses now, this is Dave Weeks for the record, that if you testified already, that you're excused for tomorrow. And the witnesses that did not testify are not excused. They've been subpoenaed and they need to appear tomorrow at 10 a.m., either in person, on Zoom. It will be the same Zoom. And we'll do the same thing we did today. We have the list, so it's a limited amount of people. And then we'll work with you tonight to make sure that everybody's notified. You okay with that, Todd?
Sounds good to me.
All right. Thank you.
Okay, so the witnesses have heard, they were
They
all.
all are in there. They've heard it. I think they're his witnesses, so I'll help like I did yesterday or whatever, but we'll make sure that they know that they need to appear tomorrow at 10. And then for the public that's here, we'll do the workshop tomorrow. I'll use the right word. We'll do the workshop tomorrow. That'll run the length that it runs. I can guess at what the time is, and then as soon as that's done, we'll go back into this case, and then we will see appearances. I think we have one more actually discipline. Todd will be here tomorrow. He's set up. We'll finish up the discipline day, and then we'll move into appearances. And I think our focus will be people that didn't get done at the last meeting. And then you know what you're gonna do for people, so you'll work through the best you can to get everybody seen in the limited amount of time you're given.
Right, so we'll pick up case again tomorrow. And as our final order of business today, board will open up the floor for any public comment. We have anyone in the room or online who wishes to make public comment?
Just one more thing. Emily Green has been subpoenaed. I think she was Brett's witness. Are you releasing Emily Green?
Who?
Emily Green. That's yours. Okay, so Emily, you're not. Yeah, you were subpoenaed by the defense side, and you will need to be on tomorrow at 10 a.m. Okay, you just put that in the chat.
All right,
Sorry.
any public comments?
We have none on Zoom that I can see. We'll probably have some tomorrow.
And I don't see anyone in the room, so we'll close the period for public comment.
The
Oh,
comment.
yeah.
John Forth, for the record, I have a public comment.
Okay.
I'd like to congratulate you on your Full of IGO award for the state of Nevada.
Thank you. Then I'm really embarrassed.
Since Adam did that, I'll add that Dick and Helen and Crystal have been reappointed by the governor. Thank you.
That concludes our meeting for today. We'll reconvene tomorrow at 9.
Adam, he wants